Well, good morning and welcome to Sydney Parade on Saturday morning. We are under overcast skies for this championship game between the Terenure Titans, the Titans of Terenure, and Pembroke First 11. This is a championship game. Pembroke on the back of 2 losses at home, almost dragging themselves back into a promotion dogfight, but they'll be hoping to do better today and to just get themselves one step closer to the finish line. I'm joined in the commentary box this morning by Graham Mooney. Yes, you're there.
Good morning, all.
There you go. Did you hear yourself?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's more likely to be your headphones than anything else.
Yes, no. Oh, it is the headphone connection. Yeah, I am live. Yes.
There you go.
Hey.
So, we've no live scoring up at the moment, so it'll be difficult for us to know the bowler. We'll call him number 97 on account of the number on his back, but we can tell you who's batting. At least we can have a good guess at that.
I would say Deemer Tucker is facing, and Theo Lawson, skipper,
Well, Theo moving himself up to open today.
after winning the toss and electing to bat.
So that's brought you up to date with the news. Not much of a crowd down as yet, but it's early. 12 o'clock start, and Pembroke are off the mark. Tucker pushes one into the leg side, where there are only 2 fielders. 7-2 field. Straying onto the pads, pushed away for a single. And that will bring Theo Lawson on strike. And will they retain a 7-2 field?
Well, only if they've never played against Theo
Raghav
before.
Grover is our bowler. Excellent. So live scoring is up.
It's just not on screen yet.
Well,
We will get it there. So yeah, most teams, as soon as Theo faces, changes the field. But I would say, since it's the first over, have a look-see. Good line.
well, the good news is we have it up on our screen now. We just haven't managed, without the technical expertise of Noel Walsh, we haven't been able to get it up onto the TV screen as yet.
It will be there shortly. No,
But,
just busy getting a few cameras.
We'll
around
keep
the
you up to
ground.
date. As you can tell, we're just operating off the one camera at the moment. But that will change as soon as Niall has finished climbing up the sight screen.
Bit early, the earlier start of 12 today, of course, first of the year. So there should be some movement for the bowlers. So it'll be tricky for the batsmen to see out this early spell.
Well, good defensive start from Theo Lawson. I know he's been a bit, well, I shall keep this in language we can use on air, but he's been a bit disappointed with the play in the last 2 games.
Theo's standards are so high. And it's great that he sets them so high. So when you try to attain them, you become disappointed when you don't.
Well, good defensive start from Theo Lawson. I know he's been a bit, well, is that my phone?
It's not my phone.
Well, it was my phone.
No. Oh, that was weird.
Well, you get that, don't you? Right.
Anyway, end of the first. Just the one off. Good start for Terenure. It's always good when your opening bowler finds his line early. No extras. Nothing loose. Just the one little tuck into the leg side to get Pembroke off the mark.
Well, Pembroke will be a bit cautious as well, I feel, this morning. As I say, 2 defeats in a row in the championship.
You would have to say a couple of batting failures as a collective.
Well, and both times they were chasing.
Maybe that's the change in from the captain. Just, sometimes captains prefer to set a score. Some prefer to chase. Some don't care. So maybe we'll find out later in the bar over a chat.
Well, not a chat for me today, unfortunately. I will be heading off after this game to go and say farewell to Kieran Volker and Tammy Granger again.
Oh,
They're back in the country.
Oh,
This is,
okay.
I think this is their last evening.
Okay.
Slipped back into the country during the week.
Oh, sneaky so-and-sos.
Yeah, indeed they are. So we will say our farewells to them today.
So it's the final one.
It's
This is like a Rolling Stone retirement tour.
well, yeah. Frank Sinatra and his 72.
Yeah, comeback. Well, are they on the Elvis '68 special comeback tour? Oh, drift down leg. That should be a little off the leg, maybe. No, given as wide. So 5 to the total. That looked from the signal from Dermot, it moved a little.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 7 devices that are currently tuned in for the start of this game. Terenure are in the field, having been put there by Pembroke.
And we have
Nice first over, sir. Good start.
So we have Dylan Cleary from the nursery ends.
Young lad.
Drifted onto the legs again, a bit shorter.
This time just tucked away. Brings Lawson on strike. Now, it is early in his innings, and we know he is being cautious, but Theo does have that propensity to sweep.
And if this bowler's bowling into his legs, it looks like he's getting early movement, little in swing.
Well, Lawson will be keen to help that one on its way. They do have a man at deep square leg and the man on the 45 just inside the ring. There's a man at third man who's standing right in front of us.
Short mid-wicket as well. They're hoping for a little pop-up maybe.
This one allowed to go down the offside and Cleary gets a dot ball out of it.
Of course, and the wicket-keeper standing up just to keep Lawson in his crease, hopefully.
So, projected score at the moment, having faced 7 balls and the score being on 7, the projected score is 300.
I think Pembroke would be happy with that. They take that.
A run of ball today would be most pleasing for them. Again, the important thing, and we've seen it so many times this season, is wickets in hand going into the last 10, 15 overs.
So many runs can be scored in that last 10 if you've got players in.
If you have wickets in hand, you can double your score in the last 15.
Yeah, easily.
It's quite incredible how you see scrolls just grow at the end.
Yeah, like the 5s often go from 40 to 80.
Yes. And that's another shot just played out on the offside.
Just back of a lens.
And as we come to the
no ball given.
As we come to the end of this second over, with 3 legitimate deliveries now.
So we'll see the first shot in anger from Theo with the freedom of the free hits.
Top left. Yeah.
And
the free hit gets clubbed away through the offside, through the ring of fielders, and it makes it down to our favourite bar.
Yes.
Down towards the chapel. 4 more runs onto the total. And that's a good start. And at this stage, Graham, I'm going to leave you for a few minutes. I say a few, about 40 minutes. And
unaccompanied minor.
Yep, absolutely. Best luck looking for some coal. Give those a go.
Okay. Okay. So hopefully I don't get the 7 viewers to turn off in the next 40. Okay, little dab there from Theo down to third man. Easily through for the 1. So an excellent over here for Pembroke. This bowler not finding his line as quickly as the other Terenure bowler. $11 from it so far. I'll make that 12. It's just, I think he's finding it a bit more difficult to control this movement. He is getting some. So when you're getting often this early, big in swinging, you don't know what line to bowl to keep it off the legs. And again, down the leg side, yeah. He's going from one side to the other there, just trying to control that swing. Sometimes it's handy to go cross him till you can get a bit of, till you warm up that body and that arm. There we go, back onto middle and off to finish the over. So a good over there for Pembroke. 13 from. So race to 14 from 2. A little bit of sun here at the moment, but unfortunately There are the clouds as well. Few darker than other. We've got the full gamut of the prism there. We've got from white to grey to threatening black. Yeah, we're hoping they scoot over us as much as possible today to get this full game in. So, Grover to continue from the St. John's Road. You get just a little tuck in from Theo into the leg side. Easy one with the field setting. So reading the previews today, it's Terenure mid-table, in no danger of relegation, no danger of promotion. They have the freedom to relax and enjoy their crickets, whereas after the last couple of results, Pembroke a little nervy at sitting at the top of the table, but still, that's the position to be in. Phoenix's excellent win last week from what looked like a sure loss, only sticking up 120 odd against Rush. They managed to win it and just kept them in the title hunt / promotion hunt. Pembroke unable to guarantee the championship with this victory, or with this game, should I say? If Phoenix gets 0 points today and Pembroke get 24 points, then Pembroke will be crowned champions. And Rush lose, yes. Sorry, so it's mathematically possible, sporting wise very unlikely. But the win's the most important thing, just to inch towards that title. Oh, edge, but didn't carry. Soft hands hopefully there from Dermot. Clearly got the edge, just dropped a foot or so in front of first slip. So, from the opening over in a bit here from Grover, Terenure will be hoping he can give them that control today in his 10 overs. He's certainly bowled a very good line so far. Back of a length again. I suspect that is somebody who's well used to bowling on the magic carpet. And that length, that would certainly come up around shoulder in Terenure. Not quite here today. I would, as a skipper, you'd want him bowling a little fuller on a grass track with a bit of moisture around. And the rain, little dribbles starting. Okay, so might have to leave you for a while, Paul. We at times we may have to jump off just to get the. Yeah, they look as if they're going to come on. Are they? No, give them the jumper. End of the over. And just the two from.
See why we're set up the way we are with this weather.
Yeah. It really is a couple of jumper day for those in the field.
Right.
There is a drop in temperature every time the rain comes around. Again, a little drift onto the leg side. Dermot calls Theo through for a single. Good calling.
Yay. Where the quick clubs go?
I haven't touched the thing.
Oh, I know.
And we have live score up. Brilliant work there, Niall. Oh, I was already okay. So everyone can see. Brilliant. Makes life easier. That's a better line from Cleary. Again, just a little back of a length. Yeah, you can hear the rain now on above us on the gazebo. Yeah. We have that ready just to raise up. They're going to have to come off. That's fairly heavy. The umpires, they're standing they're staying out there for the moment. Yeah, I'm going to go off screen here on this commentary because I'm about to be blocked. The gazebo sidings are going up. Yeah, this is difficult for bowlers, fielders, batsmen, viewers. It's strange. It is quite heavy. It is passing, mind you, but that is the umpires betting on that. It won't last more than a few minutes. I'll just raise the mic so you can hear. Yeah, so that's the rain on top of the gazebo. It isn't dribbling down. So, end of the over. No signs from the umpire yet to call for the covers. It is still bright. The sun is shining.
Saying the sun is shining is a wild exaggeration.
Positivity from Graham. Come on. So I don't have our officials. They're not on the scorecard, so I can't give you the officials today. Do recognise them from here, but I'm not sure the names. So Grover to continue. This is the fifth over. That's a better length. It's a bit fuller. Well watched by Lawson.
This way. It's been swirling around all morning.
Yeah, it's a weird old weather front we have. I would say half a mile from where I am standing, it's probably glorious sunshine. Again, just pushed out into the offside where the field is set. So good bowling from Terenure. As they say, bowls your field. Drifted in to the leg side, just tucked away to deep fine. Just beat a single again.
And I will say, with apologies to the players and viewers, when they're playing through the rain like this, they get what they get.
Exactly.
The spectators get what they get.
Yeah.
Trying to keep everything alive is enough of a challenge. Trying to do something good, that's a whole
yeah.
other matter.
Oh, God, no. Listen, one camera is more than enough, and the fact that we're staying here and not trying to run and hide, it has died down a little, so hopefully it is passing, but there is still rain there. That's well bowled. Watching this field setting, you wonder how long Theo can restrain his natural urge to play his favourite shots. Looking around, it is a very tight attacking field from Terenure. Nobody in the deep on the offside. Just a deep fine leg and a deep third man. Everyone else in the ring. We're bringing, looks like Terenure bringing in a second slip. So that'll push third man. Well, say third slip. So we first and third slip. 2.5. But he drifts onto the leg and gives the wide just after he. That's always the way with a bowler. You talk your captain into giving you an extra slip and then you stick it down leg side. Sod's law. Who'd be a captain? Or just don't listen to your bowlers. Go on, Skip. I'm bowling brilliant here. Give me that slip. He's going to wedge it straight to him. So persisting with this attacking field. Again, I would say that length is more Terenure length. You can hear the bowler putting in that extra effort to dig it in, but it's a little too short. Dermot Tucker able to just watch it through to the wicket. Loads of time to get the bat out of the way. Again, short. This is the wrong length for this track. Beautifully played by Tucker. It was short, it was outside off, and he just leant into it through the gap between points and cover. 4 runs. Yeah, not what you want when you bring in a second slip that he bowls short and wide of off. This is a bowler used to an extra little bit of bounce on any given game days. So Cleary to continue. 15 off his 2 overs so far, not helped by 5 wides and the no ball. That got through. That got behind the bat onto the legs of Lawson, but appeal, but not out from the umpire. So the sun is back, the rain is gone. It has passed over. And hopefully actually that breeze also brings a bit of quick drying in as well. Useful looking side as well from Terenure today. I might even put the shades back on. Yep. Our gazebo covered coming down.
Not coming down very far.
No. It's staying ready to go back up. We're going to be getting a lot of showers, and hopefully it is just showers, nothing permanent. Obviously, Pembroke eager to get a full match in. Drifting again, another extra from Cleary. Again. That's better. Back of a length. He is getting movement into the batsman. He just has to try to keep that consistent line on, I would say, 5th stump today. Forcing the batsman to play it because of the movement he's getting. But if one doesn't move and keeps straight, he has the chance of an edge. there's some action happening in the Phoenix Park already today. Phoenix have Cork County 4-3. So Phoenix definitely looking to keep the pressure on Pembroke. What Cork County need is, dare I say it, a Phoenix-esque fight back. Phoenix proved last week every run counts in their 3 or 4 run victory over Rush. Their tail fought to the bitter end to get every run possible, and it got them the victory needed. Cork County will be needing something similar today. Just a 2.1 overs bowled and 3 wickets down. Whereas Rush have, I would say in today's conditions, raced to 32 without loss off 6 overs against Norkel there. So they'll be pushing for full points as well after their disappointing loss last week.
I was pondering jumping off the camera now that it stopped raining, but instead I'm going to the loo.
Yeah.
So it starts raining.
Everything in, yeah.
Just
And Dougal.
just this, and if it's in
Yeah,
any way heavy,
yeah.
grab the Dougal's on as well.
Yeah. Grover finding the line to trouble Tucker. And he is persisting with that length, but that time it was a bit closer to the body. Getting a few oohs and ahs from his teammates as it went through to the wicketkeeper. Accept your land. That's nice. Got a bit. You can see the shape on the ball there. He's getting a little away swing. But again, I would suggest it was short enough and wide enough to, even with Tucker pushing at it, give him that little safety valve. More discussion among the Terenure senior players here with the bowler of what to do. True again. Tucker doing the job of an opener, having a look, taking a few deliveries out of the opening bowlers, seeing how the pitch is playing. Again, if he's there at drinks, he's building a huge platform for Pembroke, so under no pressure or rush at this stage. Again, too wide, and it has been given wide. Eventually, it always looked to be that bit wide of off. That line won't trouble a good batter. Gives him plenty of time just to watch it through. Oh, now that is beautifully bowled. That was the length. That was the line. Fuller, straighter, with the bit of movement he got. He just found the edge. Brilliant take behind the stumps. And Pembroke are 1 down, 24 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. Unfortunately, Niall isn't here with us at the moment. He just had to take a break for a second, so we don't have replay, but that was certainly a fuller length from the bowler that time. It just takes away the fraction of a second a batsman needs sometimes just to decide whether to play or not. And unfortunately, Tucker had to play really at that one. It was on middle and off. Got the little bit of movement needed. It only takes a little. but a great take from the wiki. One-handed dive. And that brings Stapleton to the crease. And for the viewers, I think the bowler's still discussing the wide given with the umpire. So, an easy one to spot the difference now between Stapleton and Lawson. One with the maroon lid, one with the dark blue. Okay. Sorry, live score is showing 7 overs gone. Oh, they must have missed the wide or something. We've gone back to 6.5. So should be the final ball of the over. Fuller, but driven beautifully from Stapleton. That's to save your legs, hold the pose, and enjoy the view. 4 runs. But again, I would argue that they're the sorts of lengths he needs to bowl for the edges. If you're going to have 2 slips, any movement, you might get the edge. So, end of this, and 7 overs gone. Breakthrough for Terenure. And so far, Grover, 4 overs, 1 for 9. 9 for 1, whichever school of thought you're in. Sorry, make that 13. I'm a little bit behind with live score. So Cleary continuing. Nice full length. Just pushed back to mid-on from Lawson. So there's a definite field setting change for both bowlers. Cleary going for the more defensive, everyone are kind of around the bats, not real any attack. Apart from a short cover, short mid wickets, everyone's sort of on the ring except for deep square leg and third man. You'd suspect Terenure just hoping Cleary can give him a bit of control from one end. So back of a length and just out into the covers. No is the call. So we still got a fairly good breeze. Can't really see it with just the one camera at the moment. We can't see the flags or the trees on the screen, but definitely more of a swirling than from any given side today. But if there's predominantly, it seems to be coming from the nursery end across the pitch towards the St. John's Road, I would say the car park entrance, kind of at that angle. So straight in the face of the commentating team. That's better control and length from Cleary. And a watchful little push from Lawson, just into that little short extra cover. Terenure probably hoping for a little missed time on the grass pitch, the ball hold up, and maybe a little strong push from the batter just to pop up. Yeah, very full, very straight. Good bowling, kept out well. That's better over from Cleary. You'll be happy with that. That's his 4th over, and he seems to have found the control in line he was missing in his first 3. It's amazing how a wicket, even for the bowler at the other end, can G the team up and your partner bowler. So Grover has given his jumper to the umpire, so he's going to bowl a fifth. Stapleton going just at the 400 strike rate at the moment. Just the one ball faced. That glorious quick drive for 4. No change in the field setting from Terenure. And with that, it allows Stapleton just to push onto where a mid-on would be for an easy one. Call through well. But again, Grover has definitely changed his length, whether it's from himself or a suggestion from one of his teammates, just to bowl that little bit fuller. He's definitely, these last 3-4 deliveries, bowling a much fuller length. Or maybe he's listening and watching on YouTube. So this isn't the first match of the weekend between Pembroke and Terenure. Of course, last night, Pembroke minor girls, the under-13s, victorious in the cup against Terenure. Played here at Pembroke. Mighty, mighty win for them. So congrats to all that squad, management, coaches, parents. On bringing home the cup. Always great to win in your own club. There's nothing like it. The celebrations are just that bit more special. Again, full but nicely pushed away, just onto the legs. Gave Lawson knew just to need a little push, just bat on ball. Calls through for the third. Good throw, but manages to get back. So I would suggest anything on the legs. Stapleton Lawson will try to keep this scoreboard taking by just put a few little pushes here and there. There are some nice gaps on the leg with just the 2 players. One at the clubhouse bar door, deep backward, fine leg, and just about a silly mid-on as well. Very close. So acres of space on the leg side. Nothing crazy needed. Just show their 3 from just a push, bat on ball. Niall is back, so if we do need a replay, we could get one again. No replays? No replays today?
No.
No replays today, sorry. You'll have to do it yourself. You'll have to rewind and watch it yourself. Yeah. No, we won't. We again. It's all there for you to rewind on your mobile device, your smart TV, or your Sky Show. Yeah, Dermot, little nick behind. It was well bowled, full, got the bit of movement. Great catch from the wiki.
They bowled a bunch that were
Short,
there or thereabouts. Beating the edge.
Well, this one was though it was up there, so he couldn't. It was right up on middling off. Had a little dab at it. He got the little away movement, got the edge and through. Great take, because he'd squared the batsman up and the wicketkeeper was blindsided.
Shower and Fox Rock.
Oh, Shower.
But I don't know how long ago that was. Fox Rock. That's all right. That's
Okay. Yeah. We again onto the legs. Nice little push. It'll just be the single. Fielder coming in from deep square on the fielder in that short mid wicket position keeps it to 1.
Just felt a few
Oh, it's complete weather. It would be doing nothing but weather watch today. So I would suspect every different viewer out there will be seeing something different outside their window at the moment, weather-wise. It's just one of those mini ecosystem days. Another nice little gentle push for one. And again, yeah, also not happy with the side screen, and even from here you can see it needs a shift. And the movement behind the arm. That side screen damaged? Yeah, the far one. Just looks a bit off kilter. Oh, little inside edge. Otherwise, we would have had a big LB shout there, I think. It's always amazing sitting here in Niall's little tent with the amount of screens and information that are up. I can look to my left and see the weather map radar. I can see run predictions, snakes, graphs. The work he puts in behind the scenes, it's amazing. So, this should be the end of the 10th over. One ball to come. Just a little push again into the off for not run. So, you would say that's the end of the first mini battle of the day. The first 10 overs completed. I would say even Stevens at the moment. Pembroke 35 for 1. Happy with the 3.5 run rates. Steady start. Obviously, losing Diarmuid Tucker wasn't great. Terenure obviously happy with a breakthrough. Looks like they're going to persist with the opening bowler. This will be his 6th. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of spell they do give him. Maybe if they're thinking just this over, get it up to the end of the first power play at 12, and then start thinking about changing the bowling. You'll have to wait and see. There are more drops of rain starting. Yeah, this is going to be a heavy one. This is definitely rain coming. Looking to my right towards Railway Union and the sea, and it's a very dark cloud drifting. Also coming from the nursery end, another dark cloud. And with the wind swirling, it's hard to say where you're going to get hit from. But I'll give you another little listen to the. Oh yeah, Dougal will hear it. You'll hear it off Dougal, but you can definitely, it is picking up here. So anyway, a little push there from Stapleton for 1. Again, just watchful pushes here and there. There are plenty of gaps the way the field is set, so it's smart cricket. Keep the strike rotating, keep the board ticking. Yeah. There has been a small change to the Terenure field setting here. They brought 3 onto the leg side. They brought in a mid-wicket and brought in a mid-on just to try to stop that push shot. Yeah, it seems to be coming to. Oh, we're coming off. Yeah, bails are being removed by the umpire. There's going to be a definite break in play here. Just the 2 balls in the 10th over bowled for our first stoppage of the day. So we'll take a little break for the moment. Leaving you at 36 for 1. You'll have the picture on screen of nothing. Thanks. We'll just cover up. It's handy how Craig thought about setting that up. It's a good idea, just so it's a slip up and down.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Look, it is on. That is handy to do. One of those days, but having Dale as groundsman, you know we'll be here all night. It's funny how they came on for this one and not the last one. What's the difference? Yeah. Okay. See, this is the other thing. I'm thinking of the Phoenix setup. Phoenix have no. They're like they're.
Well, just to bring you up to date with things, 36 for 1 in this, the 11th over, 10.2 overs bowled. And then we've had the first of what I suspect will be many showers today.
Oh, it's the second shower. Just the first one we've come off for.
And as you can see, the cover's being removed at the moment. And we will be back to you with an update when we know anything. Why not? It's just talking. Nobody's bad. So the departing batsman was Dermot Tucker. Don't know how many he got. But he fell to a catch in the slips. That's what Nick's on. Theo's 2, Nick's 3. It's number 1. I'm not sure how many runs he scored. 36 for 1 anyway as the covers come off. Pembroke. Well, my co-commentator Graham Mooney was saying he thought it was even Stevens after 10 overs. Personally, I thought Pembroke was slightly ahead. Just 1 wicket lost, as we know. If you lose 3 wickets or more in a power play, then you're going to find yourselves in a lot of trouble later on. As it is, just the 1 wicket fell. Groundsman Dale McDonough. He with the umbrella, putting the stumps back in. And 1 solitary seagull getting out of the way. You can see the players have finished putting the covers off over to the side. It appears that no rain is falling at the moment. And that's letting Dale put the stumps back in. So we'll prepare ourselves here for the recommencement of play. And we'll be back to you with any updates. And especially if the umpires and the players come onto the field in just a few moments. Well, the players are heading back out to the middle. That was a short break. It was a short shower. And hopefully we'll get underway again now. We're still wondering if that makes any difference. Well, the one place, of course, it will make a difference is the ball travelling over the outfield now is going to pick up a lot of moisture. And we'll see how we go from there. It's a cool camera he has. Even when he does that with it, it still
it stays straight.
Stays steady.
It's like the stumble one. It can't fall. No, it
And
doesn't.
as he turns, you see it turns slowly too, until finally we're both on his screen. Now he's not connected up to the live with that, so we're okay. So as the rain drips off the gazebo, play will recommence. And Grover it is to continue from the St John's end. And is he going to find anything new after that shower? Well, this one just left on line. Goes through to the keeper. Despite the oohs and ahs from keeper and slips, Lawson was well away from that. Well, it hasn't been Theo's best year with the bat. He's done better than that in seasons gone by, that's for sure. 284 runs, 86 runs I think he has for the season now. We can check that stat, of course, on the Cricket Leinster website. This one he's tucked away, and he's going to take 2. Himself and Stapleton quite happy to take the 2. Well, the bowler just straying onto the batsman's thigh, really. And he just tucks it away finally, and that allowed him to get through for 2. Score moves on to 38. Things starting to settle down again now as we wait for the next shower, I suppose. Try and get some cricket in between. And Grover comes in. This time it's left on line. Theo Lawson has moved on to 14. And Stapleton, after that initial 4 off the first ball faced, has quietened down a bit now. Solid noise off the bat, but the fielder at mid-off collects the ball. No run, end of the over. That's 11 gone now, 38 on the board. Just those 2 runs that Tucker tucked off, Lawson tucked off his hip.
Yeah, I just got weather doing that I was going for anything else.
So 6 overs for Grover. And it looks like they're going with Cleary again from the nursery end. The SMC end. Still no sign of the new signs to go up. Not much left of the season, Steve. Steve McCarthy, SMC Print and Design. He's been threatening to put his new advertising up for the last month or so. Cleary bowls one, and that's nicely fielded in the covers. Appreciated by the man down here at third. Still a single to Stapleton. Gets him up to the non-striker's end. Rafe, have you been kicked out, have you? Lock him in there. Let's see, is that Jack Balburney home as well?
Yeah.
Jack and Harry?
Yeah.
My goodness, the Balburney household must be a very full household at the moment. New additions. All the boys back. Kind of strange still to feel that we've gone a season without a single Balburney in the first team. Lawson with a good solid forward defensive. Dot ball. We've actually got glorious sunshine on the ground now, plenty of shadows. And good morning to Simon Heaney. His bathroom window wide open. I suspect he's been peeking a little look outside. Won't be too long before he makes his appearance at Cyril's Way. And Cleary continuing. Another one just played beautifully out in the offside. This time, the fielder at point. Make sure that there's no single taken. .39 for 1 in this, the 12th over. Only the 2 bowlers used so far. Terenure only leaving their opening bowlers with 4 overs each for the rest of this innings. Have they overplayed their hand? Or are they hoping for another wicket or 2 whilst they're still there? But Stapleton and Lawson, they're playing circumspectly. And we have reached the end of the 12th over now. The score has moved on to 40 for 1. Stapleton has moved on to 8. Lawson on to 13. And Cleary, from his 6 overs, conceded just the 20 runs. But no wickets for him as yet. Well, there is a change of bowling now at the St John's End. Grover has finished his first spell. And here is the batting card we've seen so far. As you can see, Dear Mid Tucker out for 6, and he was caught in the slips. And Lawson and Stapleton, they remain at 15 and 8. And I don't think Joe Prendergast is next in, but we'll watch the rest of the order sort itself out when the live scorers work that one out too. For the bowling, as they're still setting the field here, we'll give you a quick look at the bowling. As you can see, well, just the 2 bowlers actually used so far. And Grover 1 for 20. He's the one who got rid of Tucker. And now Burvak Tugrel. It's the first bowling change we've seen today. Coming on at the St John's End, the way he's got his run-up suggests a medium pacer. His fingers, the way they're twirling the ball at the moment, suggest some sort of spinner. No, it's seam, and it's seam. He's going to be relying very much on a good line and length to keep the runs down here. And he'll be looking for the batsman to make mistakes that might possibly bring forth a wicket. How often we see a change of bowling does bring a change in wicket. Well, this one goes out through the point region. There is a fielder out there, boundary rider. He'll keep it down to a single as we hear the rut-tot-tot of a helicopter going overhead. Bit of air traffic today. Now Stapleton lets that one go on line. Not a lot happening there for him. This one played away behind square on the offside. The boundary rider will still get there, but he won't stop them picking up 2 easy runs. And this could be Terenure's Achilles heel. Could be the change bowling. They went with the openers for 6 overs each in the hope of knocking over the Pembroke top order. It wasn't to be, and the sun is shining. This time nearly fooling Stapleton. Cry of anguish from the bowler. And a single for the batsman as Lawson calls him through. 44 for 1. And again, beautiful sunshine returning to Sydney Parade on a Saturday. Trying to see how many words I can get beginning with S into the same sentence. Shiny Saturday in Sydney Parade with sunshine and showers. Another word we could use. However, it wouldn't describe that shot from Theo. Wouldn't use the word superb. That's the end of the over. That's 13 overs gone. The score has moved on to 44 for 1. And Pembroke, well, they're making a steady go of it now. First wicket fell at 25. The score has now moved on from there to 44. So these two slowly but surely starting to put a partnership back together.
Which one's Dougal?
The ones with the two coloured tape are ground mics.
Oh, excellent. So we're back up ground, Mike. Change of bowling?
Well, yes, both openers had 6 overs each. They didn't really get the breakthroughs that were being hoped for.
No.
And now the captain seems to be turning to youth.
This, well, he could be 27, but the height of him makes him look 13. You never know these
Basically
days.
gone on the height.
Yeah.
He looks like a young lad coming on to bowl.
Kelleher.
So, G. Kelleher.
Yeah. What age group would he be? 14 is what we're being told, ish. He's definitely under 15s. So great. I don't know if this is his debut or not, but great experience for him. Fortunately, bowling to a very experienced Nick Stapleton. He bit short and wide. Oh, we would have played against this guy, this youngster. I recognise him.
He's getting his opportunity in the first 11. I did mention earlier on that it might be a weakness of this Terenure Titans side, the change bowling, and they've gone to a second change to the 14-year-old Kelleher. Great for him. Great for him to be playing championship cricket.
Brilliant. He could have 20 years ahead of him.
He could indeed. However,
That's
his
a lot,
first
that's a
ball
lot.
has disappeared to the boundary for 4 runs to Stapleton. And his
it
second one
followed.
goes aerial over the ring, and
Yeah.
it's one bounce and then hits the top of the fence and another 4. Well,
I
it's
think
a chastening start to your first team career.
I still think that's poor captaincy more so than the bowler. Obviously, look, he's a young bowler. Nick is playing them. Stapleton's playing those shots on the width, but it's because he's had the freedom with nobody out there on the boundary. No
Yeah, well,
cover.
there's a fielder
Now.
out there now.
Now, it would have been nice for the captain maybe to give that cover to a youngster on his first couple of deliveries. Let's have a sweeper for your first over. See how you get on.
Well, nobody sweep. Oh, there is a sweeper.
Deep backward square.
Backward square.
And we've got third man on the boundary as well. So they're the 3 on the boundary. I would suspect with his pace, he doesn't need this third man. Again, wide.
This time, the fielder in the ring does a good job of, well, parrying it for a corner, you'd say in football parlance. But it means just a single to Stapleton, 9 off the first 3 balls. And suddenly Pembroke's score has gone past 50. Yeah, he needs to see it as well, though.
Sorry. I would. Better length, but again, it's width.
Giving the batsman plenty of width here. But
Would
he'll be
he-
pleased. He's got his first dot now.
Yeah, I'd be happy. At least he's bowling that length. The opening bowler, Grover, was certainly, apart from his wicket ball, was bowling too short. Not full enough for my liking.
Well, it was when he was pitching it up, he seemed to get the wicket then, giving the ball a chance to do something.
This is the danger of bowling most of your overs on the magic carpet. You can get used to getting that extra bounce off a bad length and troubling batsmen with it. This length now from this youngster, Fuller, much better length for me. Obviously, look, he's given the width in the first couple of deliveries, but you know who hasn't bowled a bad ball. But most important thing is he's pushing the ball up there. Again, nice length. For me, it's always a case of, especially with youngsters, I prefer if they bowl the ball fuller and are driven, rather than if it's a short ball, it gives the batsman the leg side, the offsides. It gives the batter more places to put the ball. Whereas at least if you're driving, you have a chance of setting the field and protecting them.
Well, you can protect to start with. Secondly, with a straighter, fuller length, you're bringing more dismissals into the possibility, into the mix.
Little overpitch that time, but again, it was good.
But again,
Straight.
rather overpitched than
Yes.
too short.
Yes. Take the leg side away.
Well, 10 off the over, and Kelleher chastening first over for him. But Pembroke will be delighted. They've moved on to 53 for 1, although the scoreboard has just flipped back to 44. I can assure you it is 53 for 1. Nick Stapleton has moved on to 20. Theo Lawson on 16.
For those of you watching the replay, we will get another 9 runs here.
And that's 14 overs gone.
Yeah, the scorers are maybe having a few technical difficulties today. Now we're back to 53 on live score. Sometimes they flick back and through, and it's 54.
Well,
When there's a small error in the over and live score, sometimes they have to go back and correct it. They may have missed it, and that's why they just went back into the over, corrected it, and that's why the update. That's the breakthrough that live score needs, where you can just select the actual delivery and change only that delivery. Nice full length.
And again, you get the feeling that this bowler relies on accuracy of delivery. Good line and length each time. He's not going to beat anybody for pace.
No, not at this level.
He may get 1 or 2 to cut off this surface.
He's with the short extra cover. He's looking for somebody maybe to just check a drive or miss time on and just pop one up there.
Well, it is Kelleher who's fielding in that short mid-wicket position. He's no cover behind him. It's a 6-3 field. Player down at long leg. Short mid-wicket, as we said, and mid-on. Those are the 3 fielders on the leg side. Down the offside, well, he has a slip in place. No third man. Short gullyish, really. And then
looking for a mishit shot here, really.
Short cover, extra cover, and a fielder out on the boundary who's trying to cover everywhere.
Yeah, and plenty of options get out of jail with a single options for the batters.
Well, that's all it needs. Just push it around at the moment. It's not the number of runs that matters at the moment, really. It's the number of wickets. As I say, so often you might not win a game in the first 15 overs, but you can do your best to lose it, that's for sure.
As Cork County are finding.
Yes, I heard that score you gave out earlier on.
It's very hard to fight back from that kind of start. I'll just check if they are. Well, a somewhat recovery from Cork County.
From 4 for 3?
Yes.
10 for 5 would be a recovery of sorts.
Well, they got into 30 odd for 4. 34 for 4. Yeah, the Cricket Leinster page is in my friend too.
Well, another over clicks by. Score has moved on 55 for 1.
Big shed across the road in Railway.
Well, we're hoping for better weather this weekend. Certainly the better weather in Malahide. The All-Ireland T20 finals are on this weekend.
Tomorrow, yes, 11 a.m.
CIYMS.
And the ladies' final starts at 11. Marion against Fox Lodge. The bookies that have Marion heavy favourites for that one.
I don't think the bookies be opening a book on that one.
Then who did I give that money to?
Oh. So Kelleher with his second over.
Again,
This one is short, but fine fielding in the gully by Grover. Super dive to his left, covered the ball. Oh, felt that in the kneecap, but a super stop and saved 4 runs there. Kelleher, again, he's just struggling a bit with the width that he's giving. Stapleton facing the young lad. On this occasion, he lets that one go by. Can I swap sides with you? Since then I can see this better. Keeper does well, just to stop that one going too far. A little bit of width on offer to Lawson on that occasion.
Oh, when the sun is out, it's beautiful.
Well, this one's played through the ring on the offside. The boundary rider will come in and fetch it. It will just be a single. One more to the total.
57.
Well, Pembroke putting in a steady start here now. The run rate slowly climbing.
I think this is smart from Pembroke. They probably are looking at the change bowlers, and we still need to see a fifth. And they're saying, well, we can definitely score here when we get our eye in.
We've had no idea how many bowlers the Titans have selected today. They might need 6 or 7 bowling by the end of the day, but they've been very brave. 14-year-old as their second change bowler, G. Kelleher. He's doing a fine job so far. Well, it's a lovely day down in Pembroke now, and it's not to say it will still be a lovely day in 6 minutes' time.
Short.
And again,
it's gonna be
there's both of them at the same end, and Lawson falls to a run out. Well, the miscommunication, fine fielding in the gully. We've seen him do some fine fielding earlier today, and this time it accounts for Theo Lawson. How did you see that, Graham?
Not trusting the call. Stapleton very anxious to get down the other end. He called a true strong call. It was a good piece of fielding, but there was obviously the yes/no killed him.
What I like there was Kelleher. He kept his head.
Yeah, he had a little fumble, but realised he still had time.
Plenty of time.
Didn't throw the ball at the stumps. Realised he had time to actually take the bails off. So many times you see people 2 yards away throw the ball at the stumps and miss.
Usually on the European Cricket Network.
Or in our games.
But on this occasion, he kept his head, he walked over to the stumps, knocked off the bails, and Lawson, all he could do was continue running past the stumps and back towards the dressing room, and his annus miserabilis continues.
Yeah.
He's not had the best of seasons with the bat. He's been the backbone of Pembroke's innings so many times this season.
It's just when you such high standards for so long, any blip looks bad. And anyone who's seen Theo bat will know it's a blip, because you don't top the run charts so many times without having the talents and the skills. So it's one of those funny ones. When Pembroke have got runs this year, he hasn't got into bats, and then the few times where
he's been up and down the order a bit as well, and I think that inconsistency hasn't helped him.
No.
But class is permanent.
Exactly.
Form is temporary. The new batsman coming in now will be facing his first ball, despite what you see on your screen.
Is Mr.
Danny Hogan. Danny will be taking the gloves later on when Pembroke are in the field. But at the moment, they need his bat.
Hopefully a sensible bat. Get himself in. It's definitely a pitch. You need to get yourself in. Have a look. There's a bit of movement, even with the sun out. The moisture's out there. But if you get yourself in here, you can make hay.
Well, the ground certainly doesn't seem to have been adversely affected by the showers we've had so far. I know the tide is out at the moment, which means the water table is probably a bit lower, a bit more room for a bit more water to fall.
The breeze does help the drying. But, well, obviously, Terenure delighted with that breakthrough from what you would say nothing.
Well, yes, they certainly didn't look like they were going to be taking a wicket with their bowling.
No.
But their fielding, well, it's done the job. Pembroke now 2 down, and you can see, changing the field here.
Very, very attacking field.
Well, 2 men on the offside, both very close, almost fielding in the same position. I suggest there's no room between the two of them.
No, they could almost hold hands.
Well, if not hold hands, they could certainly be diving into each other.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a bit more stagger there, really.
Well, I suspect it is this bowler does recognise that he's not going to beat the batsman for pace, so he's bowling full, hoping for a mishit drive.
That's what he's looking for.
Avoiding the drive.
Lifted over the 2 fielders we were discussing. They watched it go well over their heads. And Hogan will take the 3rd.
Was that a bump ball? That looked a bit bump ball to me.
Well, no replays today.
Yeah, it was bump ball. Well,
But
somebody else agrees with me, which
It
doesn't happen
shot it
often.
shot away into the open spaces behind those two fielders an extra. It was pulled up in front of the rope, which is why they just got the 3 for it. But a good
Change
shot.
in the
And
field for
with
Stapleton.
with Stapleton on strike, one of those fielders now has dropped back to the fence. Long on.
Which seems strange to me if he's inviting the drive to have the player out deep mid on.
It's just a run prevention exercise, really.
I would have him on the corner of the ring, really, on the offside. If you're going to keep it outside off,
Of course, this championship game between Pembroke and the Titans of Terenure, not the only sporting event on your radar today. Formula One Grand Prix has qualifying today in the Netherlands. I think the Aviva has Navy and Notre Dame playing.
yes, in that silly couple of warships in the bay.
Well, it is the Navy playing.
Well, I don't know if they were Irish. One was definitely Irish.
Thank you very much, Sean. You're the first person to bring me photos this year. I did get permission from John Crothers to use some of his action shots, so we'll have a few of those, I'm hoping. But no, I just want photos, Sean, you know. Last year we had a good load. We had the little tour down to Tralee,
Yeah,
the Oyster Oval.
I suppose just a few screen grabs off YouTube could be used.
Nah. Do you know how much hassle that is? You have to watch the whole game again, and every game again, and that's not happening.
Pay one of the youth members to do that.
Really hoping that Niall produces another fabulous video like he did last year.
Yeah.
That one's still available on the YouTube channel. Our 728 subscribers last time I looked. I must check that out, actually. Kelleher to continue from the nursery end. Short and wide.
Call the wide.
Hogan threw the bat at it.
Yeah. Again, this is another youngster who's learning the craft. And of course, he gets his extra bounce on the carpet. So, learning how to bowl in different locations, different days, different situations. It's a big curve. Better length. Well played.
Hogan plays it down to third man. Third man in from the boundary. Just keeps it to a single. But very sensibly played by Hogan.
I've never heard that before.
Oh,
Or very rarely. In the same sentence.
it's what Pembroke need at the moment.
Oh, very much so. This is an important partnership.
Came together with the score on 57 after a partnership of 32 between Stapleton and Lawson.
Another quick single taken. Very good from Stapleton.
Yes, the awards night is scheduled for the 9th of September, and if anyone has pictures they've taken during the year of Pembroke play or Pembroke at play,
Or if anyone has any awards they want to give.
and if you do hold
Donations.
any cups, we'd like those back too, please. Well, Hogan with a flashing
Whoa,
blade, he gets it
that's
through the
look-
fielder in the circle, and there's nobody behind him who's going to cut that off. 4 runs.
That looked pretty.
Hit down towards, well,
The bar.
Jack Balburney, Harry Balburney. They're enjoying the
And Andy.
products on offer at the bar. Father Andy with young Luke with him.
Yeah. All we need is Ashley to complete the full generational.
Bit of chirp in the field from the Terenure
They have
fielders.
Been, have been very quiet today. Haven't heard much from them. Like, we're into the 18th over and hasn't been much from them today.
It's good bowling from Kelleher. He's just keeping Hogan quiet at the moment, bowling a nice tight line to him.
But yeah, this, as I said, this is an important time for Pembroke. You'd want these guys to see you through to at least 30 overs, get through the drinks, get it to the 30th over. That's solid base.
Be interested to see when they do take drinks today.
Oh,
Well, Hogan has come across his stumps, tried to just guide it into the leg side. He's missed it. It's wrapped him on the legs. And that's a third wicket down for Pembroke with just 67 on the board. Just a partnership of 15 between those two. And he makes his way. And Stapleton is being left high and dry at the moment. Nobody quite sticking around with him. And Kelleher picks up his first wicket. Well, that's great news for the young lad. Not so good news for Pembroke as we get into the middle order.
The length really was good there. He pushed that right up. Got a, I would suspect a little bit of in swing, and yes, Hogan came across, but that length was very, very good.
Well, Hogan's stay is brief. And next out, I think, Fiacre Tucker. Fiacre, of course, captain of the 19 side that went on to All Ireland glory. That some people remember fondly, and other people just don't remember. It was a good weekend. So 67 for 3, and Terenure, they're going to be quite happy at this stage. If we just take a look as Fiacre comes in to take his guard, etc. We'll take a look at the Pembroke worm at the moment, and you can see, well, it's a little up and down, very little consistency there at the moment. And more importantly, those 3 dots showing the 3 wickets to have fallen. And a new partnership comes just as our director starts looking at the rain again.
Oh yes, I can hear it, and you can hear it on the canopy. Not good.
All we're waiting for.
Again, it's what the umpires want to do. They've stayed out for one share, come in for another.
Well, Kelleher finishes his over. Successful one for him. He now has 1 for 18 off his 3 overs. He's going at a run a ball, but he's picked up a wicket. And that's exactly what his captain wanted him to do. So, partnerships of 25, 17. No, it wasn't 17. It was 27.
There's steam coming out
And
of
then
his ears.
15.
Smoke is coming out of the ears here.
So,
Bats results yesterday at Dig.
it's trying to remember when the wickets fell, not the mathematics.
No,
of
he's
it.
fine with the maths. It's just when did they fall? No, I get you. I get you, Craig.
Here's another over then. Turkrell, he's continuing. He's going along at a nice pace for his captain, just 3 and over. He's taking out the slip now, bringing in that second player into short extra.
And we have a deep mid on, deep mid off. Unique setting, field setting. Oh, that
Fiacre
gets through
Tucker.
lovely from Stapleton. Squeezes that through the field. Fielder coming around doesn't have time to cut that off.
Just enough on that to reach the boundary. Stapleton moves on now to 27. Score moves on to 71 for 3. Well, Pembroke will feel that their strength today is on the bowling side, but they still need to put up a total they can defend.
Exactly. What would you say would that be? You want 200 plus, obviously.
Well, that would be
Ideally.
your first target anyway. 50 over game.
Cut away.
Oh,
That's going to be 4 more. 2 shorts from the bowler.
Short and offering a bit of width to Stapleton. He was on it very quickly, cut it away. The fielder in the gully, despairing dive, and once it beat him, nothing else was going to stop that until it reached the rope. 4 more runs onto the total. 75 for 3.
Great effort from Gully, but he was a bit too close for the pace that ball came off Stapleton's bat. He really got quick hands, powered it down into the turf, and it raced away. Oh, too full. Just be the one though.
There is a fielder down on the boundary.
So 9 from the first 3 deliveries of this over. So Tucker to face his second ball of the day. Nice, simple push back.
So I could ask you to go up to the bar and get me a plastic pint of orange squash with no ice.
Oh, chance.
Plastic pint of orange squash, no ice. Thank you very much. Just, yeah. In fact, there's Sean there now.
Chance there for Terenure, unfortunately put down. It was full onto Tucker's legs, flicked out, but the dive from Callagher, he couldn't quite hold on to it.
Well, Tucker approaching this with a very big flat bat at the moment. And that's 19 overs gone now. 19 overs gone, 76 for 3 on the board. And we'll just show you the batting card and Graham can take you through that.
So, wow, and we even have our partnership. So, Tucker, out for 6 off a watchful 23 from a great delivery from Grover. Lawson, unfortunately, run out for 17 with a bit of a mix-up. Stapleton still there, 32 from 27, moving nicely. Hogan, rapid fire, 8 from 7, 2 fours. And Tucker yet to trouble the scores.
Strange expression, because he's already troubled the scorers just by walking out there.
Well, only the one with a handwritten book. It's not too much bother when you're doing it electronically.
Well, Stapleton to face Kelleher now. Oh my word. The fielder in the ring, he went down to get his body behind it. It careered off him, and that fooled the fielder backing up and let them get through for the single.
So where would you put the game at the moment? 50-50?
Well, you would
Between
hope
bat and ball at the moment?
You'd hope that Pembroke would feel that they're on top, but with 3 wickets down in this, the 20th over, it's a bit closer than perhaps Pembroke would want it at the moment. Terenure just sort of, I'd almost say, hanging on to coattails. They're just hanging on to Pembroke at the moment. They're getting those wickets to fall just when they want to. And not letting Pembroke get a big partnership away, and that's what they need at the moment.
One big partnership could kill this for Terenure because, as you said, they've not being too disrespectful, but a weaker change bowling lineup than maybe they would like.
Well, they have,
or less experienced, and if Pembroke can get that partnership together, as you always point out, the last 15 hours could be big. Some big hitters to come in the Pembroke lineup who don't mind going with the long handle. People like Zach Mickelroyd, who of course got a 50 off.
You say that, but Zach, when he plays at home back in South Africa, he's an opener.
Yeah.
Didn't find that out until late into the season, but yes, he's
at winter nets. He certainly could play some lovely shots.
He's not.
But I'm just his 50 off about what was it, 20 deliveries in Malahide the other day.
Shows that he's getting to grips with Irish pitches anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's a full-blooded shot there. There'll be no run this time. Very similar to the Lawson situation.
We've got McDara Cosgrave fresh off his under-19 exploits with Ireland.
Yeah, they beat England under-19.
That doesn't happen often. That was a great result for them.
Again, Tucker just playing it out on the offside. Quite sensibly at the moment. He's just playing himself in. He's only faced 8 balls. He's not off the mark yet, but he won't be worried about that. That's the great thing about Fiacre.
Oh, yeah.
Very little
Unfazed,
upsets him.
Yeah. Well, it's the experience. You know, he's been there. He's definitely bought the T-shirt. So. It's okay. I'm her daddy. It's okay.
This time, Tucker does tuck it away off his legs. He'll just take the single. There's no need to take any more than that. That gets him off the mark. It gets Pembroke on 79 for 3. Yeah. It's just a habit.
No, I know. You're all right.
I know.
See you in a bit.
So that's the end of the 20 overs, 30 to go.
We're going to have a change of bowling.
And here we go now. We see our 5th bowler for the day. Kelleher having bowled 4.
Looks like it could be a bit of spin.
And Tuckrell comes off after 4.
Yeah,
Kind of strange that they bowled the openers for 6 each and then changed to the change bowlers after only 4. And it looks like we're going to have a bit of leg spin now with Seamus Lynch.
I would have thought they were probably hoping maybe to get a few more wickets from the openers.
Lynch, of course, Leinster Lightning player this season.
It's a good step up for him. There's a few leg spinners out there at the moment, fighting and vying for places
Well,
on representative teams.
Ben White certainly is the current leader for the Ireland side anyway. Gareth Delaney not far behind him.
With our own Gavin Hoey in the mix.
Gavin, of course, played a few games for Lightning this year. Sometimes his batting is an added straw.
Is Gavin playing today, actually?
He is.
Yeah, well, so there is a bit of a tale here today for Pembroke. Like you've McDarragh Cosgrave coming in at 7 today.
Well, the Pembroke order has received a few shake-ups over the last few games. First game they lost, which was the one with Phoenix. Well, Theo Lawson was coming in at 7. And batting at that stage with Nick Stapleton. It just seemed to be a strange batting order on that day. But change of personnel, of course.
Yes, we've had a lot during the year.
JJ Garth has gone abroad. And fair play to him.
Yeah, of course.
He did his work against Cork County in the...
One weekend.
Yeah. Scored 290 runs in one weekend. The unfortunate thing for JJ, of course, is that All Ireland runs don't count for the awards night.
I think. I still.
Do you know what? If you want to go and find the All Ireland stats and add them to the Leinster stats, then I wouldn't have as much a problem with it. But it is a lot of work. That one's going to reach the boundary. Big swipe from Fiacre Tucker over to Cow Corner. It was an agricultural shot, perhaps, but played with a bit of skill.
Through the line.
Yeah.
Through the line. He got down on one knee, got under it well.
Lifted it over the circle.
Knew exactly what he wants to. Oh, that's dirty looking.
It looks worse on your screen than it does up ahead.
Yeah, there's more. No, it does. There's more brightness here than on the screen.
But Niall doing his best to scare our audience into buying welly boots and sou'westers. As Lynch tosses that one up, really challenging Tucker. You hit me for a 4. Have another go there, pal.
The line was better that time. He drifted onto Tucker's legs the previous one, so Fiacre felt safe going down on one knee and just go. And with the field setting, going under the ball and giving it going aerial.
And now, just from a meteorological point of view, you can actually feel the temperature dropping and the wind starting to pick up, which is usually a sign that rain is driving the air towards us. The Pembroke flag flying full today. Not quite at the top of the mast, but I think that's more from putting it up rather than anybody passing away.
The wind really has been just switching direction all day.
It's almost like it doesn't know what to do. Climate change, eh? It's very real, that's for sure.
The earth is flat.
And that's cut away down towards third. The fielder is there and will pick it up and will keep it to a single. But nice release valve there for Stapleton. He's moved on to 35 now.
There was no moon landing.
Yeah, you and your conspiracy theories. I don't believe in religion because I believe in science.
Science isn't real. It's just a theory.
Kelleher with a good delivery, just wide enough for Tucker to leave it. But again, after that first over where he conceded 10 runs, he's bowled 20 balls since and only conceded 12. So he's really coming into his own now. Plus, he got Danny Hogan.
He found his line much better. He was given too much width in that first over or two. He's got a tighter line outside off, with a bit of movements to bring it back in.
And it's good work from Kelleher.
This may be his last over of his spell because of the age restriction. If he is under, well, I think under 15s can bowl 6. Depends on whether he's classed under 14 or under 15 on what his the spell length can be.
Well, the fielder just being pushed to the right of the camera.
For that cut shot. Or maybe he prefers his profile picture.
Well, there he is there, right in the middle of your screen, wandering back to his spot.
My left side is my best side, Mr. DeMille.
So out there at the moment, Pembroke have their professional, Nick Stapleton, and what a year he's been having. Of course, his best figures with the ball came against this very team, the Terenure Titans. He took 8 for 8. And in fact, there is a highlights video on our YouTube channel of that day. And the other one I like is the little package Niall put together for Mary Waldron's game.
Oh, that was very nice, yes.
Very nicely done. And great camera work, I thought, Niall.
Thank you for keeping me out of it as much as possible.
I was going to say, that's like camera work.
I liked it.
Gimbal turns into a cameraman.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a great toy.
Yeah, no,
The way you can hold it
keeps
down on the
straight,
ground.
I loved it.
Along the ground shots were quite good, I
Yeah.
thought.
So artsy.
I could almost work for French TV.
I was about to say though, it was very generous of you to call that. It was a nice day when Nick took 8 for 8. It wasn't much of a day. It was more like a early morning.
It was a quick lunch, so I can
Yes.
tell you that much for nothing. Anyway, another over gone. We're now 22 gone.
Yeah.
And the score has moved on to 86 for 3. Pembroke making steady progress. There's no sort of fireworks or anything yet. We won't expect to see those for another 10 overs or so.
4 and over.
But again, it depends very much on wickets falling. Lynch with his leg spin now will be looking to cause problems to Stapleton as he approaches. Well, he'll be looking to go big today, I suspect. And this one,
Especially when you run out to skipper. That'll be a nice chat afterwards. Always an easier chat if you win a game. You can joke more about it.
Then it can be. Sorry about that. And that's
all
all
right.
you need to say.
Yeah.
It's when you lose by 2 runs then.
Yes, then it's.
Well, that's a wrong one from Lynch, but well picked up by Tucker, and Tucker playing it wide, just down to mid-off. Thank you.
Oh,
Well, that one was clubbed away.
Only the one.
Well fielded on the edge of the circle. How are you today?
Good.
Excellent. Have you been practicing? Were you netting?
Yes,
Good. Top work. And your dad, is he any good as a bowler now? Not really. Nothing's changed there then. Do you know, in 80 years' time, he'll be able to show his grandchildren.
What do you mean I'm not a good bowler?
Well, we know he's not a good umpire. That was why, Johnny.
So, Lynch to continue now. Good long stride from Stapleton, keeps it out on the offside. The umpires exchange greetings, suggesting that there are just 2 balls left in the over.
Or they don't like each other.
This one's short,
Again.
cut away, but this time Golly can do enough to keep it just to a single and stop it running away to the gate again.
He saved at least 2 there. Yeah, Lynch will be unhappy with the length there. Anytime he seems to drop that bit short, gives the batsman time.
So what I was watching this morning, the World Championships of Badminton.
How did we get on?
I tell you, well, there's certainly no Irish at that.
Nice. Only one though.
Fielder out in the distance. Walks it back in for the end of the over. 91 for 3 off 23.
I do love a good cover drive, me.
Okay, here's a quiz question for you now. How much a week does the lowest, now having played a minimum of 20 Premier League games, how much does the worst paid player in the Premier League get per week? Having played at least 15 games in the Premier League.
Does that make a difference? Because
Well,
you
if
include bonuses.
if you're talking about one guy who goes out and plays 3 minutes in a Premier League game, he could be the academy, he could be a charity case.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so
Could
no,
be Graham
I'm talking
Souness
about
picking down in
I'm talking
Southampton.
about somebody 15 games.
Oh, okay.
You know, they've last year obviously
Right.
played in
Drifted onto leg down.
about a third of a season.
Yeah, okay. So
So they have to be somewhat an established player.
I'm guessing it's probably somewhere in around the 60 grand mark. Ah, come on, Luton Town are not paying somebody.
No, way lower.
Oh, lower. Oh, okay, I'm gone too high there. Okay.
A week?
60 a week.
I think that's still
Too high, is it?
the spectrum.
Okay.
What do you out there think? Anyone care to text in to me
You're going 10.
on 086 156 4442? Any of the 23 or 21 of you watching
All
might
costs
send in an answer. When I see an answer appear on the live
Niall
chat
15. Charges may vary depending on your
mobile provider.
provider.
I'll tell you what, rather than waiting for an answer or people trying to text in, the lowest paid player,
Yeah.
having played at least 15 games,
Yeah. I was way off, was I?
yeah,
Okay.
367. No, 385
Pounds.
pounds
He's obviously a trainee. No, a week.
a week.
300
385 pounds a week.
a week. Academy player, but he's playing lots of games. He hasn't signed his full contract.
The guy who is the 10th worst paid is on about 1,500. So there are a number of players out there. Most of them seem to play for the same club.
Right, I'm going to guess.
Bournemouth.
Okay, I would have guessed Luton, but
Yeah, it's got to be one of those two.
Yeah.
But there's some people, everyone assumes that if you're playing Premier League football, you
It
never
just-
have 60,000 a week.
It just shows you how bad their union is, because I'll always remember, and this goes back a long time, hearing a stat about American baseball. And considering how many players are on a squad in a team, and the team,
Full toss is pushed away on the offside, but well fielded, no single even attempted. And Kelleher gets away with that.
so how many players are in the major? And granted, there's people that go up and down to the minors, blah, blah, but anyway, the worst paid player, on the worst team, the basement team, was getting $1 million contract per year.
Yep. Well, not the same in the Premier League, that much I can tell you. Kelleher trying to cut that one back into the right-hander. You could see it coming out of his hand. On this occasion, Tucker played it with no difficulty at all. Through the ring on the offside. Takes the single. End of the over. The score has now moved on to 94 for 3. And Kelleher, he's 1 for 25 off his 6 overs. And I tell you, at 14 years old, I certainly wouldn't have been playing first-team cricket, let alone in the Championship.
Well, I was playing first team, but it definitely wasn't the championship. Because it wasn't a senior club, so...
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Back in the days when there's such things as senior clubs.
But I would suspect that's the end of his spell, given his age. So Terenure will have to bring somebody on at the far end, and Kelleher will have to wait 6 overs to bowl again from that end.
Lynch continuing now from the St John's end. really do feel that we should name one of the ends the CJK end, just because of the magnificent sponsorship they do provide the club with. I was at the financial meeting a couple of weeks ago and saw that figure and thought to myself, thank you very much. We really need to give them a bit more coverage on the stream, CJK, for all your engineering needs.
Will you be my friend? Oh, nicely driven. But that's the other thing about cricket, though. Now you're saying we should name an end. Why can't we name a side? Because we have 4 sides to the ground.
And there we go. Look at how our director picks up on our commentary straight away.
But
CJK.
We talk about the ends, we never the sides.
Well, it's the railway side and the wall.
Yeah, well, you can't change the wall.
And you can't change, and the railway line's there, so you can't really change that.
But you've got nursery and you've St. John's. Some people say Wilford, you know.
Some people are wrong.
Yeah. Well, obviously, Craig, they disagree with you. We know they're wrong. That's SOP. But
I like the fact the ends are the same as Lord's.
Yeah, no, that is that's a funny.
And when I found out that there used to be a food nursery, plant nursery up that end.
Well, full toss.
Well, there we go. Stapleton's not going to miss out on that. While we're chatting, he's just going about his work. That takes him into the 40s. He's gone to 42.
Meat and drink.
Nice shot.
Oh, look, at this level, you can't bowl that. That's always going to be a 4.
Well, James isn't with us today. He's away on holiday. And if you are listening, James, very happy holidays to you. So I'll just say gig, because it's 99 for 3. Pembroke just on the verge now of 3 figures. Seamus Lynch leaving that one up in the air for Stapleton to deal with quite emphatically. Yes, indeed. The moving slightly sideways from our sponsors. The awards night is on the 9th of September in the club, by which stage we all here at PCC, IPTV, LTD, PLC,
A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
DMM,
X, Y, Z.
We'll all be hoping that Pembroke have taken a massive step to going back to the Premier League, and it looks like drinks are being taken.
25 overs.
25 overs. Well, on today, I don't know if they're going to be getting orange juice or a bowl of soup. It's just hard to predict which it is. The weather hasn't been consistent at all. We've had a few showers. We have that lovely, big, black, ugly sky. In fact, would they not defer drinks for 2 overs and then go and take them with the shower?
Considering they were all full already, I didn't think they were going to take drinks at 25.
Well, hopefully the umpires are on the ball and go, lads, 3 minutes, let's get back out there. Like this 7-8 minute drinks breaks, they're getting longer and longer.
You can actually see that. Well, I go the other way, Graham. I contend, and I have a way of measuring how long the drinks break is. And
I used to do
drink breaks are getting an awful lot shorter.
No, they're not.
They are.
Oh no,
God, they are.
Yes, for the certain few who do partake in a habit, you want your drinks.
Can we just clarify nicotine?
Nicotine, yes, nicotine.
I go off and I have a cigarette, and many times in the past you were well able to finish a cigarette and make use of the facilities.
Yes.
Before
Sometimes
drinks were over.
Depending on where you were, you do both.
Now you can't finish a cigarette and even wet yourself in the time that the umpires give you.
From this end, just get into the facilities.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. If you in certain grounds, if you're to use actual facilities, well, I need 15 minutes to walk there.
We used to use the drinks break to just run.
Yes.
And we'd all be fine. Now it's so far away, you actually have to physically take a break.
Well, like the other thing is the joys of playing junior cricket. You used to be able to partake while umpiring. If you had the right bowler and you were at square leg, you could fit one in.
99 for 3 then at Drinks Pembroke are, and it's the 3 wickets down that would be most concerning for Pembroke. That and the fact that Danny Hogan has now taken off his shirt.
To bring that up, I was kind of summer is here. Danny's topless.
You can tell that there's a bit of temperature. Perhaps Niall, you might just show us Danny Hogan there.
No, don't warn our viewers. You can see enough of it.
There we go. There he is.
Oh, but then again, it's hard to. It is hard to see him against the white background because he is the palest man alive for the amount of time he keeps his top off.
Well, for a man who spends so much time, as you say, showing his skin to the sun,
It
It
is
seems to reflect more than it takes in, shall we
Yeah.
say. Well, this is quite a long drinks break.
very long one.
I might have almost made the facilities by now, if I needed them. So, who will be the happier? At the start, we were talking about, 300,
Pembroke.
and
You've stayed.
they've sort of reached 100 here, and you think, will they double it and double it again in 25 overs?
I wouldn't. I would say 240, 250 is what they're looking at.
Well,
Given,
I,
but
I think I'd go higher than that, Graham. I'm going to go 270.
it's just because you know yourself. When a wicket falls, depending on which wicket falls, it can slow it down for a couple of overs.
Of course, the person who got it exactly right last time isn't with us today. She's off having her lunch up in Fox Rock.
I made my guess at the two of them go like 2 runs either side.
No. In
The
fairness,
price is right way. That's how to do it.
Niall went with
As they did about
Niall.
5 overs later.
Niall sort of went about 250, and I didn't say anything for about 4 overs. And then I said to Amanda, "What do you think?" She goes, 253, and I went, "Okay, 248." And he was so close to being right, but it turned out that Amanda was exactly right. The batsmen are returning to the middle now. The clouds are still, well, are
It's
they
the breeze
approaching?
is down. The
Do you
breeze
know?
is down.
Do you know
yeah.
that they're actually almost heading off towards?
The Aviva.
No, the Aviva's over
Well,
there.
no, but they're like
They're
it's
going from the
circling.
Aviva, I'd say, over towards Milltown, Churchtown area. I think if Gordy's here, he might get away with it, but if he's at home,
Yeah,
he might get rained on.
but no, I'd still think 230, 240. They're going at 4 and over, but a couple of wickets could change it.
And Niall, what about you? Have you a number for us today? You going for 250 again? You'll be right one day.
Wait, what did you two
He's
say?
gone 240.
I'm saying okay, I'll go. I'll pin 245 colours to the mast.
245. It's been creeping up every time he says it. He started at
Actually,
230.
240,
He's managed to outbid
Two-
himself. 245 he's
Yeah.
gone for, and I've gone for 270.
Yes.
So there's a big enough gap that you can't cover both of us.
The wheels are churning.
How many are they going to score in 25 overs? 6 and over is 150.
Although I suppose the change bowlers are going to. We have another change bowler.
6 bowler for the day.
So this. Look.
And ooh,
I know. It's just. I'm teetering because of the set batsman. If Stapleton moves to 70, 80, it could go anywhere.
300.
oh, Niall's gone very big. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
We'd all love to see it.
Yeah.
So
well,
let's lock that in then. Niall says 300, Craig says 270, and Graham says
pessimistic 245.
you're sticking with 245.
I'll stick with 245.
You can
I-
come up, you
look-
can come up a little bit if you want. Now.
No,
you can
I'll
have
stick-
250.
No, I'll stick with 245. Look, obviously, if Stapleton gets sets and gets to 70, 80, that score is going there to Niles. Because there are some big hitters to come. We are going to see at least 6 bowlers today, but I just think.
And
it's a
that's
slow
why
enough
I'm
pitch.
wrong.
That's why I will be wrong, hopefully. Hopefully I am wrong.
Takes a guess and then spends 5 minutes explaining
Yeah,
why
I'm
he's wrong.
I hope
But
I'm
you
wrong.
could also be right. You've got the
hoping.
lowest score.
I hope I'm wrong.
Johnny
Well, the
Bell
one- the
has
one-
taken up a very sedate-looking place up in the Cons Nook. He's sat down there on the Con O'Rourke bench, I believe. The Lawson bench is on the right.
Yeah.
He's gone big, he's gone straight.
that's
It's the
nice.
first
Out of the ground.
maximum of the day, and Stapleton with a statement of intent once we come back. Fiacre Tucker with a statement of intent. He's put it into the bush next to the O'Rourke's door. That's Charlie's bush, that is. That's the one Charlie cut last
okay.
spring, and my goodness,
It's a fine bush.
he took that bush back to the absolute bare minimum, I can tell you.
Oh, it's certainly grown and
It's
it's full.
blossomed.
It's full.
It's blossomed. I'll
Yeah.
tell you what has happened now, of course. All the yellow flowers have gone.
Yeah.
They've gone, and somebody should really come down here and cut those bushes again before they get.
Yeah,
I mean, they
'cause
look like something out of the 60s
I
now.
would have said the 70s.
Or one of those graphics they do on the news for coronavirus, where they take it. This is what the virus looks like.
And how it spreads.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all those spiky bits coming out the top just make it very, very virusy. So, Pembroke have, in the meantime, with that 6, crossed the 3-figure mark. They've moved on to 105 for 3.
The
Nick
Rubicon.
Stapleton has moved on to 42. And Fiacre Tucker, he's on 17. Do you have this match handy? Just when did the last wicket fall? I think it was 67, but I would just like to check. Fiacre Tucker, well, he's faced 32 balls for his 17, but one feels now that they've got through the drinks break. Lisa. Zach's mum.
Ah, welcome, Lisa. So the last wicket fell at 67.
Well, Lisa, I can tell you that we're missing you here too. I'm sorry I didn't actually speak to you last Saturday. I didn't realise you were here. You never came over and said hello.
Ah, that's a pity.
Next time. Next summer, perhaps. Lynch continues with his leg spin. This one again turned into a full toss, driven down the ground. They pick up one quickly. You can see that they had a chat of drinks.
They're looking.
And they've decided that, well, we can now take them on.
Yes.
And I think they're right. They did come together with the score on 67. They've now taken it up to 107.
40 partnership.
And that's just what Pembroke needed, was a good partnership. Now, if they could stay together for 10, 15 overs,
as I said,
who knows what will happen.
If Stapleton gets to 70 or 80, anything's possible, because it'll free up the...
And don't forget Zach Micklewright to come.
Look, listen, superstar.
After his 50, and he's taken his 5-4 as well.
I didn't even know she was listening, and I picked them up. So that, you know, now I'll have to even
He'll be out later on, of course. At the moment, it's Tucker.
Oh, that's going to race. That's going to run away.
He might pick it up in front of the rope.
Is he? Oh.
And he does.
No,
and he keeps it to 2, and that's a nice shot from Tucker. Oh. Nice return. You can see why Stapleton turned down the extra run. And that big black cloud is just sliding.
Yes, it's going
it's
around
going. It's sort of over the RDS.
There's a little tail, though.
Oh, that might just... The wagging tail might just catch us.
We've got the cat of 9 tails behind that cloud.
Just check that I haven't missed any text messages saying pick me up.
Before you go.
Okay, we have some more guesses in.
Right.
At least I think they're guessing the innings total, not the lowest paid, because obviously Forest would have had quite a few low paid players.
Maybe they're going on.
Looking for 2. Stapleton takes the first one quickly, but they, after some consideration, they leave it there.
Are they doing our joint IQ?
And we don't have pen and paper today. I didn't bring my notes with me. 243, says Gordy.
Ooh, okay, so just below me.
Ethan says 275, which is just 5 ahead of me. Thanks, Ethan. And Eli says 256.
Okay.
So we have 3 good guesses in there. Hey, Theo, I apologise profusely. It did have a year on it. Yeah, I wish we could do that.
Think of the joy of winning it again.
I don't think so this year.
You could,
As in the next time round.
we've just received a cup back. Niall will show you on screen in a second.
Needs a polish.
Well, this is a full toss.
But
He's got underneath it, and it does have enough to get over the man. It came off the top edge of the bat.
I was worried for a second there. That definitely came off the top third of the bat. It was definitely there to be hit. Stapleton lashed on quickly, but that came off the top third. So that brings him to 49. It's been signaled 4 and 6. Oh, no, I think they're requesting the no ball. It should be it wasn't called no ball, strangely.
No, it was dipping, and he had taken a step out towards it, and I feel it was dipping enough. And
I think that's what the umpire said to him.
Here we go. This is the trophy that's an offer for Player of the Year. Theo.
Batter? Is that the batsman?
What is it says on it?
Pembroke.
Player of the Year.
Okay. See, I didn't recognise that for some reason.
And, well... Certainly not a cup I've ever won, because last year was its debut year, and unfortunately the engraver put the year on it.
By the way, so unfortunately, but
Theo won it and thought that he got to keep it.
It was in memorial. But it says player of the year. It doesn't say anything about being the best. Doesn't say anything about being the the most runs, the most wickets, the
Well,
best, most catch. Right? It just says player of the year. It doesn't say anything about being the best. So I have hope in my head.
well, you can keep it there.
So, ended the
So
over.
I'm sure myself and Amanda will be out with the old Brasso before too long. Oh, I know. Somebody's been
groggy.
drinking out of it and all sorts.
Grotty.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a 1-year-old cup, really, does it?
No, Theo's done a good job on making it look like an 80-year-old cup.
That's,
Well, to be fair, it's got a baby in the house now.
Yeah. And I bet you the baby's been sat in it as well. I have a picture of my first
or maybe
sat in the
Paul.
spud.
Maybe Paul.
I don't think Paul would fit.
Barney?
Yeah, Barney might squeeze in there with the bit of help. You'd probably be up in trouble.
Now
with
remember, if you
RSPCA.
do want to get in touch with us, the live chat is open on YouTube. And you can also text me here. @CraigPCC is my Twitter handle. You want to include me in anything there? Where are you watching the game from? Do let us know.
Who are you supporting? We try to keep this as neutral as possible. I try. I'm doing my best.
As
I
Graham
have
sits
been
here
warned.
in his cheerleader's outfit with pom-poms.
That's only for you, Craig. That was by special request.
Well, this one was slightly down the leg side. Fiacre Tucker very quickly got a fine edge onto it and just played it down to the long leg for a single.
Funny enough, Niall isn't turning the camera to show my outfit for some reason.
Well, because
No.
because our viewers now have a picture in their mind of Graham in a short pleated skirt, long socks, and it's not a pretty picture.
I've got the 2 ponytails.
Well, I'm sure you keep them in a box or something. And that's Nick Stapleton reaching his half century. You can hear his teammates' applause in the background.
Just the 43 deliveries to get there.
And it's a fine, fine. Uh-oh. There we go.
Oh, that's wide. Yeah.
Nick Stapleton there. Well, 6 4s and 1 6. And he's got there quite quickly.
Yeah.
He's been helped by, he's the only
Not
one
bad
to hit
numbers.
maximums.
Yeah. Well, no. Sorry, Fiacre got a 6.
And that's Stapleton on to 50.
We've had the 2 6s in this match so far. One from Fiacre and one from Nick. Oh, sorry. Oh, up to 30.
oh, it was the comment.
Oh, JS, please do let us know who you are. My daughter is in County Coogee.
Oh. I
County
love
Coogee, of course, is where
yes.
Randy Peets play.
Yep. Nick is.
He's certainly picking up the pace now, isn't he?
Yeah.
He was
One
in
of-
the 40s for a little while.
One of my favourite walks when I was in Sydney, Bondi to Coogee, when I lived in Bondi Beach.
Mine was from the top of the hill in Coogee to the bottom of the hill where the coffee shop was.
Oh, I lived just up
That was
from
a
the
f-
hotel in Bondi.
That was a fine. Well,
The Bondi Hotel just up that road.
that's
for
a
about
nice shot punched up to long on. It will just be a single.
Three months lived there for travelling around. Yes. I won't say how much fun it was. My daughter's standing nearby.
Yeah. Stories of his youth.
Don't worry, it was.
He's
with
quite
your-
happy to tell everybody on air, but he doesn't want to tell you, sort of.
But it was with your mother, so it's all right.
A little too deep into the family history there. Right, there seems to be a bit of a discussion going on. Two batsmen in the middle of the pitch, and then captains and experienced players having a chat.
Yeah.
And I think they're asking somebody to come on and bowl now.
Yep.
Well,
Thanks,
it
Skip,
hasn't
for the
given him.
warm-up.
Yeah, thanks for the warm up. Thanks for the warning.
It's going to be Grover, the opening bowler.
Well, I think that's a right decision as well. He might only have 4 overs left, but they need to break this partnership,
Oh,
and
they need
they
to try
can't.
something.
They can't let this just meander on till the 30th over.
My only problem with it would be is because he hasn't had a warm up. In his early spell, he was bowling the ball a bit too short. His success came when he bowled full, and that's what brought the wickets. And that's Terrier's biggest trouble. They haven't bowled too many wicket-taking balls today. We're in the, this is the 29th over, and I counted on one hand how many really threatening wicket-taking balls they've bowled. So on Terrier's side, they'd hope Grover can get in the groove very quickly here, get his lengths right. They have backed him and brought in that slip straight away, which is good to see because he was getting that away swing.
And how do you approach it from Pembroke point of view? You're facing, they're bringing back their opening bowler.
Attack.
Do you go after him, attack, and perhaps lose the wicket? Or do you just take it handy and just see him off? Every ball he bowls now is one less that we see in the 40 to 50 overs.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's Nick's going to have. I think Nick will do both. I think he's
certainly if he bowls anything loose, Nick will be onto it.
He'll be onto it. He'll be watchful. Nick will wait for the bat ball. And this is what I mean. That's a good start.
Graham set up for commentators' curse of the year.
I do that
this
all
is
the
be
time.
one wheel.
I've been crying a lot today.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe in jinxes. So anyway.
But you believe in
nothing.
Conspiracy
I believe
theories.
in love. I believe in love. Oh, good call.
That's the biggest conspiracy theory of all, isn't it? Right. Stapleton takes a single, and that's how I think they'll play it. They won't look for the big shots that they may have done off the change bowling, but with this guy, I think they will be eager to take singles.
Yeah, rotate the
run
strike.
it down to third. There is only one slip in place. Where was Diarmid Tucker caught? Was it first slip, second slip?
Wicket keeper diving, one-handed catch.
Okay.
It was a brilliant take.
Oh, that's gone through. Did you hear something? I thought I heard something. I thought I heard something there.
I'm going to say bat on pad.
Well,
there was a little noise.
It did sound more like a nick than anything else.
Yeah, they weren't that excited.
I like that bit in Bull Durham, actually, where they have the radio commentators.
Yes,
and it's got the two pieces of wood. And it's a hit.
and for anyone out there, if you haven't seen the movie, you must watch it.
It's a super movie.
It's a brilliant movie. You want a rain day? I'll get you a rain day.
Luke Nanouche.
Yes. But very similar feel to his first spell. Not like nobody deep on the leg side apart from
they have
backward square.
In fairness, they have sort of brought in an attacking field as well.
On
They
the
really
offside.
are in search of this wicket.
No sweepers on the offside.
And Fiacre Tucker doing exactly the right thing, keeping out the good balls, waiting for the bad one.
If I was the skipper, I'd give him 2 overs max though.
Well, he does only have 3 left after this one.
Yeah, I'd give him maybe 2 overs, pull him maybe 2 more in a while. If they need another chance of a breakthrough, if some wickets fall. There's the Balburnies walking by in the background.
This one a bit fuller. Tucker plays it out.
Oh,
it's gone through the hands and
3
therefore
now.
the legs of the fielder who was at mid-on is now at long-on, fetching his mistake, and it's cost Terenure 2 runs, which in the overall context of the game might not be that much, but it's more the attitude, more the thought about it. Rain obviously on its way. Niall is standing out there like he's praying to God in the 1960s Anglican church. There'll be somebody along with a acoustic guitar later on to lead us through Kumbaya. It's always Kumbaya, isn't it? So 131 for 3 after 29 overs gone. And having brought the opener back for an over, Terenure would be disappointed he didn't manage to pick up a wicket.
Again, you would say, 1 out of the 6 was a wicket-taking chance. So at this stage, it'll be hard for him to build pressure with so few overs remaining with set batsmen. Oh yeah, but for me, it was too much time for the batsman to remove the bat away. It was too short. Like that, he got Tucker with a full delivery. Yeah.
He got about half a dozen past the edge.
We'll argue.
And we thought one of those actually took the edge. But there was no appealing going on out in the middle,
No,
even though we
no.
thought that we may have heard something. And I can't believe that we have better hearing than
The wicket
young people.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot
No,
went
no,
to the
it-
wicket keeper in the first ball, but again, I would just say too many were
But-
easy to leave.
But again, it was
Oh,
you
well played.
could leave it through there.
Yeah.
It wasn't that it was beating the bat, it was just being left because it was wide enough, I think is what Graham's trying to get at.
Oh, rain on the canopy. I can hear it now. That was a nice little touch from Tucker just to run it down for the single.
Bit of blue skies. Oh, yeah, sorry. There are a bit of blue skies ahead of us, but I do feel that the black one just off to our right
Curving.
could result in a very quick sealing up of the gazebo.
Somebody run over to railway. I'm sure it's raining.
Nobody runs to railway, surely.
From?
Well, played out to square leg. They take the single. And it's over from Vaughan. It's his third. And they're
run the ball.
just 2 off this over so far. 1 ball remaining in it. Oh, the threat of rain is such that the camera...
Bowler convinced. Wicket keeper not, but more importantly, umpire not.
And in fact, the bowler has apologised to the wicketkeeper
Yes.
for the appeal.
Or
He's also given out to him for not going up.
Well, I thought he was joking. Why didn't you go up there?
So they get through that over. 133 for 3. The run rate at the moment, fairly sedate, 4.43. And
Building slowly.
they are going to continue with Grover, the opener, for his 8th over. And that will leave him with only 2 left, even though there are 20 overs to go.
Although
This
in a
could
way,
be,
actually,
could be a T20 now.
with rain threatening, I suppose they won't reduce overs in the first innings.
Yes,
Could
they
they?
will.
They might.
Yes, they
So
will.
so that's not a bad thing then to get through as 10 overs. You don't know, because if they reduce the overs allowed to be bowled, cut beautifully. That's running way.
Wow, good effort from the fielder. It's gone for 4. There's no doubt about that. Stapleton moves into the 60s.
Batsman stopped.
Super shot, but
Too short, too wide.
well, you might say that, but the fielder there at cover point, he wasn't that far away from it.
Well,
Another day, another millimetres difference coming off the bat. It could have got to him.
be a top-notch catch.
No, you let us know if you want us to seal up the gazebo. But at the moment, we're just going to let this cloud hopefully scoot past.
He's getting a little heavier. Fuller, just a little in swing.
Well, played straight back at the bowler.
But again, for me, Grover would be if he just maintained that length, he'd be so much more dangerous because he gets movement with the ball.
I don't know how much movement he's going to get at this stage. 30 overs gone. This is the 31st. 137 is the score. And it's great to hear that we have viewers out as far away as County Coogee in Sydney, Australia.
What time is it?
And Lisa,
Midnight?
of course, down in Cape Town. Just pull that over a bit.
Twenty past 11 at night.
Well,
Hope
but
it's not past your bedtime.
just back from the pub, no doubt, and hopefully enjoying
Or before going out.
This-
Being a Saturday.
sunshine in Pembroke. Sunshine mixed up with rain at the moment. Niall just
Similar to Sydney weather.
it's nothing like Sydney weather.
I remember the
Not
depths of their winter.
That's a good ball. Stapleton doing well to keep it out. And after that 4 off the first ball, we've seen 4 dots. As Grover hopes to finish his over. You can definitely feel the temperature dropping with that big black cloud over the top of us now. Luckily, it's not chucking down an awful lot of its rain.
Spitting is definitely the term I'd use. Oh, edge! Oh, got through the wicket though.
Well,
The sticking
Stapleton just seemed to place his bat there. The ball took the edge and it flew away and the keeper couldn't get down to it. I think it bounced in front of him in fairness. But he looks disappointed from his body language. And that could have been a chance. And Terenure,
A 4.
will they rue that? 4 runs onto the board. It will take Stapleton up to 66 and Pembroke up to 141 for 3. And 31 overs have now gone.
That's definitely the wicket that Terenure are desperate for.
That's why they brought him back.
Yeah, and almost the captain's a genius.
Well, most captains are
Yeah,
in their own heads.
never in the teams. Even when you win, you've done something wrong. I know we won the game, Skip, but if you batted me higher,
You can't.
if you're giving me more overs to bowl, yeah, but we won the game.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite of you can't keep all the people happy all the time,
Yeah, drifting down.
but you sure as hell can keep a lot of people unhappy at the same time. Fiacre Tucker has played a fine part in this partnership. They came together with a score on 67, and that means that they've now put on
75. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 60.
75. 33.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
33 plus that.
It is 30 years since I did the lead.
Well, and there you were slagging me off earlier.
No, excuse me, I was the one supporting it.
Yeah, you were. It was your daughter that was slagging me off.
And Noah. So,
He can slag me off anyway.
yeah. I sticking up for you here now. Come on. I was being I'm trying to be more Ted Lasso.
It's a super series. Absolutely super series.
I haven't yet to watch an episode. I'm waiting until September and the cricket season is over so I can watch more Apple TV. Because I have 6 months free coming to me through Sky, so I'm going to wait till I actually can sit down and spend my home. Since I spend 6 days a week here at the club. But from the clips I've seen, played away. Pick up the 2 nicely though. From the clips I've seen though, it does look fun.
One of the coaches
He's
has an allergy to cheap metal,
Yeah.
and so he just stands there and goes, "Whistle, whistle," and they all stop doing what they're doing. It really is a super program, and I think I can only speak personally now, but it's left me wanting to be a kinder person.
That's why I need to watch it then.
Yeah, just. I mean, we've all had a laugh at Americans during the years, especially recent ones with Donald. Shot,
Open over.
absolutely over the top, looking for Johnny Bell, and Johnny Bell has got it, and
well
a good
fielded.
throw.
Oh, what a throw from Johnny. He managed to get that whole 3 feet to the fielder.
Well,
Just the 4 though.
nice shot, brings up 150 for Pembroke, and since drinks, which were just a mere 7 overs ago, including this one, Pembroke have moved the score on by 51 and now 52. Or is it? No, 51.
Yeah.
So the partnership moves on to 83. The score moves on to 150 for 3. Fiacre Tucker has moved on to 32. And Nick Stapleton, good afternoon, James Cresswell is on 69.
I did say if he was there in the 70s and 80s.
Well, he's there
Yeah.
in the 60s at the moment.
Just pushing there, but that was always going to be the good sign. If he was there in the 70s and 80s, the base will be set for Pembroke to attack in those last 15 overs. And we're coming up to 3 overs to change of bowling. So we're going back to bowler 3.
Well,
The other wicket taker.
I don't think he could bowl out his number 1 bowler. You've got to keep something there for the end.
Although, yeah, yes and no. When batters are in and they're going in the last 5 overs, it nearly doesn't matter what you bowl or how good the bowler is. Sometimes they're just gonna take you apart. That's why I've never believed keeping your your best bowler to the last over. Try and build that at least the second last over.
Well, single taken out to the offside boundary as Turk Rowell comes back. His first 4 overs cost 18 runs. And now he's going to be...
They're going to look for a bit of control from him.
Yeah, that's what they need. Pembroke just on the edge of wanting to cut loose, one feels.
There we go.
There we
All
are.
down.
On this occasion, Tucker finding the fielder and not quite finding the middle of the bat.
No.
Looking off to the right again, Niall.
That's definitely a fuller cloud. It's the widths of the sky. Oh,
This one played in the air. It goes towards the fielder.
Got under him. No catch. The fielder isn't claiming the catch. Well done, sir. Well played, well fielded, and good cricket there.
Well,
He knew he didn't. No, but obviously he knew he didn't.
I mean, we don't have replays
No.
today, but I tell you,
Well done. He didn't even try to act as if he did, and I think fine bit of cricket from the youngster. It's great to see.
Stapleton is determined to get the bat swinging now, and the misfield's going to let him get the second. Gets a 2.
Unfortunate for the bowler. You hate to see that as a bowler.
Oh, you're never happy as a bowler when that happens to you.
And it keeps Stapleton on strike.
Stapleton is certainly the set batsman at the moment.
Oh,
And
full
that's-
toss, no ball called. That's 4.
Well, it bounces the 5 times on its way to the fence, but it makes it there quite safely. And it was nice they didn't try and overhit that. Wasn't looking for the 6. Once no ball was signalled.
Strange. I would say that was fairly around the same height as the previous one he didn't call. He was
Yeah, but
quick on to that one.
yeah, but
I-
the first one he came forward down
No,
the track towards.
I know, but it was similar. Oh, swing and a miss, but it's going
Well,
to go.
It's 4 onto the total either way, and suddenly an expensive over.
You feel for the wicketkeeper there.
13 off the over. That's a tough one to come back. Well,
It's the small
That's
things at this level. It's when you-
33 overs gone. The score 163 for 3. And at this stage, we will just give you a quick look at the batting card. And then Graham will take you through the bowling card. See, Dermot Tucker was first to fall. He got caught at, by the keeper, diving out to his right. Tucker, Theo Lawson was very unlucky. A misunderstanding between himself and Stapleton, and I feel that part of that is the reason why Stapleton's still out there.
Yes.
He's out there on 76 not out, Fiacre Tucker's on 33 not out, and Danny Hogan, well, it was a quick 8.
It's fine. Some good batting to come as well. You look there, some good players, some strong shot makers.
There's the bowling
The
figures.
bowling, so yeah, Grover with his 8 overs so far, 1 for 32, probably the best of the day. Cleary, an up and down 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20. Tuckrell, now this last over killed his figures there a little, 5 overs, 27 runs. And Callagher, but you both 6 overs, bowled well, 1. I don't know for how many more because I didn't see it. Another change of bowling.
Well, it's gone back to bowler number 2, Cleary. He's only got 3 overs left after this one as well. So I think the Titan skipper has done a good job today of marshalling his resources, considering he's adapting to what's in front of him.
Yes. And
It's not
easy with-
formulaic.
Not easy with the conditions. Not easy with maybe. I don't know the general lineup of the Titans, but he's mixing it up. He's trying. He's changing some inventive field settings. He's not going with the anything too standard. Trying things out, backing his bowlers. Could have been out there. Yeah.
Well, that was a risky single to take at this stage. However, they got away with it.
And unfortunately, just they're just showing sometimes the cricket gods aren't with you. A catch dropping just in front of a fielder, just to the right of another hand. not managing to pick up and throw down the stumps. On a good day, they all go your way, and suddenly a team is 6-7 down.
God, it's like a convoy of clouds coming down the M1.
Yeah.
Just taking a look at the Met Aaron maps on met.ie for the rainfall radar. And we feel that there is going to be another shower coming along quite soon.
That's as much as what I was trying to figure out.
Well,
Where is it really coming?
some of the other games have been reduced already. You're saying coming from the North, Balbriggan at home to Malahide today has been reduced to a 48-over game.
Well, that's cracked away. That's going to run away to the boundary behind square on the offside, and that's a super 4. And that takes Stapleton on to 80, where you were talking about him getting 70, 80, and here he is. And who knows how he's going to go.
He's moved quickly. Like, he's only 67 faced.
Just remember, at drinks, 25 overs, Pembroke had reached the withering heights of 99 for 3. These two now have put on 100 partnership.
102. Fortunately, the team didn't know and haven't clapped it.
That's another nice shot out on the offside. It's another boundary, and you can see Stapleton now has got the bit between his teeth, and he's dying to get out on that paddock and run away up and down as many times as he wants.
I think we're going from 3rd into 4th gear.
Well, in a 7-speed gearbox, I'd say.
Yeah.
Well, the players on the sideline, have they realised that it's 100 partnership? Are they going to applaud these two?
No. They don't look bothered. Another big shouting railway.
Yeah, it's probably somebody needs a life buoy.
They're playing Clontarf today.
Full toss, and that's a lovely shot out square. There is a fielder there. The umpires are sort of conferring. They decide that, no, that one's okay. It's the end of Cleary's over, and it's an expensive over. Goes for 11 runs onto the total, and Pembroke now have reached the dizzy heights of 174 for 3 off 34 overs.
So going around the Clontarf across the road and railway are 122 for 5. We have definitely got the most overs in today. Over rate rise so far. Marion ones at home to YM are 124 for 4. Malahide in Balbriggan are 53 for 6. The Hills against Leinster, that's been reduced to 43 overs. That's another North Dublin. That's around the Scaries area, so that's been reduced. So obviously a lot around in North Dublin.
Tuck row now from the St John's end. Stapleton just chopping that, and you can see Fiacre Tucker, he took off like a hare at a coursing fence. They get the single.
Dale is getting the team ready for covers down in the corner. Dale has them up off their feet.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen,
Players,
if you'll
they're
excuse
coming
me,
off.
I'll leave you with Graham for a moment.
So it looks like the bails are about to come off. Movements. No. Oh, well. So anyway, going back around, well, that's whatever they were doing there was taking place. Cork County have been bowled all out for 59 by Phoenix in the Phoenix Park. That's great for Phoenix's hopefully to get in their chase behind Pembroke, wanting full points today.
The wires are outside.
And the last two matches in the championship, Rush at home to North Kildare, 189 for 6. That's still then on the board as a 50-over game. And North County against Civil Service. North County 127 for 5. So a few of those matches are topsy-turvy at the moment. I'd say Phoenix are most likely to have an early finish today. The rest could be affected by the weather. Another glorious drive from Tucker. Races away to long off boundary, 4 more to the total, but I think that rain has definitely gotten a lot heavier. It's picking up now with the winds. The umpires are conferring, bails are coming off. Yep, We're going to have a little break and play again. The players are racing to get the covers on. You need to take the stumps out of the ground there, umpire, if he wants to put the covers on. Yeah. There we go. I don't know how he thought the covers would go on with the bail. So we'll leave you with, you can see Dale walking out, the groundsman, to hopefully shepherd his troops to get that pitch covered as quickly as possible. Heavy rain, as you can see on the camera. So, yeah. Ah, Frank's back.
Well, that shower is certainly coming down heavy now. Niall on the outside.
You can probably hear the rain. It's that heavy.
Well, Dale supervising the bringing on of the covers. They're not doing it particularly quickly. There could be a bit of spice to it. I'd leave it up a little bit, about halfway, just to see.
You're listening to them, but just,
Yeah, just.
because they're just there.
Yeah.
Of course, we're reduced to 3 covers at the moment.
Yes, the Storm Betty wreaked her havoc and took the cover and ripped it beyond repair.
You can see why I brought up the rainfall radar now and why I didn't move the camera back outside.
I thought it blew it away.
No, rip the cover off.
Taking it off the frame, it got ripped and disappeared on that regard. Well,
Phoenix will be definitely the happiest team around today.
That's the question. Is one of our 33 devices in their bar?
Yes.
yes. Is anybody in Phoenix watching this? Just to keep an eye on how Pembroke are doing.
Rush have moved on to 192 for 6 against Norkel there. The hill. Yeah, I would suspect little cricket is going on.
You see, if they were going to
In
be
the
playing
north.
the 50 overs, this is exactly the point in the innings that you'd expect that Pembroke would really
on.
start to kick on and try and
I think
search for the rope, search for the boundaries, try and get that score up higher and higher.
And unfortunately, rain breaks have been a killer of Pembroke's season. It certainly affected the All-Ireland semi-final, Chase.
Oh, that changed that game incredibly bigly.
Yes, bigly.
Bigly. And yes, that wasn't a pretty game. But
Well, it was pretty from where I watched.
But then again, Pembroke have also benefited.
Yeah, no, a couple of weekends ago, getting 2 matches in when nobody else played and getting 2 full pointers certainly has helped in the gap at the top of the table.
Well, there is the match summary at the moment. As you can see, we're in the 35th over. And Pembroke have reached 179 for 3, which is a lot better than it looked it might have been early on with the loss of Tucker, Lawson and Hogan. Now the 3 wickets to go down.
I was getting ready to ask you if you were going to be refining your guesses.
Yeah.
No.
I was starting to think I could have been too pessimistic.
I would wonder with the first delay and the time with this delay.
How many overs?
How many
could
overs
get, we
will
could
be
get
reduced
reduced
to.
overs, and that will make everything null and void.
Yes. I don't think any cricket's been played in Balbriggan, and Malahide have been stuck on 18 overs for some time now at 53 for 6. So I think they're off in Balbriggan. I would suspect they're off in Skerries as well, only 14 overs bowled in a reduced over match. Yeah, Rush, maybe. They're getting some cricket in there. They seem to be progressing in the overs on live score.
And you can see on our match here, well, it's Nicholas Stapleton, who's been the main contributor to Pembroke's total of 179 for 3. Fiacre Tucker, the two of them have put on now 112, and they've done exceptionally well to bring Pembroke back from a stage when they were 67 for 3. And that Seagull is making that same journey across that he did earlier on. You can hear the rain coming down on the gazebo. As you can tell, the covers are on behind that match summary. And, well, it's time to just have a little chat with our co-commentator. So, Graham, best batsman you've ever played with?
Ooh, best batsman I've ever played with.
Let's see if he plays the same game as Charlie now and names 17 of them. Oh no, who was it? I
Oh, it's
interviewed?
still-
It was James, wasn't
James coming back
James
later
Cresswell.
to
And Charlie
sorry.
said he was delighted to be named as one of the batsmen he most liked to watch. But the
Well,
best, who's
best batsman I played on the same team with?
yeah,
Ian Walsh.
and best batsman you've played against?
This is an easy one, although he wasn't the batsman at the time. He was certainly becoming one. Joyce.
Well, there you go. Those are good ones.
Considering I've never played senior cricket, that's yeah.
Well, you know, he was probably 7 at the time, was he?
He was probably 14, I think. But even still, yeah.
Young lad.
But I've played
And
against.
best ground you've played at?
Oh. I have to say I love the hills.
Okay.
First 50 was there. I've lost 2 cup finals there, but I do love playing in the hills.
Well, you can see the rain is
Oh.
really falling there now. If
We're
it
definitely
turn
going
up
to
the
have
doodles,
reduced overs.
there you can hear that rain just cascading down on us, and you can see it there. The camera picking up a few drops as well, and you can see a bit of a breeze there. So hopefully this will pass over quickly enough. We were looking at the rainfall radar earlier on, and it does seem to be a convoy of showers coming down the M1 from Belfast. Talking about coming down from Belfast, of course, CIYMS will be down in Malahide tomorrow, taking part in the All-Ireland T20 finals. That game, of course, will be covered by Cricket Island and HPV Studios.
Are you commentating?
So just whilst we wait for this shower to pass, and pass it will.
Shower.
Yes, it's just a shower.
Downpour.
Noah Walsh there.
He's getting excited.
Well, there is the Pembroke card and how this game has progressed. Nicholas Stapleton's 86, of course, is the standout figure there. But he's been provided with ample support from Fiacre Tucker.
I think
He's on 38, not out.
Keeper's innings has been really well timed.
And these two have put on 112 together. And really, well, who would you see coming in next?
Well, for me, it's Gavin Hoey, followed by McDarrell, and then Zach. I give him a little bash, depending on the overs. Now, how many overs they reduced this game to? It could go down to 45, 44. So then it changes it greatly. I would keep Donica, Joe, Paul to the last 3. Like, Joe's only coming back from injury. I don't know if he's batted since he's had his operation. Apart from the nets, that is, of course. So yeah, Gavin definitely next, McDara, and then see the other advantage is bringing in a left-hander. Left-handed batsmen always kind of help, just that making the bowler have to change his angle, the fielders having to keep awake and run around and change their position. Just it helps a little.
So you're saying now you'd put Zach in next?
No. I'd keep it. No, I would have Gavin next.
Well,
Followed by that.
I'd go the other way, I have to say.
You go.
I would go with McDara Cosgrave. He's
Right.
just back from the under-19s. He scored runs there. He's in form. It's going well for him.
Yeah, no.
Then I'd go with Gavin Hoey.
Yeah.
We know what he's capable
Yeah.
with the bat.
Yeah.
And then, yes, Zach coming in at that stage. Now, don't forget, Zach himself also has a 50 recently. And we know he can bat.
Yeah.
But that would be the order I'd go in.
Yeah.
Now, of course, things liable to change. I mean, with a side like this, it very much depends on what you need. If you need people to be running up and down like idiots,
Paul.
then you go with Paul and Joe and
Yes.
JP, and they do a super job there for you, picking up singles.
Single, two,
But
two,
in
three.
a situation where you're looking
Yeah.
for boundaries,
Yes.
then I think McDowell will provide ample support to either Nick or Fiacre,
Yeah.
whichever one of them remains, in that sort of
Yeah.
pushing it around, taking the singles. But if it's there to be hit, he'll hit it. And then Gavin will come out, and I think Gavin is more just a pure, not a pure hitter, but
Through the line.
he's got a bigger bat. and as a result, he could come and go quickly, or he could come off and score a shed load of runs.
The only bad thing that for Pembroke, I would say, in this lineup to come is if you lose Nick and Figure very close together. That would be the nightmare scenario. If you'd lost both of them within an over or two of each other and you two fresh batsmen. The ideal thing for Pembroke here would be, you'd have Nick or Fikra staying out there as long as possible, being helped along by what comes in.
So, just looking at it from a Terenure point of view, they have used the 6 bowlers. Obviously, Turkrell is going to have to finish that over.
Yep.
Just 5.3 overs for him. Are you saving Grover's overs for the last 2? or
You may not get you may, well, like that, if they reduce overs, then they'll reduce the allotment.
he may be bowled out.
That's, well, I would suspect even with, they reduce it to 43, you'd still get one bowler gets the ball. At least one bowler gets the ball 9, maybe 10. So it's getting close. I get getting Kelleher back on again as soon as he had a few loose deliveries at the start of the spell, but again, I would argue if he'd been given the protection on the boundary, it wouldn't have looked as bad.
His first over went for 10 runs. We saw
Yeah.
that. There were a couple of 4s in there as he bowled a couple that were just too short, too wide, and they were punched away. But if you think you take that off, then he's bowled 5 overs for 15, 1 for 15, which is
exactly.
very respectable.
Yeah. He bowled full, he bowled straight. And again, he was taking the leg side out of it mostly, because he was keeping it on that 4th stump line as much as possible. So I would get him. I suspect they will bring him back on as soon as they can. They just have to wait 6 overs from the end he bowled, because of the age restrictions being under 18, under 19. Anyone under that age, there are, depending on what age you are, there are restrictions in how you bowl.
Cleary's bowled quite well as well. He seems to have gone for about 4.5 and over.
He's had 2 bad overs. His first over and this last over. His first over of the day, he had 5 wides and a no ball, and the free hit was hit for 4. And then his last over again, a few loose deliveries that got 2 4s in the over. So he's had some okay bowling, just bookended on either side by 2 big scores, double-digit figures off him, which is obviously going to kill his.
Well, they're back on the field over in Railway, that's for sure. Big cheer coming across the road.
That wouldn't be. We couldn't hear the Aviva from that clearly, could we?
Well, you might do, actually. Americans.
Actually, that'll be the interesting. This will probably be the first college game in a while. They don't have any Air Force flyover.
Well,
They normally
it's
have all
probably
that pageantry.
a bit low for that.
Yeah.
Well, Gethin Kelleher has been playing for the Titans since 2021. He has 100, 113 he scored against North Kildare, and he has 35 wickets in 115 overs.
Just click on division just to see how many games he's played.
He's played
Championship.
Division 17 to Championship.
Oh, we played against them in Pembroke Fives. I think this season actually.
Played 9 games in Division 16, 1 in 13, 4 in 12, and he's made the step up from 12 to the Championship.
Does it have anything there about Division 20 Development League? I'm almost positive he played against Pembroke at the lower end.
So his best bowling, 4 for 6 against Malahide 7ths back in May of this year, or 2nds. Terenure 4ths he was playing for back in May. He's made big progress since then and is now bowling on the 1st. It's an amazing database. The entire. Of course, the only pity is that
Yes.
most of our careers were before records began. But
The best part of my career.
well, certainly the situation for me too.
I haven't done too badly on the recorded end, but certainly my best years were before the recording began.
Well, the rain coming down heavier again now.
Oh, nasty. We're definitely going to lose overs. I can't see that not happening.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Here's the name and shame.
176 wickets since 2011.
Yeah, not the worst. Considering you doing that with a bad shoulder.
Well, there's your flyby.
Not quite the F-14s or whatever they normally
No.
go over.
Oh, cricket's one game that certainly can't be played in the rain. American football is certainly one that can be. But I said it's very difficult in the wet. And they're not used to this amount of rain. You can see it starting to pool there now. I'll just change the graphic for you. And we'll show you that at the moment, you can see on the wicket to the left, at the far end, at the nursery end, the SMC end, there's water starting to pool around, I suppose, the bowlers and the batsmen's marks from the previous game.
That's what's going to hold them coming back on. I'd say the pitch is fairly all right, but those wet patches are going to need drying time.
Well,
and that's what's going to hold up. I'm surprised Dale hasn't asked for the white covers to come on to give a bit of protection.
Well, he knows what he's doing.
No,
he knows how. Oh, you see, there's the hopeful.
He's at the Fred Astaire of groundsmen.
He's now. It's a shame we lose copyright using such music, but
I stopped it under 5 seconds.
It would be very appropriate at the moment. He's looking back at his umbrella. He's now talking to his umbrella. I tell you, he does a magnificent job here. I've heard nothing but compliments about Pembroke and the state of the ground. Somebody else coming out. Oh no, straight past the umbrella. That's Tucker, first out.
I think we may be taking the covers off quickly. Or a little chain. Doing something. He's got everyone out, so something's happening.
Well, he's going to need to talk to the umpires as well. Yeah, if you get wet, then we know it's raining.
Yeah, when you stand outside there. Is it raining? Has it stopped?
It stopped.
Okay, the rain has stopped.
Did you not hear it on the thing?
I can still hear drops on the thing.
Yeah, it's better to send you out.
The heavy.
You know the story of Noah's Ark, and after 40 days and 40 nights, or however long it was, he sent out a bird.
Yes. And
the bird didn't come back because, well, the bird just kept flying. It was a seabird. It just landed on the water. It was a useless bird. Why he sent that bird out, nobody knows. But the other bird he sent out was a land bird. And so it couldn't find land, so it came back, so he knew there was still water.
It was a crow, wasn't it?
It's a raven or something,
Raven,
I don't
yeah.
know. They're all made-up stories anyway.
Excuse me.
They are made-up stories.
But then he sent the dove, and he came back with the olive branch.
That's right.
Hence why a dove and an olive branch is a symbol of what it is, because it was the beginning. I know my Bible, even though I don't let you read it. I know the Bible.
It doesn't let you read it. Wow. I actually started to read the entire thing.
Yeah. It's good to know.
It's not a
There's some funny stuff in there.
It's not a very good story.
Depends on how big. It depends on which version.
Yeah.
Well, there is no.
There's some amazing stories in there which had their place in time, I'm sure.
Is it longer or shorter?
It's longer than Ulysses.
And better selling. And has more punctuation. Well, John Steed has left his umbrella poking out of the ground. It's not a bad measurement of what's going on at the moment.
See, I get that reference. I love it.
Well, there may be a couple of people out there who remember
John Steed, yes.
John Steed.
Diana Rake, wow, what a woman.
Well,
Better than
no, don't even
not
go
thinking-
there
no,
with that
no.
sentence because you're wrong.
Do you know what, actually going on interesting, made up stuff. Listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson catching one of his memes or whatever this week. Horoscopes. Apparently there are 13 constellations, so it shouldn't be 12 in the horoscope. And in fact, it changes. So when they were first came together, so what you think is your star sign is not your star sign. And the largest of the 13 constellations isn't even the one they mention. So it's some weird name I can't pronounce it. Or whatever. There's more than whatever they
It's
have.
12.
No, there's 13. I think there's one for like if you're born in like a leap year.
No.
There is.
Sorry.
There's 12
It's all based on the skies. It's a
Yes.
load of rubbish.
You said Red Skull wasn't the one on
What people seem to forget is this whole rock that we're sitting on is hurtling through space anyway.
It's wobbling.
Absolutely. Well, remember we were talking earlier about our viewing figures, not so much our figures, but our places. We have viewer in South Africa, Cape Town.
Yes.
Lisa Mickle-Wright got in touch with us. And
Coogee.
JS was watching from County Coogee.
May have gone
and
to
very
bed.
many thanks for the compliment, but still didn't let us know who they were. And I can now confirm that we're in the Caribbean as well.
Hey, man.
Could you see all the conversations, or were they just
Lobsters
They
on
were just off screen.
just off screen?
Lobsters on South
Well,
Beach.
they're taking tea.
Taking tea. Early
They
tea.
are planning to resume at 20 something past.
Okay.
20 few past.
Okay.
No
So.
reduction of overs yet.
Okay. No reduction.
Well,
yes,
that's the good news.
That's good news. So if they're resuming, they're looking to resume. So we're talking half an hour probably. That's if there's no more rain.
Less than half an hour by now.
Yeah.
but yeah.
Thanks very much for getting in touch, James. Really sorry I couldn't spend more time with you. You were running off around the country, and we've got so it's Nick's family watching
Oh.
from Sydney,
God, I was
Australia.
complimentary about him.
Some
Hard
late
not to
night
be.
viewing, supporting Pembroke, loving the commentary as always. Well, thank you very much. You're very kind, and we're delighted that Nick's family is joining us, and Zach's family has joined us, and one of the Pembroke family, James Murphy, out in Turks and Caicos. So
Oh, nice.
he's a bit earlier in his morning at the moment, probably sipping a nice coffee or nice eggs Benedict for breakfast.
I would suspect.
Although I suspect it's more likely to be 3 bowls of Cocoa Pops, one of which the dog is eating. Well, a bit of water just falling off the gazebo now, as Niall peels back
There's a snail.
the slug. Oh no, we can see the slug. He is a snail. I can see his shell.
Oh, here's a game. How quickly does he take to go up the gazebo? Yeah,
He's one of the ones from the Rock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too awkward.
But I would suspect the viewers in the Turks, Cape Town and Coogee, their weather would be slightly better, maybe.
Well, maybe these people who are all living in these places that are getting incredibly hot with global
Yes.
warming. Sydney, in fact, is getting incredibly wet from global warming.
Yeah.
It's been underwater a few times now. However, they're probably looking at rain falling in Sydney Parade and go, wow, wouldn't it be lovely to be there now? You could sit on the wall when it's sunny, go
Yeah,
inside when
for
it's raining.
pints.
The bar's
Yeah,
open either way.
yeah.
So if you are in the area, and by the area I don't mean County Coogee, and I don't mean Turks and Caicos, or even Cape Town. So I tell you what I have had recently is a lot of people replying or liking my tweets
Ah.
who have
Nothing.
no posts of their own.
Okay. Bots. If the Russians are out there. At least you're getting. I'm not. That's how bad I am, though. I don't even get likes from bots.
Yeah, well, controversial subjects that you bring up, Graham, might not be really helping that. Oh, it's the sun coming out again. I see some blue sky. It's almost turning into a Simpsons sky. I can see an aircraft that's just taken off from Dublin Airport.
Don't get me started. Oh, that's the day job.
And Hamish and Dougal taking a little walk outside, which is always a good sign. The players have taken tea. They're inside now, enjoying tea. I suspect it's one we haven't provided the food for again. That's one of the greatest losses to Leinster cricket, in my opinion.
Totally agreed.
Do you know, it used to be one of the delights of going to places like Luke and etc. Was what they would serve you would be so tasty. They really would serve up some lovely grub.
Well, for me, the whole point of the teas
It's to mix.
Is to mix. Like,
We don't have the after
yes,
pint anymore.
pints now, but it was to me like I always bring up of why I'm here in Pembroke. I met you playing on a cricket pitch 30.
Now people are going to blame me.
No, don't worry. I didn't like you at first, and yet I still showed up 30 odd years ago. People like you and Kevin here, and then over the years, Kieran, etc. Niall. Always remember facing Niall's bowling.
The fourth ball, always the slowest ball.
But it's the people you meet over the years through Cricket Leinster that you know. Well, these are people I don't mind spending the day with. And cricket is a day long. If there's no point, if you can't, medals don't make up for the 6 hours on the pitch with people.
You're going to love Ted Lasso. He's being interviewed by Tred Crim of The Independent, and twice during the Trent spends the whole day with him, and twice during the day he says, "I don't care if we win or lose." Now, when he says it in a press conference, they go, "Or tie." Oh, of course, you have ties here. And he's so far out of his depth, it's unbelievable. But one of the things he says is winning and losing doesn't matter. It's your experience of the game, and does it make you a better person? And stuff like that I just really took on board, which for, a TV series on Apple TV, it's incredible. I stay well away from box sets.
It's almost communist.
I've never watched Breaking Bad, Sopranos, all the box sets for people. Game of Thrones. Never gone near box sets, and I always laughed at people who binge watch things. And then I came across Ted Lasso, and I just watched the whole thing, 3 series, so quickly.
Funny.
Well, the Stapletons live very close to my daughter then, if they're in County Coogee. My daughter lives up near the RSL.
Oh, I love the
RSL. Just a block away from the RSL. Super gym up there. I tell you, it puts our gym to shame. My goodness, it was absolutely fabulous. Now, every time I walked past it, it was empty.
But it's all RSLs.
I don't know how ordinary pubs survive.
Yeah.
Because RSLs, between the food and drink, it's absolutely fabulous. When we were in Cairns, I think it's the only time I'd been in an RSL at 6 o'clock. When everything stops and everybody stands to attention.
Oh really? Oh, for the
just 6 o'clock every day. That's their their sort of time that they remember.
Yeah.
And the place we were in, which I've never seen any, I may have seen in the Imperial War Museum, but this RSL in Coogee, 2 Victoria Cross.
Wow.
And that's just amazing. And of course people think of, certainly the Irish think of wars, and they think mainly of World War I, World War II. Yeah. The emergency, as it was called here. But where the RSLs are superb is everything that's happened since then. Korea, Vietnam.
Yes.
Because Australia was heavily involved in Vietnam. And since then, even Afghanistan and Iraq and the such like. I mean, the Australians have been very good about sending troops to troubled areas in the world. And they recognise it all the time.
Yes.
179 for 3 then. It's 34 and a half overs gone. We haven't lost any overs yet. The players, you can actually,
make out a couple of them.
You can't see.
I can see 2 of them in the window of the bar.
We can see in the window of the bar. They're inside. They're watching the 100, or they're watching rugby, or perhaps the badminton is still on. It was on earlier this morning from Copenhagen.
Oh,
The
yes.
World Championships are on. It's a almost magnificent game. Japanese player called Wasabi.
Wonderful food.
He's some player, but today he wasn't at his best, and he was trying to be, and he's almost trying to force it. And the whole psychological side of badminton is fascinating. If you watch top-level badminton, absolutely incredible. And he was about that much off his best, and as a result,
It's actually, do you know, going the line. Do you know the Eddie the Eagle movie? And with the Taron Egerton, thank you.
Elton John,
There's the bit near the end of the movie where he's going up in the lift
Kingsman.
with the Norwegian skier, the top skier, the guy
Yeah.
who's won the gold medal, and he explains the psychology of greatness really in sport and how they're closer together because of how they feel. And it's like it is like what you're saying. He the best players, it's more painful for them because they know what they should be at and what they can be achieving.
Yeah.
And it's not about the
Well,
winning.
look, I mean, you've seen it in Phoenix, you've seen it in Pembroke, is first-team players. In all my years here, the only player who has really gone down the teams from being first-team player for a number of years is Steve McCarthy. Steve McCarthy came down and he captained the Fifths and he won a cup with them. That was a good night. That was Lorcan Tucker's cup final.
Ah, yes.
And Brian Bannigan. But first-team players, they have such high standards that by the time they come down to thirds, they're saying, "Oh, I'm better than this," and they're looking at the play, but they don't have the reaction time, or they don't have the speed with the bowling or anything else. So that's what ends up happening, is that they get frustrated, and it's the frustration that causes guys to stop playing.
Yeah. Unless you're completely nuts like me and keep going no matter what.
Well, yeah, but
Like,
but
well-
even there, Graham, there will come a day when you just go, do you know,
it
I'd
is
rather
closer
sit
and
down with
closer.
Niall, or I'd rather not be travelling as far, or or maybe getting involved on the. I mean, you're involved so much on the scoring side and the umpiring side with the women's teams,
And the development team.
and the development team, and maybe it's the development team that you'll sort of graduate towards, even in sharing that management role with Sean, and just going out and just being there, and keeping an eye on the game. But yeah, I mean, it's there's so much more to cricket than just the playing of it. I mean, I grew up and playing cricket was everything, and you'd look at people on the committee and go, or you'd look at the old blokes on your team and go, "Can you score any slower? Oh, come on!"
Give me a ball, for God's sake.
Yeah, and we have all had our times like that. But as you do get older, get more experience, then you realise that none of this happens without the organisation behind it. I mean, Pembroke has now become not a multi-million-pound business, but a business. The bar turnover is such, and the bar profit, but it pays for, and this is where the club has been led so well over the last 5 years, I would say, is in where it's invested its money. And it's invested its money in youth and facilities. I always say that the people who are in charge are only guardians of the place, and the aim of every guardian has to be to leave it in a better place than they found it. And I think there's a few presidents over the last few years that can honestly say, yeah, this is better.
Oh, most assuredly. Like
Things like that fence down Cyril's Way.
Oh,
Cyril's
yes,
Way itself.
Cyril's Way, yeah.
The new benches.
The lights with the benches.
The new lights. Seeing the place when we've got the umbrellas up outside the bar with the picnic tables. Now, some of those picnic tables do need replacing, but we'll leave that with Philip, because
all our gardening in pre-season, getting rid of some of the dead bushes.
well, all the work that Roy does with the hanging baskets with Philip, and then the greenery in front of the clubhouse, all of that work it has to be administered. We have to know who's doing what and where and how and when and such like.
It's the unheard, the unseen, but it adds to the picture.
but you get nowhere without the volunteers, like yourself, who does umpiring and scoring for the women, like Ada Lewis, like Mark Leonard before her. You know, there's been a large army of volunteers down in Pembroke over the years.
And for the joy, and for because like I was only laughing a few weeks ago when scoring for the men's twos, and the gentleman sitting beside me mentioning how much he was getting paid for what he was doing. I did laugh afterwards, kind of going, "Geez, where's mine?" But I'd, you know, if somebody was to offer me something for doing, I wouldn't do it.
Look, you got to the end of a season, they gave you a bottle of gin, and you
Yes.
were very, very sick. I don't think you deserve to be paid anything on that basis. Certainly not alcohol, anyway.
Well, I agree, not gin,
And it's a depressant as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
It didn't keep me depressed.
morose. No, it didn't keep you upright either.
That's all I've ever said. Give
But
me
there-
a pint of Guinness and a thank you. and
But
I'm
there
happy.
are loads. There are loads of people who put in a load of work that is unrecognised, and that's what I'm looking for at the moment. Part of the alternative awards. Last year, I did Unsung Hero, and we ended up with 2. One of them was Johnny Bell for looking after the Silver Foxes,
which
and
is a
that has
great-
gone from strength to strength.
Yeah.
My goodness, it's a gentleman who really wanted to get out there and play a bit of cricket. And I say a bit of cricket because don't forget that the cricket impinges on their drinking time. But I even saw David Cook, ex-YMCA,
Yes. Ex-umpire.
ex-umpire, but he
Lovely
was going to turn out for the game yesterday that unfortunately got called off in the Phoenix Park. But seeing the pre-game arrangements and everything happening there, it was heartening. It was great to see. So Johnny, for putting that together, sort of got one of the unsung heroes, and Gail Beattie got the other one for keeping me fed with magnificent food that we get when the train of thought's just completely gone now. As the Pembroke players come out to move the covers, we hope. But yes, the unsung heroes of this club. One of them is lurking behind me at the moment with a camera, I believe. He's trying out his new gimbal toy. And having great fun doing so. Well, evidently the Pembroke players are a bit keener to get out there than the Terenure ones.
I always
And
let
they-
the home team do it, though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If they want to play, they can stay. And it depends what they're watching inside. Now, don't forget, this is going to go into Niall's end of season stuff.
Oh, okay, so it's
Yeah. Are you doing me a video this year?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Oh, this is so
You're not
cool.
promising anything, but is it on your agenda that if you get time, you will do one?
What I'll do is the maddest question.
Okay, here goes the maddest question. What will you do? Let's wait and see. We'll wait and see. We'll take whatever you get, Niall.
Do you preview it before, just in case?
No.
Oh God!
No.
One of these days.
Of course I
it
do.
will-
Of course I do.
I was going to say, I just have this image.
It's not
as a-
just in case. It's just to see how funny it is because it makes me laugh.
Yeah. No, I'm just getting that scene from Inglorious, Bastards at the movie in the cinema where it cuts into her little speech before the place goes up.
Never
One of
seen
these
it.
nights.
Never seen that. Another thing I've never seen.
Okay. Good man. Tarantino, some like, some don't.
Oh, I like Tarantino,
Yeah, it can be hit or miss.
but I can't remember the last time I watched a movie.
Oh.
Sorry, let me put it this way. I can't remember the last time I watched a movie that didn't have a British officer in it.
And a gentleman.
No, not that one. Although my father in Washington State lives at that town where that film was shot, Port Townsend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where the SEAL or no, the Air
Where-
Force
where
training.
the training base
The
was.
academy,
It is an army base.
Yeah. I think they were Navy.
Yeah, they're
For the
naval,
for the
naval
naval
aviators.
That was it, yeah.
But yes,
I wasn't actually able to get you there.
Could you do cool transitions?
oh, he does cool transitions. If you go onto YouTube,
Don't. I do.
just type in YouTube there. Oh, Clontarf is live.
Oh, I didn't know they do live. Cool. The
Acceptable.
more the better.
He hates when I do that.
The rivals.
Channel. Let's type in there Pembroke. Okay, there we go. And see, that's where we are now today. That's today's broadcast. This is the previous one, and the one I'm looking for. Let's go to that. The one that Mary's Day. It's a super little video. Starts obviously with a 5-second advert. Skip ads. So
Craig on
look,
the
this
toy.
is the camera that he's using now,
Yeah. Oh no, I've watched the video, of course,
and this is what you can do with it.
just to make sure I was in.
And it was so steady.
Yeah.
That's what I couldn't get over, was just how steady the whole thing was. So you can see me going up. Now, if we just go into it a bit more. Where are we?
By the way, Phoenix have made are 57 without loss. They need 3 runs, and they're in the 9th over. So that's full points for Phoenix today.
From about there.
Rush have got up to 2, 4, 6 for 9. Oh, with 6 overs, 5 overs remaining.
So it pans round nicely and everything. If you are a subscriber to Pembroke Live, Mary Waldron's Day versus Malahide in the Pilkington Plate will give you some idea of the camera angle. See that? It's kind of cool going along the ground, isn't it? And then it just swings around.
Mary appreciated all the
It's a little
attention.
video. It's a little video that Niall put together to commemorate that day when she was presented with flowers and bubbles. The other good one to watch, of course, is Nick Stapleton's 8 for 8, Pembroke versus Terenure, Leinster Senior Cup. Well, that was a fine, fine day. There was a lunch on that day, and, well, we'd only just finished the dessert. And Nick was finishing off Terenure. That was a big win that day. How we would have liked that again today.
Well, I suspect he'd be thinking something similar for the next innings because the overhead conditions aren't going to change that much. I suspect he'll get a bit of movement today.
Well, he'll certainly be dangerous with the new ball.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him bowling from the St John's end.
Yes. His best bowling has come from that
And
end.
I'd like to see Zach Micklewright bowling from the nursery end.
Yeah.
And Niall, I think you'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Not good for his angles?
Simple request on that.
Yeah, okay.
Niall would like it if they never moved the sight screen
Yes.
again.
Yes.
If they cemented it into
Yeah.
place.
We need a double side screen so it can just, yeah. But,
If you had a much wider one,
yes,
it could then,
you wouldn't have to move it. Yeah.
yeah, maybe it would cover both
Yes.
sides. But the trouble with that, of course, is then it's a bigger sail,
Well,
and then it.
ideally, you'd want something with a runner, like something Clontarf have or North County have down that end, against the wall, and you can just move it along the runner. Now they look to be looking to take the white covers over, or maybe they're getting them ready for the next shower.
I think you'll find Dale is making them tidy them up after the absolute mess they made of them putting them over there in the first place. You see, he's folding and folding here. By the time he's finished, you'll be able to fit this into your jeans pocket. It'll just be a little packet like that, and when you throw it up in the air, that would be great. I'd love us to, if we did win the Euro Millions, I'd love us to have the hover covers.
Oh yes, do you remember the Brumbrella?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. A super soaker as well. My God, how you would equip a cricket club
yes.
if you'd won the Euro Millions. Now, unfortunately, to win it, you've got to be in it. And this weekend,
I was in it.
I wasn't.
I was in it and did not win it.
I tell you, that clubhouse would be razed to the ground.
I still reckon over the car park. You do a little type building over the car park.
Well, planning permission is your big thing, and,
sort you on that.
you've already got a good footprint out there that you could just.
Well, no,
Right.
because you're on a sports ground, you've more leeway.
Yep.
If it's for a sporting facility,
Up.
you've a few exemptions.
Up another story straight away. Now, of course, that second story.
Every Euro Millions wins, we need to buy out that strip of houses.
the good one.
Do you know, I reckon you'd get it all done for 10 million. It's the houses on the other side of the road that, you know, you've then got the road.
Well,
But if you could buy the houses on the other side, then you can have the road as well.
yeah.
So that might be worth doing. But again,
No, but then see, then you run into your difficulty because you're going outside of the established sports ground.
understandably, yes. But that's where you build your pavilion and stuff.
Yeah.
And what a magnificent pavilion it would be.
And
And
then
then
the
where the
full
footprint
corner,
of
yeah.
the full corner can be ground again.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the old pictures in the bar, you can see the old people and the old photographs with the old pavilion behind them.
Craig is in at least 7 of them.
And no, my time starts well into the colour era. In fact, I'm so far into the colour era, people are now saying, "Can we do that in black and white, please?"
Move.
So the umpire's out. They're stomping their feet up and down. They want to make sure that it's safe for the players to be out there. The players, of course, are young and foolish. They just want to get out there and play, I'd say.
It was funny coming across.
So, do you want to take down the front gazebo?
It was funny when I was at the women's twos versus North Kildare ones game a couple of weeks ago. I came across an ex-teammate from
Just pull it down from the front.
from 20 years ago, and we were discussing a game, an under-18s match we played against Clonsar, where we played during a hailstorm and stayed on the pitch playing.
Well, the umpires now both at one end. There's going to be an awful run out here if they're batting, but they're not. They're talking to the groundsman. Discussion.
It will be the wet patch we discussed earlier. Will be the only issue, I'd say.
Absolutely. And the umpire's hand on his head, just from a body language point of view, he's apologetically asking Dale something, is what I would suggest.
But we're all right weather-wise. Danny Hogan is topless again. We apologise to all the youthful viewers.
Those of you under 18, look away now.
And hopefully any of the aged viewers, their eyesight is bad enough that they don't have to see it.
There's actually a bin just there. Thank you so much. Well, now that there's been a long break and the umpires are discussing whether they're going to start again, I'm going to leave you for a minute.
Yeah, for the coffee. Grab one before the inning starts. Well, and other things. Yeah.
We'll be back in just a moment.
expect their tax haven, the cost of living is still quite reasonable.
There is no reduction in the overs.
So we're back. And straight away with a full toss. Pushed into the covers. It's going to race a little. Slowed up with the wetness. But true for 3 from Tucker. Excuse me, coughing a bit. Sorry. The curry is very spicy. Wasn't me.
Yeah, it was him.
You're on mute.
Yep.
Do you want me off?
Yep.
Oh, that was definitely dragged down.
Well, you can see there's certainly an acceleration in the intent from Pembroke now. There are 15 overs remaining after this ball.
4 runs from those 2 deliveries back after the rain and the tea break.
Our scorers have that down as over, I think.
They do, yeah.
Well,
The umpires don't agree, and that's all that matters.
hit out on the offside. They take the single, even though it went straight to the field up.
That was not being taken. You can see the intent. They weren't being taken a single earlier, so Pembroke are definitely looking to up the pace here.
And our guesses still stand. The Clark family all ranging from 240 to 275, I think.
Well, if Niall's prediction, this could be a 360 score. Double from 15 with 15 to go. Well, I'm certainly happy to be very wrong today because, like I said, if Stapleton got to the 70s and 80s, it would have a very good base. Tucker's moved into the 40s.
But Pembroke have had a nervy month. They've lost 2 in a row in the championship, and it's almost dragging. Having done all the hard work in the first half of the season, they're dragging themselves back into a title race. Phoenix, of course, having beaten Pembroke, would feel they're very much still in it.
Well, they've won today
And they're,
already.
yeah,
Points in the bag.
well, that's what it is. Full points for Phoenix today.
Extremely spicy.
And that's punched away, just out of the bowler's reach. They'll get the single from it.
This
Tucker
is
then.
is this a seventh bowler we're going to see now?
Tucker moves on to
It is.
43.
This is a new bowler, Harris. This is a seventh bowler for Terenure.
Well, we've got to see what they can do. Remember, Grosvenor, he has what, one left?
Two.
Two?
Keller has
And I think
four.
Cleary's the same as well.
Yeah, Keller has 4.
I think that the skipper now is hoping to get away with an over or two here, as he doesn't really want to expose Gethin Kelleher to the onslaught that is undoubtedly about to be unleashed.
Yeah, I still reckon he'll need to bring him back on for those 4 overs. Oh, well played. That's going to be 4. Save the legs. Yeah.
There may be a fielder out there, but really, it's not doing him much good. Oh, that curry has a nice little bit of spice on the tongue.
Very much.
I see Con's Nook filling up. Couple of 3 people over there now.
An extra chili went into the making of today's curry.
Or maybe just a different type of chili. Well, that's cracked away on the offside this time. There's no stopping that as it reaches the fence. Crashes into the fence.
That was all footwork from Stapleton. He spotted the length quickly, went deep into his crease, placed it beautifully. But getting the footwork there right just enabled him to get that little extra change in length.
Well, he's moved on to 95 now, 74 balls.
One shot.
One would think that perhaps the Stapletons in County Coogee,
They're still
they're
tuned in.
still with
hopefully.
us at this stage as they watch Nick get closer and closer.
Ooh.
Oh, we say
Nervy.
that. Perhaps we'd better not say any more. We'd have a mass turn-off in Coogee. Cape Town will still watch because we've got Zach to come.
Yeah.
And Turks will watch because
They're bored.
it's 10:30 in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning. And it's already over 30 degrees Celsius. Well, good morning, James. Good morning, the family. I hope you're enjoying our coverage of what is now quite a sunny little place to be. Sydney Parade on a sunny Saturday.
Fortunately, that little breeze does bring the temperature down. But yeah, the sun is out now. We've had the dark clouds pass over. So far, so good with blue skies.
I mean, we had a few games last year where we actually went without a gazebo.
Yeah.
And we haven't had that this year.
No, gazebo's been up all year.
I've been hidden.
Yeah.
No wonder I'm such a pale face, because I've been underneath this gazebo now. How many matches have you done this year, Noel?
How many matches have Pembroke played at home? And there's your answer. Oh, well fielded.
No,
Run saved there.
we skipped a 4th game or 2, didn't we? 54? 54? So I reckon I've done 40 anyway. Oh, it's hit away, and it's going to clear the field up. The bowler feels hard done by, but I don't know why. It was short and wide. And Tucker, well, he just lifted it, really. Slashed at it. It took that curved path you see so often and
He
beat the
tucked into
fielder.
it nicely.
He did. Hey.
Yay. First of the day.
197 on the board now. Fickra Tucker just 3 short of what will be a very well-deserved half-century, as these two now have put on 130. And they're looking to make it more now. Well fielded.
Certainly saved 2 runs there.
Nice bit of fielding there.
But you can see now they're starting to pick up singles in the ring where they weren't before. And that's going to help Pembroke's total greatly, setting a big score here. Full
Well,
toss.
this one's on the full.
that's gone,
Stapleton's
is
onto it.
There's
that-
6.
That brings up his century of 77 deliveries. Nick Stapleton, well, he's the saviour of Pembroke again today. His runs have proved very important this year. And a well-deserved century as
Wave
he
to the camera.
pulls a full toss well into the laneway, into Cyril's way. And he moves on to a 101. Super knock from Nick Stapleton.
Brings up the 200 as well for Pembroke.
Well, there's the professionalism of the gentleman. Next ball, good stride out and just playing it back to the bowler. Bowler wasn't going to make the same mistake twice.
That was so boring, was it? God, terrible. Disgraceful. Disgraceful shot. No, but a superb knock, well timed, and obviously running out the skipper spurred him on. But again, I would argue it was the non-run. It was a good call on that run. So another very good over for Pembroke. As we said, moved on now. We've been into the 200s. Still 13 overs to go. So yeah, you'd have to say Niall is definitely in the running here. The 245 is. I'm sorry, I'm dead and buried.
What a story, if it's true, is breaking at the moment. I'd like to clarify it before reporting it as being absolutely true, but the developing story at L'Equipe, French newspaper, Wales and Lions scrum half Rhys Webb has tested positive for growth hormone and has allegedly, and I'm going to use that word many times in the middle of this sentence, allegedly been supplied by the Welsh Rugby Union.
Oh my God.
And if that's true, that would be the collapse of rugby in Wales.
How do you come back from if it was supplied by the organisation?
Now,
allegedly. But
well,
that's
back to this game. Fielder makes a mistake and it lets Fiacre Tucker get through for one. He thinks about the second and perhaps wisely says now to that. So if that, well, I'm not going to mention it again, but
that's crazy.
That's as I say, L'Equipe, the French newspaper. That would be incredible.
That's.
However, you didn't hear it here.
Well,
just played out nicely.
They're going to run two there. They're going to take not
quite. We're not quite at that stage, but we're not far off it now.
For me, that's Armstrong-esque in the level of scandal.
Well, again, you don't know who said what.
No, and it's all allegedly. It's all reported.
As a headline, it's certainly one that would get you clickbaiting anyway.
Yeah, right before World Cup as well. Oh, stumped. Oh,
not out from the umpire. Not far off either, though. Fiacre Tucker making all sorts of efforts. That one will surely show up on Niall's collection at the end of the season. Don't often see Fiacre.
Exactly.
Making me do work now. That one will surely show up on Niall's collection at the end of the season. Oh, it doesn't tell me.
Well, Turkle to bowl his 8th over. Wicketless, 48 runs off his 7 so far. Stapleton facing. We'll look to motor on from here. And there we go. Down on one knee, looking to play a big shot to the leg side. Just didn't get under it. Was looking to go aerial, but couldn't quite get under the ball and just straight to a fielder. No run. But yeah, what a magnificent, like as we said, they were 99 at drinks.
And they really have pushed on from that. It's only taken them 13 overs to double what they had at 25.
Yeah, so we're certainly looking at the 300 mark. Oh, that's that gone.
Added protein for you there, Graham.
He's looking to take the whole piece of rice away.
It's a super wasp. Oh, that's unfortunate. Gets through for a single. Fiacre Tucker reaches his half century. His teammates acknowledge.
I was too confused by the drop.
Well, Stapleton's throwing that one away. Down it goes. 6 runs onto the total. He moves on to 109. Graham did say earlier on, if he got to 70 or 80, he could go mad. And it looks like he's certainly going to enjoy it now.
And why wouldn't you? Like, no offense to the Terenure bowling, but it is.
Hey,
Change,
there were
call
3
change,
batsmen
yeah.
who were out there who had the chance to do this, and none of them did it. They're all back in the hutch.
No.
You
I know,
still
but
have
he's
to
got
play
his
it.
he's got his eye in.
He certainly has now.
He's 109 off 83. So these are going to be a tough 10 overs for Terenure. They'll be desperate for a breakthrough, anything to go their way. Another dodgy call for a run out, amazing diving, anything just to change their look around.
Well, they've got a fully attacking Nick Stapleton now. He's reached that landmark. He's reached 3 figures again. He is the leading run scorer in the championship, but also the leading wicket taker.
Now, it's strange, though, as well, from Terenure. There's still no sweeper on the offside boundary. There's a deep mid on,
They do have a man out at count.
but there's nobody.
Oh, that's cracked through. Square of the wicket. That's a super shot. You could hear that off the
Yeah,
bat that
yeah.
that was going and going quickly. 4 more runs, and the umpire now signalling power play.
For me, Terenure had the deep mid on, deep mid off there. I would have had mid off a lot wider if you weren't going to have a cover sweep.
Well, 12 came off that over. The score has moved on to 2-1-8 for 3. And while they change ends, we'll just give you a look at that worm again. We'll see, early on, you'll see those 3 dots. Well, it's a different looking worm now.
Yes.
And that's, you can see the gradual acceleration. And then after a quiet over, they've just gone big again. And
Granted, all the plaudits, and rightly so, to Nick Stapleton here, but the partnership with Tucker.
well, absolutely vital that somebody stayed with Nick Stapleton
Not
today.
just stayed with him, but he's timed his innings as well. He had a very watchful start, but he moved into 50 off 67 deliveries. So he certainly increased his run rates.
I see we have
Moved
a
up the
message
gears.
deleted by the Stapletons of Sydney.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we upset?
I think once he's reached his century, perhaps they've decided it's late enough and time
Night-night.
for bed, and they'll watch the bowling in the morning. That one just played down the ground. You can see he is playing with a batsman that has an eye for the ball being the size of a beach ball at the moment. Luckily for him, it's not the same weight as a beach ball. Well, Tucker trying to join in, trying to go big. This one lands short of the fielder.
I think he'd be happy he didn't quite get hold of that.
Well, that's what Terenure are looking for. That's why the man is out there.
I think it would have been straight down his throat if he'd actually connected a bit better.
Well, if he connected like he can do.
Oh, no.
There is a man out at cow as well.
Deep square.
And deep square. Is there?
No, there's
No.
nobody.
Is there anybody round here? Anybody round there? Okay, thank you. Just
None to
checking.
the left of us, none to the right. We're just stuck in the middle.
Well, there we go. Just push down the ground for another single. 2-2-1 now.
2-2-2.
2-2-2 for 3. Not quite a Richie Benno score, but not far off either. They are still watching in Sydney. Good to hear.
Okay.
Well, they couldn't turn off just because he's got to the 100.
I was just going to
He
start.
might get to the 150.
Yeah. I was just going to start making fun of him as well. We'll keep it nice.
Well, the end of the over comes up, and 2-2-3 for 3 is the score. 40 overs gone. Nick Stapleton now, he's moved on to 115, and Fia Krataka, having picked up his half century, has moved on to 53 now. So, and again, the partnership now, 156.
Thank you. I don't work in finance anymore. I'm all right.
Because finance is nothing to do with money, nothing to do with numbers. It's still salesman. Ah, good afternoon, Simon. We see Simon Heaney. He didn't say good afternoon on his way up Cyril's way.
He said hello in the bar.
Did he?
Yeah, he said he was watching earlier, complimenting us on our commentary. So, change of bowling. Looks like Clear. Yes, opening bowler Cleary to come back on. He's bowled 7 overs. Not for 31, which, considering again he's gone two of his overs alone have gone for over 20 runs. So he would hope to get the economy down to the previous 5. Yeah, that's a good line to start. Tied on.
Well, that was stump to stump bowling, and that's what he's going to need to do at this stage of the innings to help out his skipper. Good bit of control now would be nice.
Yeah, we've got a sweeper on the offsides, which they haven't utilised enough for my liking.
Well, you see, the thing here now, there's nobody down here, and this is where...
We do have somebody deep mid on, just behind the gazebo. Oh, but that doesn't help.
First bit of chatter I've heard in the field for a while.
Yeah, it's been intermittent.
Gentlemen.
Hasn't been the most vocal of teams. That's well called true by Stapleton.
Well, Stapleton was the leading run scorer before today. I suspect he's only going to cement his position just that bit more. However, not eligible for the club awards.
Oh. Rules. Damn rules.
Well,
You know, you're... Oh, what a shot. That's 6 over the clubhouse roof.
that's an A.B. de Villiers shot for me.
Yes.
The way he got down onto his knee and just leapt back to make sure he got underneath that delivery.
And that was off Jason Holder, I think.
And it was such a super shot. And I saw him play it again then in the IPL. And the thing is, the shots he could play.
Oh, total control.
No matter what shape his body was in, the bat just met the ball square.
Yeah.
You very rarely got it slashed down to third with him. But this time's the full toss. It's just punched down the ground for a single.
Well, I always point to you about de Villiers and all his trick shots and all these reverse this and slap and one knee and everything. He had the basics before he did that.
He was always still when he hit the ball.
Whereas you see all the kids trying the shots and you try to tell them, no, learn the basics first and then move on to that. And they want to do that first, which is understandable. You always want to emulate the greats. But, Faker trying a little sweet or dink.
That came off the toe of the bat. It's running down to fine leg. The fielder has come across from the offside and cuts it off before it reaches the rope. But 2 more onto the total. And now we're starting getting close to some of the guesses that we've had today.
Well, I feel safe that I will be knocked off quite quickly. There has been 11 from this over already. Cleary feeling the pain of bowling to 2 batsmen well set.
2 batsmen are just using
Misfield.
He's going to be disappointed in that. Not as disappointed as Cleary probably, but he went down for it and didn't come up with it.
London Bridge.
Unforgivable, really. There's only one player in Pembroke who became an absolute expert at the human bridge, London Bridge. Yeah, you could take that down now, can't we? Captained a few teams, including the Thirds, to a famous cup win. The bowling trophy's made out of that cup win.
Oh.
That is the bowling trophy. And yes, the captain of that side perfected the London Bridge. Just chipped away from the bowler, take the single. keep the score going, keep it moving. 5-4 in Saturday afternoon, and you're stuck inside watching Pembroke play cricket. So are we, and we love it.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, eventually. Oh. Almost comical. Oh, he was a mile out, easy stumping, and the wicket actually forgot to take the bails off. If he completely missed, Fiacre assumed he was gone, and then realised, oh, have a chance. No.
So Fiacre Tucker departs stumped. Harris picks up a wicket in his 4th over. Fiacre departs for 56 in 74 deliveries.
Great knock.
And superbly done between the two of them, and they together have put on 170.
170.
170.
Exactly.
Well, that's a super knock.
In good over, and I guessed right, Gavin to come in.
Doesn't mean you were right. It means you guessed right, though.
Oh, sorry.
No, you said you guessed right.
Yeah.
You got it right.
Yeah.
But just so people out there know.
Well, it was a guess based on, certain, upon watching the team.
Well,
there was a basis for the guess.
Gordon Clark is going to be the first to fall. He's on 2-4-3. Pembroke just 6 short of that now with 9 overs to go. Sorry, Gordy. We think you've underestimated somewhat there. Ethan looking the closest, 2-7-5. Just 5 ahead of me. So Gavin Hoey now to face his first delivery. As well, I suppose you could say that 2 of the 4 wickets have been run-outs. I mean, that was more run-out than a stumping.
Yeah, he
wasn't a classical stumping of the wicketkeeper taking the ball and whipping off the bails as the back foot slid forward.
Straight off the mark from Hoey.
What I love there, Gavin Hoey. You can see straight away he sets off with great speed, but ready even from that to accelerate if needs be. Keeps a good eye on the ball. Runs between the wicket well. Now Stapleton. How often we see
the track.
1 wicket bringing 2. Not on this delivery though. He plays the same shot as Hoey, gets the same result as Hoey. But the good news is, from a Pembroke point of view, 240 is just around the corner. That will be it there.
I would say this is even tough from here for Terenure to chase.
Oh, they're looking for a second. There's a slight misfield. It costs another run, and that's the sort of thing that can be heartbreaking, not only to the bowler, but to the entire side, really.
Yeah, the more it just brings the team down. Little silly mistakes like that. When you're on the back foot, and you're looking for something to go your way, little things like that just kill the mood.
Well, you see on the top left of your screen here where that's been hit to, actually, but just to the right. There's Shillington.
Yes, with little Lex.
Up the far end.
If the child ever goes missing, we know where it's gone.
So, end of an over, 2-4-2 for 4. Somewhat symmetrical, or I don't know, whatever the word is.
A palindromic.
42 overs gone now.
Palindromic.
Just 8 to go. So, 6 and over would be
48, which would be 290.
Yep. So Niles 300 is looking odds on at the moment.
Oh, even more so. With like you would like to think it will be 7 at minimum, like 1 boundary and over with singles thrown in.
Yes. I said 275.
Yes, because I know it won't be 275, so I'll agree to it.
Just get them once they get 275. Or like around 275.
So we're going to have bowler 8. No, it's Grover. Sorry, it's the opening bowler coming back on. Grover.
7 bowlers have been used by Terenure to varying degrees of success. As I say, one of them was a run out, and how unnecessary that seems now.
Or was it? you can't argue with success, and it was a great partnership.
It enabled the two of them to put on a magnificent partnership.
I'm sure
look,
they would. I'm
I
sure
feel,
those-
for, I
yeah,
feel
they-
for
yes,
Theo.
yes.
It's not been his year, and when it's not your year, everything goes
Yeah.
against you, and stuff like that happens, you know. So, I'd love to have seen Theo get some runs today,
of
but
course. Yeah.
gave a chance, just an opportunity to Fiacre Tucker.
Oh, no, that's not going to be caught. It was never going to reach that. Full toss to begin. Low full toss. Howie getting under it, but actually did well not to get fully under it.
Well, again, I felt that he rushed that. His timing wasn't quite there. He was trying to do it with power rather than pushing it down. See a few people collecting on the wall now. The weather has improved somewhat. Whether it stays that way, I see off to our right again. The next.
And
Another
again.
6 over the leg side. It's heading over towards the clubhouse and smacks near into Simon Heaney.
Nearly hits. Well, Phillips Carr could have been in trouble there.
Brian Bannigan and Simon Heaney between them, putting it down.
Terrible fielding between the two. Call.
Neither-
Where was the call?
Neither one of them calling and neither one of them holding a pint. No excuse. 6 more runs to Stapleton, though.
Actually-
Score's moved up to 249, and that is Gordon Clark's guess well and truly gone.
And mine. Oh, another little dink.
Nice little cut into the leg side.
Oh, and they're taking 2. No.
They thought about 2, and
could
you know
be
what? Howie might have made it as well with
Yeah.
that throw.
But the pressure, they are putting immense pressure on this Terenure fielding unit.
250 up for Pembroke now.
Yeah, I'm dead and buried on that score, and happy to be.
You and Gordy both gone. Oh, that's just scooped out by Howie out towards Cow there. The two fielders will converge. It will
another
nil the
misfield.
second fielder. Donal Vaughan making an error there. It snuck under his hands.
Oh, there could have been 3.
Stapleton is eager to get every run he can now. He's on 130.
He has the foot on their throat and he's squeezing.
He's really looking, I think, to power on through. He wants to see 300 on the board. He wants to see 150 next to his name.
He wants the moon and the stars.
Why wouldn't he? He's done all the hard work. Oh, he goes big.
That's straight up though. That's not quite going to get to the boundary. Oh, there was a chance of a catch. And Stapleton slips though, so they only get the 1.
Well, Howie was onto that very quickly, and Grover was very lucky. It's not the largest boundary out there, but Howie left it a good 2-3 metres short. And the fielder had a chance, but it was up there a very long time.
He needs a change. I think he wants a change of gloves. Yep. Stapleton, I think his grip.
Sorry, he slipped over, so he's going to change his gloves.
Yeah, I know.
Where's the logic in that?
You know, maybe the bat slipped in his hands and that made him fall over. He tripped on the bat.
Well, either way, he's got a clean pair of gloves now.
He definitely didn't have time to put something on with the bookie.
He comes back out to the middle, and there's just 7 overs and 1 delivery, or as we like to say, 43 balls.
Down the track, another little flick.
Oh, just flicks it into the leg side. Vaughan again, the fielder. This time he picks it up cleanly, gets it back in. It's only a single again, and that ends the over. Stapleton will retain the strike. Pembroke move on to a 2-5-4 for 4. And there are now 7 overs remaining in this first innings. And I have to say, one of the best things about today is we haven't lost any overs.
Yes.
Despite being off and the early tea and everything.
Now, I would definitely suspect any more delays will definitely have reached the cut-off point.
Yeah. No, we already have
Oh.
48.
Oh, they have reduced overs. We were told
When he power played at 39, that made me suspicious.
Okay, so we were told earlier there was no reduction in overs. There has been.
Well, there has been since then.
2 overs have been lost.
Well, that's all right.
So that is
6 overs to go. 36.
5.
36. They're still looking at 290, 300.
Yeah, more than 275.
I'm feeling a bit more optimistic about my 300 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overs less.
Yeah, because they're going to go for it now.
Yeah. Oh, crashed.
There we go.
That's beautiful.
4 more for Stapleton. Takes him on to 136.
I do find it strange they've kept Harris on bowling here.
Well,
This-
they do have options.
yeah,
we
that's-
know
yeah,
that.
Yeah. I think this could be a big over here.
4 off the first ball. Certainly put some pressure on the bowler. Nobody likes that as a bowler.
That's
Well,
better.
that's much
That's
better.
Yeah.
Doing Stapleton on length. He wasn't sure whether to come forward.
He darted that in a bit more onto the legs.
Much better delivery. However, with Hoey now facing, you could see, well, you could see anything here now.
Yeah.
From a stumping to a 6
Slap
to
back.
a single. It had to be something beginning with an S.
Yeah, I was going to go scoop. I'm waiting for.
Yes. Well, Hoey, I feel more comfortable playing down the ground.
It is.
And
it is,
Stapleton, we
yeah.
certainly know, has the full box of tricks when he wants it.
There we go.
But at the moment, he's going for power.
That's
The fielder's going
safe.
across to the side,
6.
and it's there. It's reached the sideline. It's signalled by the umpire. So far, 11 off the first 4 balls, 12 off the first 4 balls. And Stapleton moving ever closer to a well-deserved century and a half. What is century and a half?
350s.
Hmm?
Baby.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was a
thought
200.
you
I
were
thought that
gonna-
was a 200.
I thought you were going to give me a mathematical term. Well fielded. No further runs taken.
They could be my new best friends. I don't want to start.
Well, certainly I'd be expecting Gavin to go straight here. He
Afternoon.
does like that straight shot.
They have the long on there.
Oh,
And instead he goes
to
square,
right into.
scattering the watches on that side.
Yes. Tommy,
Johnny Bell,
Peter Tom,
Kieran Sharp, and Pete Twomley.
and none of them could field it between them.
Well, wisely they got out of the way of that one.
But that's an excellent over for Pembroke. A great finish as well. The 4 keeps Stapleton on strike.
17 off that over. Well, Harris's figures have taken a bit of battering since he came back on. Not too much of a surprise. 4 overs to go now.
I'm not going to get my Kit Kat with you.
No Kit Kat for Sorsha.
How about I change it? I'll go to 300 for now. I'll go 300. Like,
Well, as I said, you have money. You know where the bar is. Buy your dad a drink while you're at it.
0-0 for you. I see you're parked in the car park.
Yes. I'm saving up for rewards nights. I'll be on the public transport that night. Yeah, that'll be up to somebody else to worry about. I'll probably go 0-0 for the dinner next week as well. Have a quiet night. And then awards night. Yeah. I expect to be one of the last out.
Oh, God.
Don't worry, I won't be coming anywhere near yours. There's a 24-hour bus now. I can get it all the way across town. I don't have to come near you.
Oh, just above the fielder's outstretched fingers.
4.
And 4 more onto the total. And
This-
Gethin Kelleher, he's been brought back at a very important time of the innings as far as Terenure are concerned. And this shows now just how much faith they have in this young man. He was playing Terenure Force back in May,
He played a development game
and
against.
this is not his first championship game either. He's obviously impressed them up there, and he's done a
Oh,
good
that's
job.
so wide.
And that's been pushed through the fielder. Poor effort in the field. 4 more.
This is going to be tough for
And
the kid
that's
here.
it. Stapleton
Ah,
moves to
brilliant.
152, not out off 102, off 102 balls. He came in when the score was just, well, came in at first wicket down,
Yeah,
didn't he?
yeah.
So the score was very low. He's been there for an awful long time. 101 balls faced, 152 runs on the board, and he'll be looking for more right now.
And the track, up and over, just a single. Yeah, you think you get bored, wouldn't you? Been in
No.
there all this time.
No, never get bored of batting. Get tired, but never bored.
Yeah.
In fact, when you are bored, you get out very quickly. 280 on the board now. All the guesses out except for Niall.
Too short. Got away with that. Great keeping. That definitely was a magic carpet delivery. But brilliant keeping.
I think it's a chance.
Yeah. No, but he just listen. The fact that he stopped that.
Wind picking up again.
Oh,
Lovely hit down the
right.
ground for Hoey.
Oh,
And
four.
there are two fielders in the vicinity, but all they could do was watch on like tourists as it went racing past them. 4 more onto the total, and this is proving to be quite an expensive over for
13.
Kelleher. Now remember, 17 came off the over before.
13 off this so far. This is a big.
Fair play to him. He's
Yeah.
fighting back. He's coming up and he's trying to put the next ball in the right place.
Well, it's a big learning curve. Slower
that's-
ball.
that's a
well
good
balled.
ball.
It's going to be out. No. Oh, just over the head.
Well, that goes over the top, and Kelleher unfortunate again there. He very easily could have picked up a wicket, but instead Hoey had enough on it, cleared the ropes, another 6 runs, and suddenly that is a very expensive over. 19 coming off that one, and 290 now, and suddenly 300 looks a very conservative guess.
Yeah, boring, Niall. You were so boring with your 300 today.
Trying to be outrageous, and we were talking about 300 at the end of the first over.
We were talking about 300 at the end of 50. Remember, this is going to be 48.
Well, they haven't got there yet.
Yeah. Now, I have to say, that last delivery showed bravery from the youngster.
Toss up a ball like
Slower
that,
ball.
and he nearly got his
Yeah.
man. He could very easily have walked off there with a wicket or 2 to his name. Instead, just a lot of runs. Pembroke will be delighted. They're reaching heights hitherto unthought of. And the weather forecast at the moment, well, it's
Well-
not great, but it's dry. And let's hope it remains that way. It'll be a quick turnover between innings. They've
10.
already had tea.
So 10 minutes.
It will just be the 10 minutes for the teams to sort themselves out.
And
Full toss from Gethin, and it's gone.
missed out.
No, from
He's
Cleary.
bold. He's bold.
And that is the end of
Yes,
Stapleton's innings.
bold. He went down. He tried to create room on the leg side, left the leg stump open, and missed the ball. Unfortunately, missed the full toss.
It hit the leg
What a
stump,
knock.
and Stapleton departs 153 from 103 balls. And that is a super knock as he takes the congratulations of the opponents, Terenure Titans, and makes his way back to the sideline where a good round of applause will be greeting him now from a decent crowd outside the pavilion. That's Pete Twamley's commentary in the background.
And the pace on it.
Well, a super knock for Pembroke and a super knock by those two.
Bit early to say match winning, but certainly put Pembroke in charge. So in comes McDara, as I expected, at 7.
Very smart, just a proper cricket stroke. The
Yeah.
fielder slips coming off the grass onto the mat. And they get through for the single. And McDara off the mark straight away. And now Hoey, who's already on 23 off 11, he very quickly collected those runs in partnership with Stapleton.
There's going to be rain here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Certainly feels
Well-
the wind has picked up, the temperature's dropped.
Well, that's a big shot from Hoey.
straight
There
up.
is a fielder
Called.
coming into it. He's
Not gonna
called
get
for
that-
it.
Oh, what a
and he has
catch.
taken a fabulous catch on his back. Well, he got himself into a horrible position, but got himself out of it, takes the catch, and that's the end of Gavin Hoey. He falls for 23. It only took him a couple of overs to get there, but it was exactly what his team needed when his
Oh,
team needed it.
Totally. What a catch, though. Like that ball, the wind has picked up in the last minute or two here. It's swirling. So I'm sure up that the height that he got under there, that was moving in the air.
Well, unfortunately, we have no replays to show you today. Various technical reasons for that. But I can tell you, as you're watching on YouTube, you can take your video back, the 30 seconds or so you need to see that catch again. It's a super catch.
Yeah. The fact he kept his eye on it the whole time, got under it, and even fell and never took his eye off the ball when he fell. Magnificent catch. So, the left-hander, Micklewright, is it? To join?
It is indeed.
Yes. Short sleeve. Where does he think he is?
2
short sleeves on him.
And an undershirt. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Terenure. But Pembroke won't mind at this stage. 4 wickets in hand and just 2 overs and 3 balls to go. 15 balls. Will they get to 300?
Oh, I would expect so. Sorry. I think yeah.
Comment on our chat live on YouTube. Paul from Stapleton really should have got on and scored a big one there. With friends like that, one suggests.
It's definitely family.
Yeah, friends or family.
No, it's definitely a comment like that's family.
I'd say JS now going to type back to that one. There could be a text war in Australia, I suspect.
Yeah.
Well, Stapleton 153 out of a total of 291. He's done a magnificent job for Pembroke today.
Well, I called it 3 or 4 minutes for the rain to start. So my big question now that Zach's out in the middle, and I didn't realise his moment visited when she came over. How much washing did she have to do?
Well, his whites are white today anyway.
How 4, 7, 8, 10 bags worth of washing in the corner when she got here?
Brought him the new clothes and took the wash and go.
Yeah. Extra luggage on the plane back to South Africa.
Was there excess charge for luggage as laundry was repatriated? Cleary now from the nursery end, and Micklewright, he's gone big. There is a fielder underneath it. He took a good catch earlier on. He's taken one here as well.
Yeah.
And suddenly the silence in Cape Town. Well, he did exactly what was needed at this stage. You just go big or go home, and he's now going home. So
it's disappointing.
Heading back to the pavilion. He'll be disappointed, but the team won't be. It's 293 for 7. They're still looking to get to that 300. Niall already has won, let's be honest. Nobody else is guessing near.
275 was your pick. No, it wasn't.
It was, but then you changed it once you got past 275.
No, I didn't. I changed that.
You're not getting the Kit Kat off me.
So, McDarragh Cosgrave will be joined now by Paul Lawson. And now we've got to the running up and down stage.
Yes. Although Paul, in some of his famous Pembroke innings, straight drive 6s.
Oh, absolutely. I remember a game against Trinity. Last ball of the innings. Put away. Yes.
So
He's given us some memorable moments over the years as Paul Lawson, himself and his brother. They've really been a major part of this club, the entire family.
Yeah.
That one's pushed away on the leg side.
Too.
It looks like 2 to me. It certainly looks like 2 to Lawson. He's looking for a 3rd. And they're going for the 3rd. And they're safely home for the 3rd. A 3rd from a bunt down the 3rd baseline.
Just shows you nothing wrong with a forward defensive. Gets you 3 runs.
Oh, there you go. There you have it. Well, unsurprisingly, our viewing figures have dropped off since the dismissal of Nicholas Stapleton. But I have to say, those people are missing out on a good, fun few overs. 2 men out straight now. That one bowled wide of the off stump. Lawson's first delivery. The scoreboard seems to be incorrect, and this, in fact, is the 47th over. The scoreboard's still showing 45.
No, yeah. Because they started this.
And there it is. There's the 300 up for Pembroke. Luckily for Noel Walsh, we're not playing the Price is Right rules.
If we were, I'd have gone higher.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd always have to add on another 20 just for the Price is Right rule.
The score has gone back to 297 on live score. Full. Oh, yeah.
dugout.
From Cosgrave. You can hear the bands striking up. Maybe it's halftime show or over in the Aviva.
Yes.
They do their live bands for halftime. Who is the home team? Because they'd get to.
I think Navy are this time.
Okay.
Oh,
The midshipmen.
just
They-
5 off this over so far.
As they are known, because it's the academy.
It's the underage sailors.
Well, it's the academy, so all the graduates are whatever their equivalent of officers.
Officers to be. Well, this
Nope,
is
no.
Grover's last over, and he's bowled it well so far.
Oh,
Lawson
edge.
gets one past the keeper,
And keep strike.
and he'll keep strike for what will be the last over. Score's moved on to 299 again.
We like it. We decided to do it twice. So Niall, we get one run in here. One off the last over.
One run off the first ball.
And then comes end of innings. Yeah.
It's 298 on there. No, it's 299.
Don't
Well-
mess with a score.
299 is on the scoreboard behind me. 299 is on the screen in front of me. The only difference being the scoreboard is still an over behind.
To be
Just as I said it.
yeah, to be fair, that box does stick at the moment for the on ground scoreboard
There should be another one.
on order. I'm told at the start of the season we were ordering a new one.
They're not
So
cheap.
no, final over.
Pushed away nicely on the offside. The boundary rider will pick it up. They'll keep it down to 2.
Ooh, brilliant running.
And that's super running. Lawson, he's an expert at this.
There could be one on the cheap.
Yeah.
Well, like, it was looking more bleak.
I know. I'm just saying.
That's when I'd press that if I was you. Short,
Oh,
flies
that's
away,
it.
and the fielder at short third takes the catch and celebration as he throws the ball up in the air, and it nearly skulls his own bowler.
That's the 4th for Cleary today.
Well, he'll be pleased with the number of wickets he's taken. He didn't take any in the opening spell.
No,
It's all been since he came back
the
on.
it's luckily for him, his fielders have been holding on to the catches.
Look, it could go the other way, and you don't take any wickets and concede a lot of runs. That's what this stage of the innings means. For him, he's been quite fortunate and has bowled well and has taken 4 wickets. But it's the batsmen who are now just swinging madly
yes.
for the ropes.
And they've just been finding the fielders, and to be fair, some 3 good catches.
Great to see him back on the field.
JP! Yeah.
Joe Prendergast, captain of the second 11. He recently had
Appendix burst.
Pete Prendergast out watching his son bat.
Oh, classy.
Straight bat, plays it into the ring, just take the single, get his partner back on strike.
He's done well being the 4th best player in the family.
So he's McDarragh Cosgrave now.
I'll give him some room.
Slower ball. He
Okay.
plays it away over the fielder,
What an effort.
and the other two converging at the ball, and they'll keep it down to just a couple. Close to another wicket there for
It's-
Cleary.
I'll tell
He's
you-
so close to taking his
A five-
fifer.
Yeah. Listen, it's great to see Terenure putting in that sort of effort in the last over, which has
Two.
been a tough day in the field for them.
It
And they're still
hasn't
putting
been
in the-
easy. They were well in it with
Yeah.
67 for 3. And they've got back into it in these last few
Oh, well
overs.
bowled, but should be wide.
No,
No,
went over
oh,
the
he
top
went
of the stumps.
over the top. Right, good slower ball into the turf. There you go.
It's one of those ones that could go either way.
Hmm.
If the batsman spots it.
Well, this will be now in the innings break. Of course, you won't have any reduction because it's off the field. Gives himself room, goes big, goes deep. That's
No
6.
chance this time. 6 runs. 210 comes onto the board.
That was the last ball of the innings. What a way to finish it. Just as the rain comes down heavy.
Derek Cosgrave ends on 14, not out. Joe Prendergast, well, he did exactly what he had to, and that was get off strike, and he did it very, very well. Look, we'll take you through the, without Niall's highlights today, we'll take you through the batting card of this Pembroke innings, and that looks very different than it did early on, that's for sure. In fact, before we go through the card, we're just going to put up some tarps. So you see the players now dealing with just the white sheet, or as they say on Tellyland, one sheet.
Or for those of you looking in black and white.
Oh!
You alright? Nope.
That hasn't
Did you
happened for a while.
First injury of the day in the comms box.
Yeah.
So you have to say that's a magnificent innings for Pembroke. 310 from just 48 overs. 6.46. Certainly sets them up nicely. The question will be now what the umpires do with Duckworth Lewis.
Well, they have no choice in the matter, really, do they? It's all decided by computer now.
Well, in how many overs now? Like we've a 10-minute break between innings at minimum.
Well, that doesn't
maximum.
affect anything.
Yep.
And it's how much time is lost after that 10 minutes that
that
does
is-
matter.
yeah.
But at the moment, the players, well, they're staring, I don't know, at the seagull. There's chats going on. And the groundsman heading off to the side. There is the Pembroke card from that first innings. Dermot Tucker, he departed as Grover finally pitched one up and got it to move a little bit, and it was taken by the keeper, diving well to his right. Theo Lawson was run out in a sort of miscommunication with Stapleton, really.
Stapleton called him for the quick single.
There was
He
a
got
yes,
stuck
no.
in the crease, sent him back, but once he saw Nicholas had come down the track and was nearly beside him, decided really to sacrifice himself and run up the far end to be run out.
Well, that was what happened. And Stapleton then, well, he went on, you can see, made a magnificent 153. Suggestion on the online, the suggestion on the...
Could have done better.
Yeah, although the comment on the live chat on YouTube suggests that beats last week. So 153 today. Danny Hogan, he came and went quite quickly before he went to
LBW,
Kelleher getting one to
he came across his stumps trying to open up the leg side and just missed the ball, really.
and gave the umpire the easiest of decisions. Fia Kratoka came in and was part of that magnificent partnership with Stapleton that got Pembroke from 67 for 3 to
100, 200 and
200 plus for 4. And he scored 56, and they were super runs. And his stumping really would qualify as That's So Village dismissal.
especially with them going back and forth and only just getting the bells off in the end.
might
But it was
dig
it was
that
it
one
was such a well timed innings as well,
Yes.
because he had a very slow start. You know, at least 10, 20 deliveries before he got going.
Sure, so he didn't score a run until his 9th delivery,
Yeah.
and then he took that one round to leg, and that was a super little shot and got him off and running.
Yeah.
Gavin Hoey came in and
Bing bang bosh.
did a Gavin Hoey thing and scored 23 from just 12 deliveries before he was caught in the deep with what we would say was catch of the day.
So far, definitely. Yeah.
McDowell Cosgrave came in and played just as well as we know he can, and as well as he obviously did for the under-19s.
And of course, we're talking about somebody who's opened the innings this year for this side. So he's obviously combat.
And he has the faith of his teammates. Zach Micklewright, well, he only came in, he faced 2 balls. One he took a single, the other took a big swipe, and it went up a long time. But again,
10 yards from the boundary.
D. Lynch had shown us the ball, the wicket before that he knew how to catch. So he was fine taking that one. Paul Lawson, well, again, another wicket for Cleary.
Just cut at one, flew to third slip, fly slip.
So that was the Pembroke card. 28 extras over 48 runs, over 48 overs. And the bowling for Terenure as the first of the covers. Do you know what it is yet? It's like unwrapping Christmas presents. There is the Terenure bowling card. And Dylan Cleary, well, he picked up late wickets at the end. But wickets are wickets. Nobody will be questioning them later on. He took 456 and actually bowled very well.
He had just a couple of overs where they got hold of him, and that's why his figures are as they are.
I think he's going to improve and improve over the next few years. And the same with Gethin Kelleher. He took 1 for 44. He did get the wicket of Danny Hogan with that LBW. And,
but again, that 44 includes 1 over that went for 14. Or even more. Sorry.
I think it ended up being 19.
Oh, yeah, so it just shows you.
The rest of his spell. And he had an over at the start. His opening over went for 10. So take those 2 overs out of it, and he had a very, very good day. Other than that, you can see everybody going for an over, 6 and 7 and over. And we'll just have a quick look at the worm. The worm, of course, no good without the second worm to look at. As the rain starts coming down heavier again outside, you can see those 3 wickets falling there in 1 over. And that was really what helped Cleary's figures. But you can see that big gap in the middle where the score's just climbing and climbing between those 2 dots, between the 3rd and the 4th dot. And that's the stand between Stapleton and Fiacre Tucker. And Pembroke will be delighted with the way that went. Now let's have a look, see if this one comes up. Well, you can see that there's a gradual pickup.
Definitely around.
Obviously, the second over went quite well.
Yeah, but it really was just at drinks. We said they had a little talk, and
there's almost a dividing line at drinks.
Yeah,
and you can see that they just took off. Now there were a couple of overs where we suspect was where wickets were falling, but by and large they were going. Certainly, there's 2 overs in excess of 16.
Well, those back-to-back overs.
5 in excess of 12.
Two overs back-to-back went for 30+ runs combined, and that really, in that period of the 43rd and the 44th over was a killer for Terenure, trying to keep the score down. When you can see the Pembroke team out really enthusiastic, ready to get those covers off as soon as the 10 minutes are up, or the umpires let them take them off to get stuck into the Terenure batting. They really will be enthused to get. They want this game in to get the points, especially with Phoenix getting full points earlier.
So there is the situation here at Pembroke. We are in the innings break. There has been a bit of rain. We think most of it has passed over now.
I might pop down and get a DL sheet for us.
Yes, that would be handy enough.
Yeah, so we can let people know. Some other scores out there. Malahide were bowled out for 94 in Balbriggan. Balbriggan currently 2 without loss in the first over.
Covers going.
Oh, that's a good sign. Teams out there ready to start, so we should have straight away. I might leave you then for 5 minutes. I'll go and get a DL sheet.
And while Graham's doing that, we'll just watch. Once you've pulled it down, I tend to press that one, and then you know. Once the light's on, you know it's off. Untended microphones. I've never been so nervous around them in my life as I am now. So, 16 of you stood out there with us. We were up over 30 at one stage. Of course, it is the innings break, and we hope that some of those who aren't tuned in now have actually come down to Pembroke, are enjoying this game at the ground. Rugby on in the bar, if not now, then certainly later. We'll see. That's the final score that Pembroke got from their 48 overs. It'll be interesting to see what Tereniure's target will be. I know just pressing things on Noel's computer because he's not here. Well, there you go. I want to know how to get the pictures in, and then we'll start having pictures of people up there too. Somebody could teach me. Oh, the noise you hear in the background, of course. The net's still operating. Hail, rain, shine, whatever it may be. Dale's putting his bins out now. There is the match summary. Terenure will need 311 from 48 overs, and that equates to about 6.5 and over. Well, let's see how they go about this chase and how well it goes for them. I'm sure they'll be hoping to get a good start. As we always say, wickets are the most important thing at this stage again. This game, of course, absolutely vital for Pembroke. A, to finish it. B, to take points. They want to do that because Phoenix have scored a 4-point victory today. And by my calculations, if I calculate correctly, they really are not too far behind Pembroke now. Pembroke need to keep this going. Well, it looks like that 10-minute break is over. It looks like the rain has stopped. I'm just going to take down some of the gazebo. All done, all ready. Umpire putting some bails on. Timing could not be better. Well, live scorers will catch up with the live action soon enough. In the meantime, umpires checking the scorers are ready. Scorers signal back, and the umpire says power play, and then he says play. Stapleton start. Starts down the leg side, and I do hope that the Sydney Stapletons are still with us as Nick opens up from the St John's end. And it's Donald Vaughan and Harris opening the batting for Terenure. 3 slips in place. That's a good ball, steered down to third.
We think it is still 48 overs.
So they do need 311 to win,
That would not be a good assumption to make.
because they've got 50 overs. So what is the target?
Do you think I even looked?
No.
Nope. I was being asked to hang around to make sure they knew what they were doing, putting in DL. was in and going and ran away.
Well, just the one delivery so far from Stapleton. This one nearly finding the edge. He's getting a little bit of away movement there. You can hear the brass band in the Aviva in the background. American football, collegiate American football being played there today. Never been a professional game in this country, or has there? Tom McCormack will know that answer to that. Another one just played down to third, another single. So 3 off the first 3 balls.
Sean should know what the target is. But I doubt it moved very much.
Graham's going to go and find out anyway. Stapleton finding the middle of the bat. Stern forward defensive from Vaughan. Last time these two sides met, Stapleton ran through them. 8 for 8 he ended up with. How his side would love a repeat today. Unlikely. But cricket, she's a funny game. He's dragging that bat away from that pad. That certainly wasn't off the middle this time. I'm not sure about the brass band music in the background. It's played away on the offside. This time it's not square enough to beat the fielder. And that's the end of the first over. Although, there we go.
You realise the most important thing? Who's bowling from this end?
And it will be Paul Lawson to bowl from the nursery end. It's a move we've seen many times in the past. Paul Lawson opening the bowling for Pembroke with his off spin. Sometimes can be quite upsetting. That's when you pay off a debt with interest, I think it's upsetting. So the target's 313 then, is it?
Yep, well, 314.
314.
All 48.
Well, Paul Lawson.
Interesting option spin in the to open.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, they are conscious to get the 20 overs in.
well, that won't help matters. Lawson starts with a wide.
Although is it 20 overs with 48? It's always 20. Okay. Minimum's minimum.
This one nearly getting under the swinging bat of Harris.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the Terenure patience to Lawson here. He's so tempting with his dipping deliveries.
This one just allowed go through to the keeper.
We're deeply dippy about Lawson's bowling.
This one just played with a very straight bat out on the offside. But again, as you see, Pembroke keen to get through this second over quickly.
We're down the track.
Oh, he came down the track only with the intention of smothering it. Certainly no intention of taking the back bowler on there. And this time it's edged away down to third. I think it will be cut off.
Oh, they're going to take two now.
Well, it shows intent from the Terenure side. They look for two straight away.
Well, there really would be with positive running two there most times.
Now, what you see at the bottom of your screen, Terenure require more than 305. But that's because of the change in the target for DL. Target now 314.
Unfortunately, live score can't take into account DL at the moment with targets. Okay.
But it very nicely just asks you, what's the new target? And gives you two blank boxes. It doesn't tell you what's runs, what's overs.
Okay.
Just
Well,
Okay, Stapleton for his second over.
no surprise. Main spearhead bowler for Pembroke this season. The leading wicket taker in the championship. And fresh after scoring 100. When I say fresh,
Well, you have to admire his fitness. He's out there, he scores 150, and now he's come in to bowl with just a 10-minute pretty much turnaround. It's not bad.
I don't see why it wouldn't. This one flying past the edge. Vaughan there very definitely offering a shot to that ball. Flying through to Danny Hogan behind the sticks today.
We're blessed in Pembroke at the moment that we have such decent deputies in the wicket keeping, such a difficult position, an important position.
Oh, Lawson's done it. Hogan's done it. Kelly has done it. Sometimes it's past the parcel.
But they all have good hands back there.
Oh, another one
Right,
into the slip cordon. Back to 3 slips again.
Normally has 4. Oh,
Swinging back in
just jabbed
to
the
the
bat
stumps. He managed to get a bit of an inside edge, get the single, gets down the other end, and that's probably the safest place to be at the moment. 3 slips, a third man, point fielder, extra cover fielder. And so third man and long leg are the 2 out of the ring fielders. And there's a mid-on and there's a mid-wicket.
Well, just as he should be with 3 slips in there. He's offering the big open offside, inviting the drive. Oh, little juggle. It's going basically, go on, try and drive me. There's the boundary. Have a go.
You get the feeling Harris is waiting on a short one.
Yeah.
No fielder out square on that side, but there is a fielder down at the clubhouse door. On the 45, if you're not used to Pembroke.
Oh, definitely a bit of movement. Too much in swing there.
This one running through for the leg bye.
Did he signal like that?
I think he did. Or maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I didn't see it. It definitely looked like leg boy. Maybe got a bit of glove on it.
Well, it comes up on the
Yeah, we'll see in a second.
screen, and I suspect he's given it as a run. So I'll agree with him.
Oh,
Another one that just flies past the edge.
it's shaped in and
Vaughan
just
isn't quite ready for Nick Stapleton's bowling at the moment.
the stance isn't great. He's a big gap between bat and pad.
Well, that's 3 overs done. And at this stage, I'm going to leave you.
Cool. Okay, sorry, it'll just be me for the moment then, as Craig goes off for other duties. So Lawson continuing from the nursery ends again. Not a bad ploy to try to get through some overs. Also to see if Terenure, how positive they're going to be in trying to chase this big score, 314 in 48 overs. Not an easy task on most days. Down the track, oh, super fielding. That's really well fielded there in the covers. That's just what you want, backing up your bowler. And the batsmen are really trying to come down the track just to snuffle out. Oh, big slip. Big slip there. Keeps it to 1 run. You suspect because he got studs on. Since a lot of these Terenure is used to playing on a mat so much. Top over from Lawson there, and more importantly, through quickly. Groundsman now bringing out a bit of sawdust. That's a great shot. Just leaned into it. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's going to be pulled up short. It's good fielding, just the 2. Stapleton won't be too unhappy though. Again, it's getting the batter trying to drive outside off with 3 slips there. Into the 5th over here. Straight back to be able to nab a single there. So just to give you an idea of where Terenure might want to be, DL has the par score at the end of this over without any wickets down as 21. So a little bit behind. Now obviously once batsmen get set they can pick. Tucked away nicely for 4 off the hips. Just drifted a little there, and Harris played that very well off his hips. Tucked away in between square leg and backward square. Okay. So yeah, I suppose the big one, just to give an idea of where they might want to be in a chase. Again, big shouts on the leg. No shot played, in my opinion. He's letting it, he's not signalling leg by. But he's not. He hasn't. Oh, now there's the leg by signal. But I would not have said a shot played. No shot played. The fielding team are querying that. He padded up. That's no shot to that. Anyway, it's on the board. Oh, well fielded. I suppose you could argue he was trying to get out of the way, which avoidance does count. Evasive action does count for playing a shot, but that's stretching it for me. Oh, off the pad again. Just drifted down that leg side to get a bit of in swing. It's going to be 4-leg boys. That's a very good over for Terenure. So at the end of the 5 overs, move on to 22 without loss. So they are on par with Duckworth Lewis, but as was pointed out to me, the big score is what it will be at 20 overs for the minimum game. And that would be 93 without loss. 94. 94 without loss at the end of 20. Oh, full. Missing. Half appeal. Suspect may have been going down leg. But again, quickly back to his spot. And again, they're just trying to get as many quick overs out of Paul as possible. He's doing a double job here. He's getting through his overs quickly and he's bowling economically. I think at some stage you might put a stop clock on the over to see how quickly he is getting through these.
He's quick, but as a bowler or as a scorer, Andy Balburney.
Really? Another simple little dot ball. Well played, Fikra Tucker. Tried to anticipate where the ball would go, and it took him out of the right position. He was in the perfect position to feel that, and he actually moved 2 or 3 steps to his left in anticipation and actually missed the ball. So, but anyway, just a 1 picked up. So quick over, just a 1 off. Very good over for Pembroke. Stapleton is he going to continue? He's walking to a mark. But his hat is on. No, I think we're going to have a change here and possibly Gavin Hoey's leg spin. Yeah, change of bowling. Gavin Hoey from St. John's Road End. So spin from both ends, which is slightly unusual when you're still well within the power play. But Pembroke back in. Their bowler is also conscious of trying to get through those 20 overs. There's slow moving clouds to our right here, but they are deep and dark.
It's not too unusual for Paul to open up.
No, I've seen him open before. Yeah.
But yeah, having 2 spinners on
before
wouldn't
the
be too
power
common
play.
for us.
Yeah. No, I have seen Paul open up because he does bowl that nice accurate, and he knows how to bowl to a field. But yeah, I think chance that's out. That's going to be has to be off the edge. Diarmuid Tucker with the catch, flashed that one. Not much of a celebration from Pembroke. They're straight back into position. They want to be ready for the new batter. They are very, very conscious of the weather front. No big celebration. No coming together of the players. Just ready and waiting. But I was well bowled by Hoey. He just tossed it up just a little outside off. Got the turn. The batter never got to the pitch there, so just caught the edge perfectly to Tucker, just behind points. Easy enough. We say easy enough. I'm sure that ball was rotating a lot, but got his hands to it and held it. So Terenure lose their first wicket at 23. And that means on DL, if they do get to the 20 over mark, Terenure will have to be 105, 106.
I will admit, with the forecast I saw, I do think it'll be 20 overs.
And gone. 20 and out.
It'll be whatever we get and gone when it comes, but you never know.
Well,
There could be more calculations yet.
Yeah, and certainly left-hander comes into bat. This could be a bit of Peel first ball, only from the wicketkeeper though. Umpire not interested, so I'm not sure who's gone in. I would suspect we've no batter up yet, but I was Lynch. Another full straight from Hoey. Just knocked back to him mid-off. Oh, big appeal. Not out. Playing across the line. Obviously pitching around leg, and with the spin, probably missing. That's straight on the mark from Hoey. He hasn't bowled a loose one yet. This is really good. Nice and full again. Not giving the batsman any chance to free up the arms, forcing them to play forward. This is what you want from your spin. So, wicket maiden from Hoey to start. Excellent. Yeah, groundsman is very interested. We're expecting a big downpour any second.
I was just going to say I'd been feeling the first drops.
Yeah, a couple of drops have come down. The wind has just picked up, so you know it's coming. Yeah, this is going to be disappointing. We're into the 8th over. Oh, it's a little scoop. Sweep shot caught the top edge. Going to just be the 2. Again, Pembroke won't be worried about a couple of runs here or there. It's more about times and getting through the overs. More dot balls they bowl, the quicker they'll get through these. Of course, I'm sure Phoenix will be hoping the rain comes. Them already completed their match with full point win. Chance and another wicket. Oh, he's dropped. No. Oh, that's disappointing from such a good fielder. I think that was Donica. Wilson won't be happy with that. But he's completed his 4th over, just the 10 from it so far. Fortunately, missing out on a wicket there. So after 8 overs, Terenure 27 for 1. And to give again just an idea of where DL would have them, even though it doesn't matter till we get to the 20, DL would have Terenure needing to be on 54 to be keeping up with the pace. So they're only halfway to that point. Again, Hoey straight on with a full straight delivery. this is some top bowling from Lawson and Hoey bowling in tandem here. Hoey asking questions so far every time he's spot. This is 9 dots in a row from him. Drops that a little bit shorter. Look, yeah, they just got to push a little one. Again, Pembroke not too worried about a little single here and there. Quickly back to the bowler. Across the line. Safely through for one. Not a convincing shot there from Vaughan, but he got the single from it. Oh, he's doing well here, even with the left-right hand change. He's keeping his line and length. Another one just running off the face of the bat there, down to third man. Pulled up by Dunica Tucker, keeping it to 2. That's another overdone. Okay, just for curiosity's sake, we'll do a stopwatch on this over. So when he starts up his run, here we go, start. So nine overs gone. This is into the 10th, so halfway through a full game. Ooh. It's going to be 4. Gave himself room. Swept down to Lakeside boundary, 4 runs. Played that well, got across the stumps and just got enough on it. Oh, down the track. Pushed out wide by Lawson. Beautiful bowling. And Hogan with, regulation stumping. Easy enough for a wicketkeeper when the batsman comes that far down the track. Again, not much celebration from Pembroke. They're just conscious more of the time.
The problem is,
Change of wicket. Yes, the wicket does make the over longer. It reminds me a couple of seasons ago, Pembroke, and again in a similar situation with Greg Hollins behind the stumps. He purposely dropped the ball behind the stumps so there would be no wicket down and no change of wicket to get through the over, and it helped Pembroke get to the DL point and win the match on DL. So he purposely dropped a catch to wicketkeeper, knowing, and that was great knowledge from a wicketkeeper in the reaction moment of an edge standing up to the stumps as he was at the time, to let it just drop out of his hands on purpose, just to keep it as a dot ball and they could complete the over rather than give the 2-3 minute changeover, because it was very that tight. So we're coming up on 2 minutes for this over, including with the wicket now. I should have paused it really just to see. So great work now. Terenure 2 down in the 10th over. So DL would have them at 84 at this point at the end of this over. So it just shows you how much on top Pembroke is, and how they're really just fighting to get to that 20 over mark. I'd say if they can get to 20 overs, they'll celebrate wickets a bit more and relax a bit more. Big shot. Should be safe over the top. 4 runs. With the field in on the power play, it does have that get out of jail, but for a moment it kept the Mickelroyd a bit interested down there. He is such a good fielder. So he's taken some great catches this year. Darted in there from Lawson in reply into the legs. And that is over. So with the wicket in the over, 3 minutes and 22 seconds. That's a quick over. Roughly.
They are 10 overs in half an hour.
Half an hour, if they can get through. It depends on the rain. There's a few drizzles.
No, I mean they've already bowled 10.
They bowl 10 overs, yeah, in half an hour. Yeah, which is great pace. So again, Hoey to continue. But the rain has started here. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll stopwatch Hoey now. He goes at a bit quicker of a pace. Offers the batsman a little pace on the ball if they can get it through the infield. But again, he's bowling on such a good length and line so far. This is his fifth or third over. Just the 4 runs so far off him. Again, that's lovely. Just pitching middling off. If it does turn, it's turning back into the batter, the left-hander. Might sneak one through a gate. Another wicket there. Just really, really good bowling here from Hoey. He's just keeping that line and length. He was offering no room to the batter. Simplest of chances. Paul Lawson isn't going to drop something like that.
Should he have?
And again, we go back to should he have dropped the ball to keep so we don't have a change. Because at the moment, yeah, it doesn't matter how many wickets Pembroke take. It doesn't mean anything till the 20th over. I'm sure they'll be keeping the umpires on looking at their watch. If they take more than 3 minutes, they might try to do it timed out. It's 3 minutes. They may have changed. I don't know with the regs. They may have changed them slightly. No, the new batter strolling out to the crease. Pembroke conscious of the batsman, how long they're taking to get ready. He has to be ready to receive a delivery. I have had somebody appeal timed out when I was an umpire. I haven't seen it at this level. Anyway. I think yeah, the Pembroke players need to start saying, don't take any more wickets. Don't drop the catch. Give a dot ball. It's getting heavier here now.
There's 7 wickets and 7 balls.
Yeah, you got a nice double hat trick could come in handy. Oh, an appeal. Bit of bat, I suspect. I did hear a double noise. Anyway, over up. 3 minutes 11. So again, they're quickly through, and that was with the wicket. But the rain is getting heavier. Umbrellas, coats going on around the ground. People starting to huddle under the umbrellas by the bar. Lawson ready to start the new over. Batsman looking to have a little talky talk. They don't want to be out there. Telling the umpires exactly that. Now the umpire is going over to have a talk with his colleague. I suspect they may come off here now because it's thick, as they say, rain. Yeah. Yeah, looks like bails are about to come off. Yeah, they're going to the covers. Unfortunately, it's not a bad point to get the covers on because it is heavy, thick rain here. Better to get them on now and protect the crease so they can get back out there later. Silly talk. It is raining. I don't know why the Pembroke players are discussing that. If they were batting, they wouldn't want to be out there either. And it's getting heavier. Right time to come off. So I'm just going to leave you those moments as we get secure the gazebo here. As you see the pictures of the tarp going on. Well, the covers are off here again in Pembroke. Pembroke fielders on the pitch, waiting for the umpires. Looks like the umpires are having a discussion with Terenure. Now it is a lot darker here. Light will come into it at some stage as well. We are in the later part of August, obviously. And it's 17:42, but looks like we're definitely coming back out to play. Umpires striding to the middle. Pembroke ready to get going. So it's 11 overs gone. I'm sure there's been another reduction, but up here in the comms box, unfortunately, we're well away from the clubhouse and haven't had any word yet. But at the end of the day, it's about the next 9 overs. Pembroke need to get 9 in for a game. With Terenure already having lost 3 wickets, they're pretty much behind the 8 ball. Any sort of chase is going to be difficult for them at this stage. Pembroke have rattled through. They managed to get 5 overs from Lawson, 3 from Hoey. They've still 2 Tuckers. Stapleton has 7 overs. Zach Mickelroyd hasn't bowled, so they've a lot of bowling options, but the main one they're worried about is getting 9 overs as fast as possible. So Lynch and Lynch back out. Both have only faced 3 deliveries each. I'd want about a 3rd or 4th jumper on at this stage. So Lawson to continue from the nursery ends. This will be his 6th over. 1 for 18. He's bowled better than that. He's had a drop. And with the field setting attacking, trying to keep the runs down, he could certainly have a better economy rate if he wished, but he's doing what Pembroke wants and getting through his overs as fast as possible. So here he goes to start the 12th over. And straight back on it.
Hello, Sean. Do you know how many overs we're at now and what the target is or anything? Oh, magic. Cool.
Big shot. This should be a wicket, unless they drop. Lawson straight back into it. Going for a big shot.
And here's the rain.
Straight down Stapleton's throat at backward point. Should be taking them all day long, and he certainly did make it look easy. But of course, this means another break, another 2-3 minutes. Should he have caught it? And instinct does take over, But it is another little break in play. Another little drizzle of play. We're getting I can see a DL sheet has been brought up to us very nicely by Sean Smith. No need really, because it's going to change again in a few minutes, I'd say. It'll give us some idea where we stand. But yeah, the reduced overs, yeah. Look again. I can't. I'm broken record here saying it's about 20 overs. Doesn't mean a thing till we get to 20. And the rain just drizzles picking up again. This is going to be definitely off on for the next hour or so. So time will come into play as well. We're down to 41 over match.
295 now.
So the new target is 295 off 41 overs. And no, the rain's getting heavier. We're going to be back in with just 1 over, I suspect. You'll be lucky to get these 2 deliveries in. It's Grover. He bowled very well in Ternure's attack. Opened the bowling for them. Who's joined Lynch at the crease. 1 ball to go in the over. That's just drifted onto the leg, pushed away, and that is over up. Danny Hogan straight back behind the stumps, ready to go. So, just to give you an idea of where Terenure should be, with 4 wickets down at the end of 12 overs, DL has the score at 140. So they're 101 runs behind par at the moment. Shows you how really this match isn't about anything more than 8 overs being bowled. It's crazy, but that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how many runs they hit in those 8 overs. It's just about 8 overs being bowled.
Head off the maxes now for our dinner.
Okay. So
How far behind are they on DL now?
100.
Okay. Well,
So the score at 20 overs with 4 wickets down would need to be 160. So they need to score 120 runs in the next 8 overs without losing a wicket. So Pembroke won't be caring about anything other than how long it takes to bowl an over with runs coming off it.
possibly go to maxes elsewhere on my bag. Might see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Who's here tomorrow?
I'm in Newbridge House tomorrow.
Oh yeah, best of luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, I won't see you after that one. That's a
Okay.
home game.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oh, big swing and a miss from Lynch.
Dot ball's the winner right
Dot
now.
ball is a winner, yeah. Dot ball chicken dinner. He's doing extremely well considering the slippy conditions. I'm sure that ball isn't easy to get his fingers around. But he's been keeping his line, his length so well despite the wet conditions. He's doing a magnificent job keeping that ball as dry as possible. The grass is going to be damp. Anytime that ball hits the ground and is played into the outfield. Does drop one short, but he could be out. Oh, he has a little slip of fall and he nearly still takes the catch. But more importantly, it's a dot ball. That was nearly comical.
Give it the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
Call it the first drop.
Yes, we'll call that a drop, but an important drop. So another good over. So just the 4 runs so far from Gavin Hoey off 4 overs. Shows you the magnificent line and length he's been bowling all day. That rain is getting a little heavier. No. The umpires are happy to persist. I doubt Terenure are. So, Lawson to continue. This is his 7th over. Push through. Straight to Hogan. Right back to the bowler. Again. For the spinners to be able to grip and turn, to get their fingers around, considering how wet the conditions are now. Every time the ball comes back to them, it's going to be damp and wet. And considering they're trying to get through the over so quickly, they're not leaving themselves much time to make sure that ball is dry. Oh, a little flick out to the leg side. Should just be 1. A little slip though, it'll still only be 1. So this is where the battle of wills really comes. I always pity the umpires situations like this. One team wants to play, one team doesn't, and they have to try to, come up with the best possible solution. Oh, skips through. Just again, that'll be down to the wet conditions. Little paddle sweep, 4 runs. Again, Pembroke's not going to be too worried about that. It's more the time it's taking to get back to the bowler. How wet it gets in the outfield, how quickly he needs to dry that ball. Well, it's straight back to Lawson. He looks ready to go. Batter isn't. The rain gets heavier. We're definitely going to need another break in play, I would suspect. Push through again. He's getting a bit of shape in the air. Not much turn off the track. Simple little push out into the cover, stop ball, and another good over from Lawson. It's top balling from him today. 2 for 24 doesn't even do him justice, even though that's great figures from your spinner bowling it within a power play. So I would suspect that is 16 overs gone, even though it says, or is that 14? 14, sorry. Yeah, they opened, sorry, from the St. John's round end, so the 15th over. Big hit. That'll take time on the clock. Prendergast gives chase, but it's easily 4. But he's still giving chase because he wants to get that ball back to his bowler. Showing great commitment there, the Pembroke fielders. Even though it was well over the boundary quickly, he still chased it all the way. Super work. I suspect Terenure realise if they want to try and slow this game down, it's going to require them playing a few shots. Oh, and he's bowled him. Another big hike from Lynch. Trying to go for another big shot, but it wasn't the right length. And that's the 5th wicket down for Terenure. Again, not much celebration from Pembroke because they're more concerned about the 20. To be fair, now the next Terenure batsman striding out very quickly. Maybe he thinks it's a T20. So, interesting over. 4 wickets. So, 4 to go. Hoey with the brilliant figures of 3 for 8 so far in his 5th over. He really has bowled with some great control in any conditions, but especially these. So it's another left-hander. Straight away. Oh, very well bowled. The batsman didn't know much about that one. Just straight through to Hogan.
What we need on the bowler stats is balls per minute.
That's the important one. That'd be an interesting. That's a real Stato moment. That's one to go back on YouTube for a real nerd and go back. How many minutes did the balls take? That's going to be 4. Nobody's out there. It's a nice drive from there. That's the other thing about the interesting thing with the way Leinster cricket is. There's no declarations. So would have Pembroke, with the weather conditions, thought of declaring if they could have?
Don't bat.
Yeah, bowl first.
And if you did bat, then you'd have to retire people.
Yeah. Quicker one from Hoey. Finishes the over well. Just the 4 from, or the 8 from it, but again, not concerned about that. 3 for 12 from 5 overs and 8 from 1 over. That's just some top-notch bowling. And again, you don't feel Terenure are looking to attack the bowling at all, though. They just seem to be waiting. Well, two shots is not attack. Not in the last 15 overs. The number of attacking shots in 15 overs, considering power plays and spinners from both ends, they haven't. It's been when they did use their feet, it was the block. Definitely heavier rain, so the umpires. Well, without a break, it is. The question is, little dab, no run. The question is whether is this down for the night or will there be another break in weather conditions? Can they afford to go off for another 10, 15 minutes and get back on? Oh, catch. That's a brilliant take from Hogan behind the stumps. That's great reaction. Ran up the leg and the arm onto the glove of the batsman. One would say a little unlucky, but a super reaction keeping from Hogan in what you would say, what, third or fourth choice first team wicket keeper. Fair dues to Terenure as well. The batsmen aren't taking their time coming out. They're not doing an Anderson and Panesar.
Now are we regretting not taking some wickets quicker?
Yes. So that's 6 down. So in the 16th over. So at the end of 16, with 6 wickets down, the par score is 202. At 20, I know 20, but at 20 with 6 wickets down, the score is 206. So just the 150 behind DL at the moment. Oh, that's a wide one. Yeah, that is well wide. Now, Paul, you can look at the umpire all you want, but that was wide. Push that a little too much. But straight back on it. It's the heavy, thick rain, steady, thick rain at the moment. Big droplets. That's squeezed down the covers. It'll be a dot ball. Another quick over from Lawson. So that's 16. So we should have overs 18 and 20 from Lawson. If we can get them. He's bowled 8.
He's bowled out.
Oh, because we have a reduction.
He might have one more.
Yeah, sorry, with reduction of overs. Yeah, we were going to have to. Sorry, there will be a reduction in overs for the bowlers. Do you not have those figures? Sorry. Depending, then we're down to 41. You'll have 1 9 and then 4 8s. Yeah. So Lawson can bowl 1 more at most. Howie continues. Squeeze through. Some good diving there. Possible run out. Oh, if he slips here, he'll be out. Oh, he's lucky he didn't go any further. And by the looks of it, I don't see he's in spikes from here. I could be wrong. I thought I didn't see anything on the sole of his shoes. Criminal if he's not wearing spikes. Anyway, 1 ball bowled. The thing is, if with the umpire staying out now, this rain has been consistent for the last 3 to 4 overs, and they have stayed out in this rain. So you wonder how much worse it will have to get for them to come off. And if they're willing to stay out in that, they can't really come off in that. They've bowled 3-4 overs. Spin will be kept on. There'll be no chance of Pembroke bringing on any seam bowling. I would suspect Fiacre Tucker will come on at whatever end is needed. And Gavin Hoey will continue to bowl and get to that 20 over mark. So I can't see Zach Mickelroyd bowling, unfortunately, in these conditions. No, it is a long run up. I can't see Nick Stapleton coming back on, not with his long run up. Gavin will bowl through. Paul to bowl 1, and I suspect Fiacre then to bowl the 20th over if they can. Big shots. It's going to be 4. No, oh, what a dive. That is super work there. Great commitment. That's backing your bowler. I got the white sturdy. It would be very interesting once they get to 20, if they get to 20 overs, do they just shake hands and the umpires then decide, right, let's go off, even though the conditions are the same? Because they don't want to be out there for another 15 overs. Quicker ball from Hoey. Yeah, wide. Down the leg. Great take from Hogan again. He's been keeping really well there. So just the one ball left of this over. Oh, it's the slow turner. Tossed it up really well. And again, length. He really has kept the perfect length with his bowling today. Really nothing short that the batsman can rock back onto and play to the leg side. It's keeping them on the front foot, helping with the fielders in the ring. So Lawson to bowl is ninth, and I would suspect last over. It does sound like it. It's gotten, yeah, the canopy above us has gotten quieter.
Not quite ready.
Yeah. I think we'll stay under cover just for a few more minutes, but it definitely has gotten quieter above us. Tossed up, played just into mid wicket there to Prendergast. That ball and straight back on, ready to bowl again. Nice drive from there. Should only be the one though. Fielder out on the sweep. Yeah, just the one. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what happens, considering they've stayed out there. What happens at the 20th over, considering what Terenure need? Do they just shake hands and decide, well, we're not going to chase it, and you've got a game in? No, I know they can't shake hands, but umpires can be then pushed to come off, and it's raining now, let's come off, sort of thing. Wide from Lawson down the leg side. It'll just be, attitudes could change once a game has officially occurred. Another, that's just out to deep mid on. It'll just be a single again. Straight back into the bowler. He'll be ready to bowl again now in a second. So that's 2 to go. Rain has picked up again. It looks, that skidded through. That kept low. That stayed very low. We had a little lull in rain. Now it's picked up again. Back to where you can see some of the Terenure players not happy on the sideline with the rain and staying out there. Gestures from the some of the players towards the umpires. They might be better standing under umbrellas. Do a reverse Australia. Instead of coming out with shades on and suntan lotion, just be standing there with umbrellas over their heads. Now the umpires are having a discussion. Now the players are walking off. Stumps have been pulled up, even though there's been no change in conditions. And it's easing off again. Now stumps, I don't know who pulled the stumps out there. Discussion are being had with the umpires, but the batsmen have walked off. Yeah, no replay, but Pembroke aren't moving. Umpires still have one set of stumps. They're looking to take them, but conditions have not changed. No, the batsmen are being called back on. So I don't know who decided to half go off. Well, Terenure batsmen aren't coming out. So do you count this as a refusal to play? Stump Mike could be handy right now. Well, considering they were playing in those conditions, conditions aren't much different from what they were playing in. They're losing time by all these discussions. One umpire, it looks like one umpire wants to stay out and one wants to go in. Both batsmen are off the pitch. One set of stumps are out of the ground. One set of stumps are in the ground. It's anyone's guess from here. Answers on a postcard. And we're 2 overs away from a match. Covers. People are ready to bring the covers on if required. Now they're just. Make a decision. It's either you're on or you're off. They've just had nearly an over's worth of time talking. Well, Terenure batsmen can't decide to go off. They can't just walk. The umpires tell them they're playing, they have to play.
The main reason I say something is very wrong is either the covers come on or you play.
Yes. This is what I mean. They've had an over's worth of chatting here. This is where it gets into silly season. You're 2 overs away from a match. They've spent an over's worth of time consulting each other, the umpires. The Terenure batsmen have walked off the pitch. If they're not coming out, then that's a refusal to play. If they've been told to come out to play. And it doesn't matter about DL then. Or getting to 20 overs. Again, we're coming up to 2 overs worth of time being wasted here. And the rain gets heavier. Now it's heavy. But that was easily an over. They could have bowled in that time. So the covers are going to come on now. Now that was 1 over wasted.
Yeah, ish.
No,
Maybe
1.
the umpires did say to go off.
No, I'm sure they did. 1 umpire said to go off, but they stood there chatting for more than an over with no decision either way.
Deciding whether to put the covers on or whether
Yeah.
to stop, but I just hate that.
Well, the only thing is, Terenure must realise Pembroke aren't going to let them go home. They're not going to shake hands. They're going to stay for as long as it takes.
The umpires don't really have a choice. They have to wait
Yeah.
for cut-off time
Yeah.
for 2 more overs. Is it to be
Yeah, 2 overs to be bowled. So you've 2 overs are 6, 7, 8 minutes. So depending on what the cut-off time is, it's all. This is where you'd love to be able to interview an umpire now in between. Okay, covers on. I'll just take a little break here. Guys, 1 moment. Wow, so this is amazing. Still 20 of you out there. Thank you for staying with us through the breaks. So the latest news is we are reduced to 34 overs. The target is 286. But again, said it before, said it again. And they're bowling. This is the 19th over. Pembroke just want to bowl 11 more deliveries. And then if I was the captain, first thing I do is bring Nick Stapleton and Zach Mickelroyd on and see if they want to continue. Big shot. Safe. Yep. Well around from Joe Prendergast. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, not much time lost. He moved well for an old man. So at 20 overs, Terenure need to be at, well bowled, 207 if they lose no more wickets. So they're only 143 behind DL at the moment. Oh, got a bit of bounce there. So this is getting to remind of the 1992 World Cup semi-final between South Africa and England when they first started using these type of Duckworth-Lewis type calculations, and South Africa were left with a ridiculous score off 2 deliveries. But it was South Africa's fault for delaying the game anyway, so they deserved it. They tried to play the time card in the first innings and it didn't go to plan. Well, no, it was timed. You lost overs because of time. It was a weird thing they first brought in. And South Africa bowled purposely slow in the first innings, so England only got to bat for 48 overs. And so South Africa had the same amount to chase, and then the rain came, so it ended up they needed a ridiculous amount off 2 deliveries. Oh, it's going to be a chance of a run out. They're not going to throw the ball away. Keep it there. Yep. It doesn't matter. A couple of silly singles here. It's about, they got through the over. Yeah. Oh, no, they could technically get through. So change of bowling, yep. Paul Lawson bowled his 9 overs, the maximum permitted. So we're going to have a change, and it Tucker to come on at the nursery end. Another spin bowler. And again, I suspect bowl his 6 deliveries quickly as possible, and we have a match. And here we go. So Tucker to Nair. Good full length, straight from the word go. Oh, he's hurt himself. I think he's played that into his own inner thigh. Yeah, that's going to hurt a little. Going for the big sweep shot. It seems that he might have hit the ball into himself. Owie. Full. Driven nicely from there. You can see him hobbling, and he's a little tender there. Just the one anyway. Well, the scores are wrong. They have 1 ball bowled for 1 run. But, of course, there was a dot ball in this over as well. Down the track. Not out. Somebody appealed somewhere on the ground. Don't know why. Nice length again from Tucker. Really, really good lengths from the Pembroke spinners today. Considering the conditions, they've all kept some great control. Not easy. Bit shorter. Just dabbed onto the leg side. This will just be a 1. Deep wicket. And it should be 1 ball away from a match. Scores have it down as, yes, there we go. 5 deliveries so far in this over. So, 1 ball from a match. There we have it, 20 overs bowled. Pembroke have done their job, gotten through to the 20 over mark. A little mini celebration from a few of the fielders because they've done their job. And a few people at the bar cheered that. Very important. And we're going to continue with spin. Dunica Tucker, left arm off spin from the St. John's Road ends. I seriously, as captain, would have been very tempted to bring on the 2 fast bowlers just to see if the umpires pull you off for bad lights. But anyway, 14 overs to go in the game. A 117 needed off those 14 overs. No, sorry, 200. Jesus, yeah. 217 off the 17 overs. Yeah. I think Pembroke will be a bit more anxious to go off this time round. Oh, that wind is picked up straight away. And straight away Tucker with a good line outside off. Took down the covers. Yeah. Yeah. A little bit short. Couldn't cut it that away though. Oh. Oh, so cold here right now. Chilly, chilly, chilly. It has gotten a little bit darker. There's definitely no more blue sky. Oh, full toss. An interesting sweep shot. Straight back behind the batter. And no ball called. So just the couple of runs there. Yeah, there's no more blue skies to be seen. It's cloud cover everywhere you look. So light is definitely going to be an issue. Rain starting up again. But again, Pembroke will be happy enough. Oh, that's a no ball. That did not come out of the hands properly from Tucker. His fingers got caught on the ball there. So free hits. That's well bowled. This should be caught, but of course it's a free hit. Yep. Oh no, he's dropped it. Brandon JP drops that one. Not that it mattered. Bad dress rehearsal and all that. I'm sure he's delighted that was on camera. That's better from Tucker. Good line and length. A little bit of drift into the legs. Tucks up the batsman. So once again, just want to thank Niall for all his stellar work here. This rain has not made it easy today, but the director doing his best for you all. Oh, it's gotten darker, heavier. It's consistent rain. Yeah. Slower movement from the Pembroke bowlers and fielders now. The commentator is tucked up nicely inside the canopy, and I'm afraid I'm only commentating from the screen you're watching. Oh, big sweep to the leg sides. Just the one. Oh. 7th wicket falls. Tucker with his first. Now, Pembroke, for some reason, rolling the ball back to the umpire, and the umpire leaving the ball on the ground. Not the best in these conditions from either. The match ball really shouldn't be left sitting on the grass like that in the rain. Okay, so one would suspect Terenure will be quite happy to play a few big shots, have a go against the spin, and see where the dice land. So Morgan comes out. Oh, straight away. He's out. LB. And he's on a hat-trick. Morgan disappointed. Hard to tell from this angle, but it did look fairly adjacent. It kept low. The only saving grace may have been for him if he got outside the line, but obviously the umpire didn't think he did. So back-to-back LBWs for Tucker. Could we have a hat-trick of LBWs? Field has come in. And it's young Gatlin Kelleher to face. Never fun facing a hat-trick ball. I've done it a few times myself even, especially at that age. But he's got a great temperament. He's already shown that with his bowling and fielding. So I don't think he'd be too perturbed. But field in. Few around the bat here. I'm surprised a little gully slip isn't in. For a little push off the edge of the bat. Rain is getting heavier. Yeah, we've got a few bit of mist and rain on the lens here. Sorry, folks. It really, it's gotten suddenly very, very, very heavy. You can see the rain on the screen. Hat-trick ball. Oh! Where was Hogan? Oh, inside edge. Oh, what a good ball. And I think that's game. I just saw a few hands being shook there. I think that'll be it. Yeah, I can't see anything more. Stumps are coming out of the ground. I think covers are going on now. It is not technically over now. Hands are being shaken. It's not technically over yet. Terenure might make Pembroke stay for a while in revenge. But let's see, the 21st over. 21.4 bowls. So at the end of 22 overs, with 8 wickets down, Terenure would need to be 255. So they're a little behind Duckworth, slightly. So covers are going to come on. I'm just going to leave you for a few moments while we just get a few things sorted here. If you 1 moment. Well, a few handshakes were done, but everyone seems to be still congregating. Nothing official has been announced. Covers are on. Technically, we still have time to finish the game. The cut-off point has not been reached. So it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Of course, Dale will want the covers on anyway because there is a match scheduled here for tomorrow. The twos have an important game. At home to Leinster, starting also at 12 o'clock. Pembroke, of course, sitting top of the table in the second 11 Premier League, having played 11, won 6, no results in 2 and lost 3. They're on. Marion are exactly the same, right on their heels. Played 11, won 6. However, the 12 bonus points that Pembroke have managed to accumulate more than Marion is the difference between the two sides. Close on the heels though, waiting for a slip up. Are Railway with played 11 with 5 wins, 3 no results and 3 losses. So very tight at the top there. Leinster mid-table should be safe from relegation with Clontarf 2 and North County 2 down the bottom. So it'll be an important game tomorrow. Victory needed to keep that position in the table. Elsewhere in that league, Railway are playing Malahide, and Second place, Marion are playing. Sorry, they're not playing. Strangely. Yeah, it's strange that they're not playing tomorrow. Yeah, just double checking the schedule. Are they playing today? So no, Marion 2s do not seem to be playing this weekend for some reason. So Pembroke have a chance to stretch their lead at the top, put some pressure. But anyway, here today, you can see the Pembroke bowling there, excellent from the spinners today. Stapleton with an average 3 overs for 12 runs, no wickets. Like, why did he bother getting out of bed this morning? No wickets. You know, it's all about the bowling.
That's a grim looking view.
Yeah. Oh. Where are the ducks? Because they're the only ones who will be enjoying this. A few today for Terenure, of course. They haven't had the best day with the bat. 76 for 8. Tough going for them in these conditions. Not easy. Especially facing some good controlled bowling. But yeah, it's a wait and see what the umpires decide from this point. I don't think anyone would, even the most optimistic person in the world would doubt the results now that we've reached the 20 over cutoff. It's just a matter if, when, and how. Do they go back out, finish the overs? Do they call it now? Umpires are out in the middle with the groundsman. So Tucker with 2 wickets for 4 runs in his 1.5. Happy enough with those returns after his great knock today. Such an important innings from him and Stapleton. Turned the match on its head. Gave the safety valve of having 300 on the board to put absolute pressure. So going around, if anyone's around the parks, Malahide were bowled out for 94 today. Balbriggan 48 for 3. At the moment chasing that. There is reduced overs in that game and DL involved. North County made 238 all out from 50 overs. Last ball wicket by the looks of it in their innings. Civil Service 14 for 1, but that game has not changed in quite some time. So would suspect they've been off for at least a couple of hours, if not abandoned by this stage. And everywhere else we have results in the Premier League and the Championship, and they are Marion against YM was abandoned. Marion had made 218 for 7. YM were 17 when 8 lost in the 3rd over when that match was abandoned. The Hills versus Leinster. The Hills made 140 all out. Leinster were 48 for 2 in the after 14 when that match was abandoned. Leinster the unhappier of the two there. And in Railway, it's also a no result. Just across the road, not more than a few hundred metres as the crow flies from here. Clontarf 183 for 8 in the first innings. Railway were 2 for 2 in the 2nd over when that match was called. And of course, in the Phoenix Park, Phoenix managed an 8-wicket victory over Cork County. Cork County all out for 59. Phoenix 62 for 2. And Rush also with a victory after amassing 246 all out. They managed to bowl Norkildare out for just 51. 8 wickets for Eastwood in that. Superb performance from the big man. Go on the stretch, as they say. No nicer. One of the nicest guys as well out there, so well deserved. So that's the state of play. Covers look to be coming off again. At this stage, I'd say the groundsman would like the covers to stay on in preparation for tomorrow. They'll be playing on the same track tomorrow. Whereas the umpires, let's get back out there. You tortured us, let's torture you a little. So yeah, just coming up to 7 o'clock now. More. Well, also, we will have lost more overs.
Oh, yes.
So,
We'll have to come back to
yes, with another DL sheet required. So it'll be interesting. I'd say we lost at least 4 overs. So we may only have 9 left in this game. Will you give him a quick bell? Just don't bother with the DL sheet. We don't need to know just how many overs.
He probably doesn't know yet.
Yeah. Yeah, once we see play started, we'll give a ring down to the bar and find out. If Sean is smart, he's sitting behind the window in the bar with a warm, hot toddy. Oh yeah, it's the camera the camera we're looking at now. It just shows you how much cameras brighten up the sky. It is not. That shows you what the real light is more like. It is grim. Oh, it is darker. The first one's a little too optimistic on the light. So, yeah, Terenure 76 for 8s. Duckworth Lewis at 231. If the cricketing gods had any mercy on us, the overs will be reduced to 23 overs or 24 overs. 10, 15 minutes. You lose 2 overs every 9 minutes, I think. Second innings. They give them at least 3-4 minutes per over nowadays. Used to be 3. I think it's 9 overs for every 2 overs every 9 minutes. I could be wrong. Texting, well, anyone who knows the regs better than I, feel free to text. So I would assume at least 2 overs, so we're down to 32. Yeah.
See the camera's slowly drying out.
Stumps are going back into the grounds. You can see skipper Theo Lawson. I'm sure he's very happy with today's outcome. Not his own. Very disappointed himself. He was batting very nicely earlier today. Unfortunate mix-up for him to be run out. Luckily, his partner at the time, Nicholas Stapleton, went on to score the big 150 plus. It will make him at least somewhat happy. Umpires going back out with fresh DL sheet in hands. Hopefully, we'll ask Andy. Does Andy know what the overs are? Oh, thank you so much. We have a DL delivered. We're down to 31 overs. Just the new revised targets. 285, just the 3 overs lost. So, par score at the moment is 255. I would say if you stuck 1981 Ian Bolton and 2021, I don't know. This is not good. I've gone blank. I completely had a brain fade there. So 81 Bolton and 2021 Stokes out there together. I'd still put my money on Pembroke. Niall disagrees. Who would you have your money on, Niall? If you stuck Stokes and Bolton in their prime, who's your money on? Yeah, 210 in 11. Now there's been some weird IPL scores over the years. You're back, yeah. We're back in Pembroke. I still wouldn't want a ball at them.
Who's coming in
Yeah.
after the roughly get one of the bags?
If you manage to get one of them out, okay, maybe Bairstow at his best. You get it. Well, there's only 2 wickets remaining.
There's only a number 11.
Yeah. Okay. Phil Tufnell is coming in at 11. You got Stokes, Botham, and Tufnell. Or no, Devon Malcolm. I'd actually. Funny enough, there was a moment in Devon Malcolm's career where he actually batted 10. How bad was that number? Was that guy going in after him? No, it wasn't Phil Tufnell. It was at his county level. So, end of an excellent over from Tucker where he was on a hat-trick. So that's 22 gone. 9 overs, 9 overs remaining. We're going to have more spin to get through the overs as quick as possible. Donica Tucker from the St. John's Road end. Young Kelleher, the face. Well, hopefully Kelleher enjoys it. No pressure on him. Just having a net. For him, just bat the overs as long as possible and see as many deliveries. Enjoy his time in the middle. Hopefully for him, he'll get a few runs. Little dead ball there from Tucker. Misstep. He put the wrong pants on this morning. Did he borrow Lorcan's? Nice. Again, just on that lovely line outside off. Forcing the batsman to play for the turn. Although I'd say that ball is fairly heavy and sodden at the moment. Well played. That just drifted onto leg stump, allowed the batsman to play the sweep. Called through quickly. Easy 2. Well fielded though. Again, Kelleher should just enjoy this. Play the ball on its merits and play a few safe shots and spend as much time as he can out there. So Rush with a full point win, Phoenix with a full point win, and it looks like Pembroke with a full point win definitely drags this championship to the second last weekends. Another weird one getting stuck in Tucker's hands again. He has found it difficult this season with the ball release. He's had a few moments like that where it's come out funny. So the big game, because of all these results next week, will be Pembroke at home to Rush next Saturday. 12 o'clock starts. Another inside edge. There's a leg slip and a slip in there for that. Phoenix will be at home to Terenure, hoping for another full bunger. But it will be, it'll be nervy enough for Pembroke, knowing any slip up against Rush could let Rush and Phoenix into the hunt for the title. Whereas a victory would definitely knock Rush out of any contention. and almost guarantee the title with the it would there's no playoffs this year, only one team. No, they only had one team goes up this year. Okay, I was told only one team, only the winners go up. Oh, Tucker to continue big up in the air, and that is out of here. 6 from there. Little gives something for the Terenure faithful to shout about. No, it's all I went by what the probable direction was and the way the fielders were running. Yeah. It went just to straight back over the bowler's head, just to the left of the side screen. Straight hit, but didn't give the fielders a chance to easily clear the boundary. So, little delay, just while they dry that ball. Again goes big, goes straight. This will just be a single this time. Didn't get under it. The ball was a little bit fuller there. Brings Keller on to strike and a change in the field. Slip comes in. The field comes in, the deep mid on, deep mid off come into the ring. And pretty much everyone in the ring now. A little bit shorter from Tucker. Yeah, everyone in the ring there for Pembroke. Deep mid wicket is pretty much on the edge of it. Everyone else inside. Slip, short, mid wicket for the pop up. Push nicely out. Well defended. Getting a little extra bounce there for Tucker. Just nips down the leg a little. Easily picked up by his brother and straight back. No run. Oh, that's well played. That's going to be 4. Beautifully played through the covers. Rock back, a little bit short and wide outside off, but got her, went back. Found the gap between the fielders, played all along the ground. Very, very good shot. And 4. So, 24 overs bowled. Terenure moved on to 89 for 8. Another little discussion between the umpires, maybe lights coming into play now. Well, if they're bringing on a quick bowler, if they are threatening to bring on their quick bowler, maybe lights will be a factor. I'm sure the umpires are telling them, please keep on spin. Yes. So we're going to have Theo Lawson, the skipper, to come on to bowl. Oh, that's a no ball. Oh, that's an easy decision for the umpires. It should be a warning to the bowler as well. Free hit, obviously, now for Keller. He hasn't given the bowler he didn't give him a warning by the looks of it. Should have. And just a single from the free hit. Well, if it's at the head, the body, you're meant to get the warning. If it's deemed dangerous, and that was granted, it was above head, but it was towards the head. Yeah, it doesn't matter about pace anymore. It's more about where it's going. Another single, just played out into the leg side. Again, Pembroke are just trying to get through their overs. Cut away nicely. Should just be the one though. Yeah. Is it once a season Theo would get a ball? If that. I know, that's one to look up now on the Cricket Leinster website, how many overs he's actually bowled in the last 5 years. Oh, that's gone right through. Yeah. I think it would have been something similar. I do remember last year was Annie Balverney. And Andy with a golden arm, Andy Balverney, yeah. Brought on just to finish out a match and gets the wicket. Beautiful moment. He really should have bowled himself more for Ireland. Yeah, well, if you're going to let Paul Sterling, that's a personal view. If you're going to let Paul Sterling bowl. No. That was the funny thing. Sterling hadn't bowled in like nearly 2 years and then bowled a couple of overs there recently. Yeah, but it would been a big gap between his. But it was a long gap between his bowling spells. Another discussion between umpires. Again, I would go back. This must be about light and who's going to bowl. Pembroke want to bring on, I would suggest, yes, Nick Stapleton has his jumper off. They want to bring Nick on. And that's going to be game. Is it? Danny Hogan takes the helmet off. Hands are being shook. It's a legitimate. It has gotten a bit brighter right this second. But yeah, bringing Nick Stapleton has kind of made the decision for the umpires with lights. I would have done it a few overs ago. So, that looks like hands have been shook. Stumps are out of the ground. That is an excellent victory for Pembroke after the wobble of the last couple of weeks. Back onto winning ways. Cements the top of the table, despite the victories for Rush and Phoenix today. So we're going to just leave you with a few last pictures. Niall might put up a few stats spinning on the screen, but want to congratulate Pembroke and well done Terenure as well for trying to get through these difficult conditions. Well done the umpires, and thank you to Niall and Craig. I'll leave you there with these final pictures. Have a good one.